the middle of the enemy team and just died. Like got his GA popped and then died. And he didn't need to do that. They probably would have won if he didn't do that. So I can respect it. I can respect getting hype and going in, but I mean, if you do it excessively and throw games, then it's not great.
Yeah, that game was actually really impressive from Payne. Even though Weiser didn't end up with any kills, he had a lot of these good in the like mid and late game Ambessa ults that won them a bunch of team fights. You know, getting onto FBI or getting onto Quid. And it got Payne into this position where, I also felt like this is Payne's game. I was like, oh no, 100 Thieves, we're going to drop a game. This one is gone. And then they just like clutch out that team fight. And where Titan, he had a GA as well. And, he vouched for it. But Quid is able to survive. I think Ayla McHale's Quid on the engage. And Quid was able to like wrap around the other side, kind of avoid the quirky damage, then come back in for the burst, and then 100 Thieves run it all the way into the Nexus. And that was definitely one of those games where you are just like release all the tension afterwards. You're like, oh my goodness, like they got away with murder.
It should have been a tied series, right? And then all of a sudden you're on match point. And I felt like after that, I was like, okay, it's probably over, right? Like that's a pretty big mental boom one. I mean, they were up just under 6K before that final team fight. And they were on Soul Point 2, if I recall correctly. And I felt like when I saw Titan playing how he was in that fight, I felt like his thought process is probably like, oh, like we have double GA. We can kind of just like fly in and like trade out my GA to kill off their carry or whatever. Like, I think that's like what he was thinking. But obviously it didn't work out that way. But even with that, it was still very slim margins because I remember Dokla, his ult being about to expire on Aatrox, and they barely got a kill, and then it resets, and then the resets just like he just went infinite, right? It just became one of those Aatrox highlight fights where you just are running out of damage as people die, and he keeps just resetting, and all of a sudden you can't hurt him anymore, right? Like he's just healing for more than you're doing. But that was a pretty crazy comeback. Game 1 was an absolute stomp. Game 2 was what should have been a Payne win, where I thought that, it's like for as much as people were really critical of Titan for, the end of it, he did play really well leading up to that and got in a good spot. Curry was moving around the map well, finding some really good picks. Like you said, Weiser, I remember that play mid lane where he comes out of a side brush, and I think maybe Curry came out one side brush, he comes out of the other, and like Roamer flash stuns Quid, and then they have the best all this, and just kind of like burst him down. They played that game really well for the most part, even though I remember the level 1, I think it was that game where River got the invade and like stole away the camps and stuff. Like he was being super annoying on Jarvan, right? And like pushing out Karioka. So it was a pretty impressive game from Payne. But at the end of the day, you lose one like that, and that's one of those ones that you kind of like have to win to be, I feel like, competitive in a series.
Yeah, when I was watching those games, it kind of was it went the way that I remember a lot of the first stand games went, where it seemed like in laning phase in early game skirmishes, the South teams like put up a pretty good fight. Like they can win lane, they can like get early kills, but somewhere along the line, whether it's like their map play or like vision control, like something is just a little off, and then they just start throwing games. And that's for sure what this game looked like with Payne versus 100 Thieves. I mean, kind of the whole series, where like something about the way they played mid game felt like they overgrouped too much, or they would just like see a fight happening and just everybody sprints to it, and they would just drop waves, drop towers all over the place. Mm-hmm. And then just eventually, if you make one mistake, everything just kind of falls apart. So I think that was kind of like my expectation coming into it, was kind of how this looked. And yeah, maybe it was just Payne specifically that just like, like they were saying, wasn't one of their stronger teams.
And you guys talking about the third game, that was the River Kiana game as well, which is a champion where I remember when we had the patch and they buffed the Kiana, and I was like, okay, well, this is going to be an absolute terror, at least for solo queue. I've been kind of disappointed that our players haven't put more time in on the champion and hadn't been picking it, because it has been getting picked a bunch in the LPO. Like Kanavi and Tien especially, and people are like looking really good on it, and gets picked in LCK and stuff. So I was glad to see River pull it out, and it looked like he needed a little time to get warmed up on it, but then he had some mega ultimates as well. And
the Baron fight, the 4v5 was crazy.
That one was beautiful to see. I was the very strict, disappointed dad. Oh, he didn't also steal the Baron, but you know what? It's fine. They killed everyone. We'll take it. Good job. They get the win. And he, that was his first Kiana game. So.
That was the one where he got sniped by Redemption when he was running away in the red.
Yeah.
That was actually so crazy because I remember watching it, and he was messing around pretty heavily in the bottom jungle, like just staying when he didn't need to. And then when he was getting away, like he jumped over the dragon wall at 1 HP. And then I think everyone who plays enough League has that kind of like, when you see someone at 1 HP, your eyes just like start scanning all the champions to be like, okay, what's the global you have to watch out for? Is it like, an Ezreal ult, Draven ult, whatever? And I'm like, okay, no globals. And there's one more. The Redemption just comes in, and I don't think River was thinking about it either, because like he could have reacted, but
he paused.
wasn't thinking about it. Yeah.
You know what we realized though? So when I was watching that, I was thinking, oh wow, he stopped for a second. He maybe could have got out. But so the spectator shows Redemption as though it is an allied Redemption always. So it shows it earlier than they see it, because an enemy Redemption shows up later on your screen than an allied Redemption. And that's not something that I really had thought about during the cast. But I know Jat and Raz were looking into that and testing. And so the enemy Redemption does show up later. So the like little pause that we see him make, that I was like, ooh, maybe he could have got out. He may not have even seen the Redemption on his screen yet at that time.
Yep.
So I think that could have been the case there. But it's one of those things where it's like sometimes the spectator client kind of tricks you a bit, because it's like we see the Redemption, we assume he sees the Redemption, but when it's an enemy one in game, he actually sees it later than what it's showing us. So it's a bit confusing.
So it's actually the same thing with Volibear E that comes down. You see it earlier than enemies see it also. Is this
probably like
thing?
Echo W and stuff too, probably.
But back to the actual play. Personally, if I'm that low health, I never just pause in the middle of the river. I'm like,
me personally, I would never die there. Back to that play.
I need to get the hell out of there. I'm that low. I am running super far for safety. But it was so funny because he got to just the edge of it with his with the dash at the very end too, and I was like, oh.
Well,
barely.
he probably just wasn't expecting it, because it is getting a lot more popular now, and I saw in the upcoming patch, Redemption's actually getting nerfed. But this is something that started, I think, kind of in the LCK, where every support is just rushing Redemption right now.
Spam it.
And so, maybe he's thinking the same thing I was initially, where it's like, okay, no globals, I'm good. And then
no Ezreal.
The orbital laser comes down on your head and took him out. But I think overall, this game was super cool. I like Dokla pulling out the set. Set, even though he got nerfed a little while back, is still a champion that I personally feel might be underrepresented in pro play, just because like his team fighting is so insane. Even if he's not ahead, like I think he has the opportunity to win his lane extremely hard. Like he's kind of obnoxious in lane, but even if you don't, like once you get to like 2 items, I mean, you spike every item you get spikes you super hard, right? It's like Stride Breaker allows you to like make plays. Overlord's Bloodmail is just crazy stats on him, everything basically. And then each fight you have Flash, you have the opportunity to kind of like have a game-winning team fight. Yeah. So I don't think it was like the cleanest set game ever from Dokla.
He had a lot of team fights where he wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, I mean that happens, but I mean you just need one good one, and I think he had some pretty good fights. Like there was a good Otacon fight. I think the 4v5 at Baron was pretty good, even though Weiser. I thought Weiser was pretty clever with it. He was like trying to space out because like both teams know what Set's trying to do. Yeah, he was like trying to get Set to ult him, and he tried using the Gwen E to like redirect it, but he didn't quite get it far enough away from his team. But I messaged Dokla after the game, and he was like, "Yeah, like I don't think pro players know how to play against Set properly, because he is definitely a champ that if you understand how to play against him, he's going to get a lot less value." That's kind of how I always felt when I played Zach in pro play. I'd be like, yeah, if people know how to play against Zach, I don't know if he's even that good, but people just don't seem to know how to play against him. Because with Set, like he said that Nautilus just kept hooking him and giving him an ulti into the entire team. Yeah. So It is something that if you're thinking about, you can avoid, but a lot of times people will just forget, or I think when set has flash, there's
flash is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways you can do it. You can like ulti and then like flash EW to confirm it if you get the stun. You can just do a regular W flash with full grit, and that'll like one shot somebody. So I think the champion has a place for sure.
I agree.
And I don't think he's been getting picked as much as maybe he could.
I mean, the Baron fight, he almost one-tapped Roamer with his W. And then, I mean, the game-ending fight, they were already probably going to win at that point. But he R'd Curry on top of Titan. But Titan had the Edge of Night shield. So the R did no damage. He R's him in, and it just like pops the shield. And then he just W and auto, and it killed him from 100% HP with W and one
the
auto.
champion does a lot of damage.
It was like 2,300 or something like that, true damage with the W.
Yeah.
And then one auto, and he's dead from full. And it's just like, so yeah, definitely it can do a lot of damage. Was a 3-0 at the end of the day, but not as clean, I think, as people were maybe expecting or hoping for from 100 Thieves. The next day, though, was honestly, it was a really fun series. It was a banger series, but Shopify did lose in a 5-game one. The mid gap was just monstrous. Like Kaze played like a beast. He absolutely trounced Palafox. But FMB, I talked about him last week when we were previewing this series. That guy really impressed me in the South playoffs, and he really impressed me here as well. I didn't feel like Fudge was playing really bad or anything, but I felt like FMB definitely got the better of him. And their solo laners, man, just played super well. I felt like the Shopify bot lane held up. But definitely this was the North team I was the most nervous about, just because they are so up and down. And this is a team that could lose to Dignitas or Disguised on any day. And I do not think that they played their best. And yeah, mid gap was monstrous.
Yeah, mid gap was crazy. You're talking about FMB, the York game. That top gap was also crazy.
He was 1v2ing everybody.
That York, he was 1v3ing in some situations and like getting multiple kills back and stuff. And yeah, he got to the point like pretty quickly where I was like, well, what do you do to deal with that? And those are the dream games for when people are like, oh, they need to have split pushing as like a win con in this game. And like when you get to a York where you can like 1v2 comfortably, and then like even get multiple, counter kills if it's like 1v3s and stuff like that. It's like, holy moly, like what do you even do as the opponent team? But if we go back to like the progression of this series, game number 1, I remember the play where this game actually started out, pretty close, and kind of going back for like 20 minutes. It was quite close between them. But I remember this play where, the entire team comp for Shopify is they had early drafted Aurora and Yone. And they also got Pantheon super early on. So I was like, okay, well, they're definitely going to do a lot of split pushing.
We got a blind pick blue side.
They're going to do a lot of split pushing.
That's actually insane.
And they have a lot of dive options. And so they got to the point, post 20, 25 minutes or whatever, where they were doing the split pushing, and they had Palafox on bottom side on Yone. And I was like, okay, cool. Like they're enacting their plan. But then they actually send for red. They sent Doom, the jungler, who's Trundle, who has just Pillar as CC, and Rumble, who had no teleport, down to the bottom lane to try and pick off Palafox. And I was like, what in the heck? Like, that just seems like a crazy call when Baron is up to send your jungler and your TP-less top laner, who have a combined single form of CC to try and stop a teleport, and it's a Trundle pillar. And then they even use that at the beginning when they're trying to chase Palafox. When I saw that play, I was like, whoa. I feel pretty confident. Even though the game was like pretty close between that.
I felt like Fudge saved us in this game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, Fudge had a crazy... His Zhonya's value this game was so insane. Like, even from his first Seekers, because I think... for most of the game, Fudge had like a 1,000 gold downing on him, and so many fights he was just avoiding like infinite damage. He get like Varus ulted, Rumble ult dropped on his head, and he just Zhonya's it. Insanely good Aurora game from Fudge. He also went for like more of the full one-shot build, which I think Riot is trying to push Aurora more toward with the latest changes, on her passive numbers.
Shadow Flame Death Cap.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely a sick game from Fudge. Did you notice this game? Palafox rushed Hex Drinker and then he sold it like really early. That was crazy to me because I don't know. That was a bit odd because I don't think Hex Drinker's great. It's kind of like you buy it if you absolutely have to.
Selling is pretty inefficient though.
Yeah,
so.
I mean he went Hex Drinker into Bork and then he started making a shield bow and then I think maybe it was planned or maybe he was just like, oh wait, I already have a lifeline item. I can't get shield bow and Hex Drinker. So then he just sold his Hex Drinker to finish shield bow. When I saw it, I was like, is that actually the best thing you could be doing? Like that was really
not.
sketchy. Yeah.
Yeah, Kaze, I don't know if you guys watched Pros, but he was on Pros. It was him, Boal, and APA. But he was saying he felt like after game one, like when they gave him like this melee matchup, he was like, oh, I don't think they like know who I am, basically, like because he was like super confident in his melee matchups, and he's saying like that's what he's known for. So he felt basically like Shopify hadn't scouted him.
And he also said that he felt like very confident in his lane phase now.
Yep.
And he was like, yeah. he was really nice about it, but he was like, yeah, after playing against him, I felt very, very confident.
Yep.
He kept on saying like, I'm not underestimating him, but I'm very confident.
Shopify did ban his stylus every single game. So they at least had some idea of what he was going to do, but yeah, maybe not enough of an idea of what he was going to do.
Yeah, I mean, he played super, super well. Game one, I felt like we were going to lose game one for a lot of that game, to be honest. And yeah, I felt like Fudge. I thought that game swung a lot on. There was that mid lane play where Red Canids kind of like overdove mid lane, and Fudge and I think it was Fudge and Seos were like last two alive, and they tried to like dive and finish them off after like a really scrappy fight, and like basically everyone died except I think 9 people died. Doom was the only one who didn't die, and he was still hitting Herald or Grubs, one of those, I can't remember.
Yep.
But every other player died, and Fudge was kind of popping off with the resets, like kept going invis over and over. I felt like he saved us in game one.
I felt like it was the macro play that gave us Baron, where they sent the jungle and top down there, because even with Fudge playing so well, I was like, well, this game is really, really close. Mm-hmm. But as soon as they make a macro mistake to give up Baron, that's why I say that game actually made me feel pretty confident for the series. But then those mistakes did not continue from Red. Yep. I felt like Red, after the first game, they really locked in, and then they consistently got these solo lane advantages.
I mean, game 2 we got slapped.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like every game after that, I felt like Shopify were on the back foot.
Game 1 was so bloody. The first blood was at 8 minutes, and then it ended up being like a 46 kill game or something in like 30 something minutes. So it was just chain killing. It was awesome. Like I wish more pro games looked like that, because like you said, that there was that mid play where I think before Red dove the tier 1 mid, like they'd kind of just definitively won the fight, but they just decided, no, we're not okay with that. And they just dove the turret for fun to get like one more kill and lose 2 more people. And I'm like, okay, I don't think it was a good play, but I like it. As a viewer, I want more of that. Like, I want people to just die for the sake of dying, because who doesn't like a bloody game, right? It's like, it's got to look like solo queue. And then, yeah, like you said, game two, Red was kind of keeping the same pace, getting like a kill per minute, but Shopify wasn't. They were they were on their
they ran out of gas. They
had a lot of deaths, but not a lot of kills. That one was crazy though. That Yorick was
monster.
He was built diff. I don't know how that happened exactly. Azale, you play York. Is it? I know he had approach velocity. Is that the normal on York? Does everyone do that, or is that
people usually do that versus range champions?
Okay,
I think that's like pretty common. People can do versus range champions. They'll do like biscuits and approach velocity sometimes. Sometimes people do greedier builds where they'll go like sorcery secondary and stuff. But I think it's pretty normal, and it can be really, really strong for sure. Because anytime you hit your E, you're gonna be able
you're flying at him, because there's already like there's kind of like a built-in approach velocity with his E, but then when you add it on top, because there was the one that kind of looked like Seos was inting, or like maybe a little bit of a sleeper agent, where he like died to FMB bot lane. I think he was trying to ward Tribush or something, and then just got caught out. But that Yorick was so fast. There's no way. Like, I don't think he expected to die there. I didn't think he would die there. But yeah, Yorick was just sprinting him down and took him out. And so when I saw it, I was like, wow, like that was a really, really fast Yorick. I don't
Yeah.
normally see him
And-
running like that.
And he was just winning from late, like he was winning the whole game straight from lane phase. He was winning in 1v1. He had full control, and then in the lane swaps, and then when people are ganking, and it just felt like, yeah, he was winning the whole game from literally like when they logged in.
I feel like York can smack Ambessa, honestly. As long as you can hit your E's, you can win that matchup pretty heavily. And York scales really well on a side lane, but the problem with York is always if you are not playing from a lead, you can become useless really, really fast, because it's like you take a trade where you hit your E but you're weaker than them, and you realize, oh, I have to run. Now all of a sudden your maiden's just standing there and dies, and then you're useless. You lose all your pressure. Like it can really snowball one way or the other. But I felt like as soon as you see a 1v2 from a York in a side lane, unless the rest of your team is literally trolling, the game is almost unlosable. Like when you get to that point where it's like no one can match you 1v1, you're gonna take every tower if they don't send an extra person, and if they do, you're still gonna kill one. Then your team just has to do anything on the other side of the map, and you're pretty much locked for a win. So I felt like FMB monstered that game. Yeah. Then we went into the next game, and this one I really did not like the way that they're kind of like the draft worked out here for Shopify in game 3. This was the blind Seraphine bot, and our answer was this Karma, which I just didn't really get, because I didn't even feel like it was gonna be able to actually like slam the 2v2 or anything like that. And they ended up having B-Boy lose both his sums and having to base at level 1 without a CS. I believe that was that game. And then It's like, in my mind, when I saw Ashe Seraphine, I just thought, why are we not playing like Nautilus and just like hard camping bot the whole game? To me, like just like play some sort of hard engage and really pound it. Because I feel like if you're going to go like 5th pick, counter pick for support on bot, and you're going to go range support, like you must slam the 2v2 for that to have value, right? And it just did not work. That was obviously not the only thing that was going wrong, because top lane, Fudge was getting smacked in the 1v1 by FMB again. This game, Palafox couldn't find any purchase whatsoever. I felt like Kaze and Doom did a really good job, but B-Boy was kind of like, it felt like our only hope. He was like quietly having a good game in this Sivir game, quietly having a good game in game 2 on the Jhin, but the rest of the map seemed so cooked that it didn't feel like they were really going to be able to get anything. And yeah, I just didn't like the draft.
Yeah, I think they panicked when they saw the Seraphine lock in. Because they're thinking, oh, well, we're just kind of screwed then, because even if they have, if they pick Nautilus and then have contracts, camp on bottom side, if Doom also matches, then like Ashe Seraphine, is going to get a ton of value. Then it's on jungles to track each other and match each other. But I think that's why they kind of panicked. But then it also kind of screws over their comp for later. Because if you don't have that Nautilus for your engage, they really struggled later. And this game 3 was the progression in the series where I was really like, oh, they are going to lose this series now. Like Shopify are going to lose this series now after game 3. Because game 1, was close. And then I was like, oh, Red made what I felt like was a pretty big blunder. And then game 2, I was like, oh, I was worried, but I was kind of like chalking it up. Maybe it's just York type of thing. Game number 3 really brought me down to earth, because like, wow, that is a really smart draft from Red. And they played it super well too. Mm-hmm. They were so controlled in this game. They just kept on moving up on Sejuani and Ashe timers. And Rebella was really good with his Ashe arrows. They were constantly getting picks. They were cycling their engages. And it just, felt like Shopify were trying to like, scale or something, but they just kept like waiting and never had the tools or took the opportunity to make their way into the game. And so like their gold graph was pretty steady and up to the side of Red here. And I felt like that this game really did reflect some good like thought and control on their side, in addition to just the playing well in lanes from the very beginning.
Yeah, definitely. I liked seeing this Ashe Seraphine combo, because Ashe got buffed this last patch, and this was something that I think the last time we saw it was like Furia playing it in first stand, and it was something that they pulled out, and it just, to me, it seems like a really strong bot lane combo. And I guess theoretically, it's punishable, but I haven't really seen it get hard punished. I definitely didn't like the like Karma pick. I feel like you would pick something like Seraphine into Karma, where, like Karma is a lane bully. She's really good against things that don't have sustain or, the ability to fight back properly. But Ash Surfing, I don't know. It seems like a lane that just stat checks you because I was, coasting with Double Lift and he really likes this lane too. And I was asking, like, why don't you just pick something like Blitzcrank into it? And he said even like hard engaged supports aren't that good in this lane because they're not trying to like poke you down or like out sustain you. They just kind of like stat check you and win the all in. So maybe Nautilus with like a jungle camp could have worked better, but it seemed like a strong lane to me.
The 2v2 is super hard. I think that you basically need to get jungle involved unless you're going to cook some like really crazy support to try to win, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like picking Karma knowing you're going to lose lane it seems like one of the worst things you can do.
Yeah. That's why I was saying I hated the draft. Like that's your fifth pick on red side. You're going red side and that's your fifth pick is Karma.
I think they panicked when they saw the strong Ash Surfing lane.
Yeah, and so I would definitely like to see more of this Ash Surfing combo because it seems so annoying.
The Seraphine
and dude,
interaction as well with Ash passive.
Yeah, you just instantly get a root, and if you shoot the double E, you get the stun. And all of these team fights too, because this was actually one where, a lot of the time you want to balance your team comp out so that the other team doesn't get like too much merc trade value, right? Yep. But even with Shopify having merc trades on everyone, they had like cleanse on Sivir, they had a Mikhail's rush. They couldn't move. Every single fight, Poppy would walk up, and maybe it's just because they were so behind, but like, I don't know. This did not look balanced. They were just like shoot them with an Ash ult into like a Seraphine stun, Sejuani ult, Talia flip them back, and they were just dying through full CC chains. And part of that I was thinking was like, okay, some time ago they removed like Legend Tenacity and Unflinching and like all those like really, really crazy tenacity stacking options. And so even with Mertrez, it's like maybe not enough. You just have so much CC like this. Yeah. So like, I don't know. That did not look fun at all to play against.
I felt like the Talia is what really brought the whole comp together, and Kaze played super well. Mm-hmm. And because like even with when they had Merc Treads, he was close enough for when if Sejuani or Asher landed, then he would always like seismic shove you back in. And then like you're saying, yeah, you have tenacity, but it's the rock stun and all of these other like 7,000 stuns. Literally everybody on that team can stun you. And so when they got the first pick and then they would seismic shove and like create the distance, I feel like they got their kill on whichever person stepped up at that point. And it was one of those games where I was like, wow, yeah, Shopify just felt like they were losing the entire time. Yeah. And yeah, Red definitely deserved it. They were.
Yeah, they felt that way, and it was also correct. Game 4 was one of the craziest individual performances I've seen in a game in a long time, though. B-Boy set the all-time record for DPM in a game. It was 1858 or something like that. 1850 something. I can't remember the final number. And it's crazy. He did almost 43% of the team's damage with the Ziggs on his team, who did a lot of damage. Yeah. So this one was, even with that, it still felt hard to win. And them having the Pike, and I know a lot of the South community was like, not happy with their draft in this one.
Okay, I think Red's bot lane trolled so hard with their picks, specifically the Pike. Because when I was watching this draft, I thought Shopify was kind of headshot. Because, B-Boy went absolutely insane on Ezreal this game and somehow made him look
tank damage, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm like, okay, you have Skarner, Cho'Gath, and you're up against an Ezreal Ziggs. The whole time for Shopify, I'm like, pick something that does % damage. Like, they locked in early Cho'Gath, Skarner. I think their first 3 was their top side. Cho'Gath, Skarner, Victor. It's like low damage, very beefy team. So I'm like, okay, pick some tank killing champs. Anything, like Brand Jungle, screw it. Like just someone who does % damage. They didn't really do that. But they somehow made it work. And I don't know. I think Red's bot lane was so unbelievably useless this game. I don't know about Zeri as a champ. Sometimes she looks okay. Sometimes she looks completely useless. But the Pike here, when I saw that, I was like, dude, what? These guys are just trying to have fun at this point. And in game, oh my lord. Their bot lane was just getting gapped so hard. It was really the B-Boy show. Maybe they haven't seen an Ezreal like that. But
I don't think a lot of people have seen Ezreal like that.
Yeah, that was really an absolutely insane performance.
And it was just straight from the early levels of lane phase. You could tell he was playing with confidence because even in the first level 2 and level 3 trades, he was moving up into the Pike's face when he would be drawing back Bone Skewer, and he would confidently arcane shift it every single time and arcane shift it forward, knowing he can then chase the pike afterwards too. And it was just like, he was not only in Frosty's head about like as far as the engages were going, but he was like stomping too. So yeah, he was playing so incredibly confident on the Ezreal from lane phase. And then when they also, focus on that lane and started getting him ahead, he absolutely, carried this game and won it for them. And that's multiple done this. So that's why I, in the AD carry, voting and stuff, I was, I felt justified. I had voted before this game, of course. But
the problem is,
did you feel
the
justified in game 5?
I was gonna say you might have to rescind that vote after game 5 because oh my God, B-Boy used all of his power in game 4. He had nothing left.
I really wonder,
that was so reportable.
If they knew that, so this is Yunara on the patch where it had been nerfed, but then there was a hotfix buff. The hotfix buff wasn't on Tournament Realm.
Yeah, I literally groaned when they locked it in on Champ Select. I was literally groaning and be like, no, it's so nerfed.
This was the 44% win rate Yunara or whatever it was. It was lowest win rate champion in the game before the hotfix buff. And I really wondered, did they know that this was pre-hotfix buff? Because it was so Omega nerfed and the early lane is so trash. And they just couldn't do anything in the 2v2. I mean, this game was over so fast that watching it was super depressing.
Dude,
it was everything went horrible. I don't know.
Leona was not laning. At level 2, she went mid. Palafox was actually kind of stomping lane, which, I think Cassio is a pretty good matchup into Ahri. But Leona comes mid, sits on a ward. Palafox has to, back up, lose pressure. Then he recalls, comes mid from top side, puts down a ping, and then just sits there for a solid minute. And if I was Palafox, I would be so tilted. They actually did a really good job avoiding the deaths early, but it just wasn't enough because then if I'm mid lane and I'm getting camped by the enemy support and I'm panning top, watching my bot lane lose 2v1 to the MF, it's all right, let's just open because
every lane lost.
There has to be a cost to Leona not laning, right? Your AD carry should be losing out, but he's not only losing out, he's winning. And the Yunara was so unbelievably useless the whole game. Yeah, this is just a fearless thing, right? It's I guess we just lose.
They could. There's so many pictures.
Jinx, Aphelios, Caitlyn.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean they were forced into it, but I'm just saying I think sometimes in fearless, people end up with bad drafts just because the constraints add pressure to them and they just kind of mess it up.
They also banned Smolder Senna when they could have just picked either of those on 4.
Yeah,
which I thought was crazy.
Yeah.
I thought they were gonna go Smolder, Senna, Jinx. One of those 3 was what I was thinking, something along those lines. So I was really surprised that they not only banned those 2, then picked the Yunara, which is worst champion in the game on that patch. I mean, it wasn't just about that, but Bivoy and Seos were the only lane that was consistently doing well the whole series. And then this one was a total disaster for them in the bot lane. I didn't like anything about this game. They just got clapped. Yeah. But I mean, you have to give so much credit to Red Canids. I think they played really, really well. Again, they were super proactive. You talked about Frosty moving everywhere. Doom and Kaze were everywhere as well.
Kaze is, I think Kaze
and Nocturne, they were smurfing.
Kaze was my MVP this series.
Easily.
He looked so good. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Every single game, it just all the plays he was making. Every time the camera was on him, he was just doing something good. So. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him play more.
Super nice guy. You guys should check out Pros if you haven't watched it already. He was on there.
My favorite part about this series for Red is how much all these players they really appreciated it and it meant to them. Talking about Pros, Kaze on that talked about how much it really meant from for him to make this happen because. He's not Brazilian, he's Argentinian, and he had to go through tier 2 again to show that he deserves his spot in tier 1. And for Doom and for Rebello as well, getting promoted up from tier 2 to tier 1, on their minds, a lot is proving that they deserve tier 1. And all these players, it does mean so much, taking down an LTA North team. And, proving that the South players, there's lots of talent there too. And it just they really did, it meant a lot to them, and it's such a cool story for them with like just this split, getting promoted up from tier 2 and finding all the success, and they added Talkers as coach as well, who is a longtime player, and he finds immediate success as well. So while it felt really bad for Shopify, the other side of the story is how happy they were, to get their victory, and how much they're looking forward to playing 100 Thieves. And, a lot of the South players were saying ahead of time too, they're like, oh, well, 100 Thieves is like the Northern Red Canids team, with how, aggressive and how they play, and how they focus a lot, on their mid lane and jungle. And so that also made me super excited for the next matchup, to see Kaze, versus Quid. Like you're talking about, like Kaze was absolutely smurfing. He's looking really crazy. So it's going to be really fun to see him versus Quid.
They also had a very similar like lower bracket run. They had that kind of thing going for them too. But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy for Kaze to a couple months ago have been in tier 2 in LTA South, and it's like people had always considered LTA South to be much weaker than the North, right? And it's like you're tier 2 there, you're not even tier 1, and then a couple months later you're winning the first best of 5 that this region has won against another region since, I want to say it was 2016 was what I had read. So like it hadn't happened in forever, right? And it's like 3 of your players are in tier 2. Couple months later, you're doing something that your region hasn't done in like a decade. I might be getting the year a little bit wrong, but it's that era. So pretty crazy. Really, really impressive series for them. Definitely very happy for them. Obviously sad for us, but we've got to get the second world slot.
Let's move on. Yeah,
we got to get the second world slot.
Looking forward to the series that we're gonna have this weekend. We're like, oh yeah. We get to see the number 1 seeds play, but yeah. The real pressure everyone's thinking about is 100 Thieves versus Red. Yeah. Because if 100 Thieves
loses,
then we'll be down to 1 slot. Like
that's so depressing.
Yeah.
I will actually cry. I will be in tears. I will for sure be crying. That
would be so depressing to go from 3 world slots to 1.
Thankfully, though, I feel so confident in how 100 Thieves have been playing. Red definitely look very good and very impressive. So I'm excited for the series. I feel
like 100 Thieves were less clean in the paint series, though.
I don't know. Maybe I'm delusional, but I feel like so confident. I just feel like River
they did just 3-0 Shopify. They stomped Shopify, and this was a close series. When I was watching that series, I agree with you. When I was watching that series, I was thinking 100 Thieves should slap either team, whoever wins. Like, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I don't know, man. The more I think about it, the more nervous I get.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves, their early games were not very clean, even against Pain. Like, they were kind of getting behind most of those. So
yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I feel like they played a lot worse against Pain than they did against Shopify the previous weeks and stuff. So if you look at how Red played, if you put Red in some of the positions that Pain were in that series, I think that Red wins. So that's what made me really nervous when I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh crap, like that game 2, if Red is playing that, I think they win from there for sure. Like they just seemed like they were playing really well. So
yeah,
I mean, I'm really, really, really hoping, but oh my god,
I think Quid's gonna do a lot better than Palafox did.
River as well. Contracts did not have a good series.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm confident in Quid for sure. I think that like even just watching, like I think Kaze played really well, but watching Palafox, like he was not having a good series at all. Like a lot of the mistakes he was making were kind of like just
unforced.
Yeah, they were unforced errors. He was just like doing some crazy stuff. So I mean that's kind of like the cope, I guess. It's like, oh, Red Cannons, they beat Shopify when they weren't playing well. Like it's whatever. It'll be fun, probably.
Should be a super exciting one. A lot is on the line. So yeah, everyone is going to be nervous coming in, but you gotta battle those dark thoughts, Azael.
I'm battling. I'm trying.
I feel really confident, really good. I just feel like, yeah, Quid River.
Quiver will save us.
Quiver has not let me down since last year Worlds.
Since they were the first team to ever get knocked out in play-ins in NA history. Since that catastrophic loss to an LLA team, which then lost to a CB1 team.
Oh,
They haven't let us down.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. The other thing that was making me nervous is that all the LTA South people were saying how they felt like Red was really not in good shape and played really poorly in that series and blah, blah, blah. And the Red people were saying, we didn't have much time to practice because Kaze had some visa issues prior to coming. So he said he didn't have a lot of time to prepare and stuff. So I was like, oh, crap. Like, what if they're going to play better? But no, I mean, I still do feel confident. Like I said, when I was watching that series and I was trying to be logical about it, I felt like 100 Thieves, when it was 2-2, I was like, I think 100 Thieves would smack either of these teams. Is kind of how I felt. Of course, there is still that scary feeling of like, well, what if 100 Thieves just plays bad? Then they could definitely lose, right? But that's always going to be the reality. These teams have gotten a lot better. I think LTA South has improved a lot, and they deserve the credit for that. When you look from split one, we 8-1 them, and it didn't look like any of their teams were competitive. To MSI, them going almost Furia, almost beating G2 in a best of 5. And then here, they get a win against Shopify. Yeah, it's not our number 1 team. It's their number 3 team, but still deserving of a lot of credit for that. But hoping.
What if Quid picks Lee Sin mid?
I mean, he might if it's game 4 or game 5. He did Viego mid. He did Lee Sin mid.
That's I think that's the thing I'm most scared about. I mean, I guess with any team, but like some teams just have this tendency to pick some really, really sketchy stuff in draft, and that kind of horrifies me. I'm like, I get it's fearless. You gotta like, you want to catch the other team off guard, but like, please,
you don't want the game 5 world.
Please
slot
play something that
Lyon,
makes
Lee
sense.
Sin mid.
It's like if you won a scrim with this pick because the other team didn't know what your champion did and you got 20 kills, like that's not an indicator that you should be playing that on stage. Like that's not gonna happen. Let's be reasonable here, guys. So I'm just hoping we don't see any like scrim picks come out like Viego release in mid, because like that stuff is not good. Like, it's not good.
Don't over focus on the melees.
Melees are fine. Like Galio, Silas, Akali, Yone, there are melee champs you can play, but junglers, mid lane, I don't know about that. I think maybe leave them in the jungle.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you could pick apart some of those games too, because like there's a lot of points where he plays individually well, but you always have to think, how are we incorporating this, and how does it change how our team plays later?
And I mean, the level 1 for the Lee Sin game, like
he doesn't have
was
flash.
So cooked. He lost flash and had to TP to lane at level 1 when he got invaded. On. I'm not saying
no. He did not get invaded on. He walked into 3 people in the enemy tri-bush and tried to 1v3 them as Lee with E-start. And so when I see that, I'm just like, dude, you're not trying to win. That was such a criminal thing to do. Like, what was that? So just don't pick it.
Would it make
play something you're good at?
Would it make you feel better if he would do that on any other champion also? So maybe it wasn't a
no, that made me feel really bad.
What if Kaze picks Lee Sin mid? Is he then allowed to play Viego mid?
No, you play something normal and
you just play something normal and just win for free.
Accept your world spot.
No deal.
Okay,
just get some worlds.
Well, that one is actually going to be Sunday, even though we talked about it first, because the world slot is definitely weighing on my mind. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Saturday is going to be Fly versus Vivocade Stars. We get to see the debut of the Brazilian number 1 seed here in the North, so that should be fun. Of course. Even Boal and all the LTA South people are like, we feel like we're getting closer to the North, but not FlyQuest though. But not FlyQuest though.
But FlyQuest with Gakkos.
Exactly. FlyQuest with Gakkos is the real question. They looked a lot worse. Both games they play with them, they're 1-1, but both games Gakkos did not look good. I don't think that is, like Gakkos is trash or anything like that. He's a very young player and he's had basically no stage games with the team, right? So I think it's fair to have some tough opening games and like not, just being roasted for that or anything along those lines. But of course, it does make me nervous on how they will perform on stage with him in a very important series here. I still feel like the rest of the team is so solid and should be, pretty heavily favored.
I'm a little worried. I'm most worried, even though there is the Gakkos sub situation, I'm actually most worried for mid lane. Because Quad has had some games this split that really were just straight up not good for lane phase.
Yeah.
And Mieru, everybody, I talked to some of the English co-streamers, official co-streamer casters as well. And they were really hype on Mieru as well, best mid laner. And he has been performing extremely, extremely well. So I could see, some problems pop up there. RMC, the caster I was talking to, was also talking about how their jungle support, they have Trimby, and they talked about Trimby doing a lot of shot calling, how they're good with, moving around the map and macro. So I think that'll be a cool matchup with Inspired and Busio, because obviously we have supreme confidence in Inspired and Busio as just being, the very best at their positions.
I think they're the best in the West in both their roles.
Yeah, so I do feel that makes me feel really confident in FlyQuest.
Nice
but
and cozy. In their strong arms.
Yeah, after seeing the how big of a solo lane difference in the Shopify series, how that can manifest.
Quad is not Palafox.
For sure.
Quad gap Palafox too.
For sure, but just bringing up the points there. Miro is good.
He is really good. I'm not sure if it's Mireu, because I remember being told that we had to
do it both ways.
And then I've also been told that it's Miru. So I don't really even know.
We just go Miru? Because that's more straightforward.
I was told that it's Vivo Cade stars, but then when I talked to all the LTA South players, even the ones that are on the team, they all call it Keed.
And then there's also the Titan versus Chiton.
Versus Teton.
So part of it, I think, is that then people who speak both English and Portuguese then they
Anglicize it for us?
Yeah, they convert it to what they think is easier for us. So maybe we should do that. But then
I'll take it. I'll take the Anglicized.
Yeah. So version. Should we just say like the whitest version?
Titan and Miru.
Titan. There you go.
Who knows? But
yeah. So okay, for this episode though, we'll say Miru.
Sure. Yeah. So he was on the other thing I think a lot of people are forgetting is it's like there's been a lot of up and down in the LTA South, right? Yeah. Isris won split 1, but then at the start of their split 2 in their like positioning phase or whatever it was called, like basically their little regular season thing, they were literally 8th out of 8th. And then after being first place, so bizarre. And then they ended up finishing like 5-6 or something in playoffs. And then we have split 2, and Furia is the top dog. Then they don't even get to the top 3 in split 3, right? Like there's been all this up and down.
Yeah, their downfall is crazy.
But Miru was on Isris when they were first, then leaves the team, joins Vivo Keed, and now they're first in third split. So it's like he is actually the guy in the South that has done the best of any player in the South as far as results, right? Because he was on 2 different teams and both of them got first, across the 3 splits. So I think that is pretty cool and worth mentioning. And yeah, he's a really talented, aggressive player, right? Like he can play those melee champs. He likes to play that style, and I think he's excellent at it. So I definitely think we cannot be overlooking him by any means. I feel like he is the clear star on the team to me. I think their bot lane is definitely solid. I think that they have strong players, but to me, the star of the show is Miru. It's about this mid lane, and so I agree. That is where eyes have to be, and we have to think, hopefully Quad has a good series. I think that Quad did look better in the best of 5 stage than he did earlier in split 3, because I agree he definitely wasn't as strong, and I think just this year in general he wasn't as strong as last year. I don't really know why that is, but I do think he kind of took a step back. But that being said, Cassio just got buffed. Like that helps. And I do think one of the other things that was interesting was going into the Shopify series. I think I was interviewing Fudge, I want to say, but I might be misquoting. But it was one of the Shopify people I was interviewing or talking to, and they were kind of saying that basically they felt like the weakness on Shopify was Quad, because when he's having a bad game, like they don't help him and they don't play around him kind of thing. And then in that series, I remember he was getting a lot of help and a lot of attention from his team. And so I felt that was kind of interesting that the team had maybe kind of identified the same thing that other teams had and kind of made that adjustment. So I do have faith that it's like, hey, even if, Miru is looking strong, as long as you don't have a shocking series, you've got Busio and Inspired on your team. Like, they can help you out. You know what I mean? They can paper over a lot of issues. And hopefully there's not going to be a lot of those there, because, of course, Gatkos is also going to be a question mark, and he may need some help too. So I think it's definitely going to be much more of a question than I expected, because I have, I just don't know how Gakkos is going to perform in a best of 5. It's like he's played 2 games total. Now he has to play the whole best of 5. He's going to know that. And it's a really big opportunity for him. I mean, if he comes in and he plays great and they just smack him, then it's like, hey, you're really arguing that you should get more time on the team. You should get more of a slot. But also, likewise, if you come in and your team gets smacked and you look horrible, then everyone's just going to be talking about, well, it's just because of Gakkos, right? It's just because of this guy. And I feel like that is going to set him back in his career because he will get much less playing time versus Bwipo if he has a really bad series.
Yeah, definitely. I think it might even be less pressure on him this time, though. So I feel like it might be a better situation for Gakkos because, I mean, first of all, it's not an elimination match. You're already in Worlds. But then also at the same time, it's not like every other time Gakkos has played, they've just been putting him in games where like they can afford to lose and just being like, do your best, let's see what happens kind of deal. And then Whipple will come in if there's trouble. But now it's more like, okay, we can't use Bwipo. You're in no matter what. And it's not because like, you necessarily, I don't want to say like he doesn't deserve to be in or whatever, but like it's not because he's better than Bwipo. It's just because like Bwipo did some crazy shit and he can't play. So it's like, they have to use Gakkos. So it's more like a necessary thing. So I think there might be less pressure on him because he's not trying to prove like, because that's the thing that happens with, like I've talked about it before, but like when there's the academy system versus the main team, it's like when the tier 2 player is in, they, try too hard sometimes to like impress or whatnot, where now it's like, just do your job. So I think it'll be a good test for him.
Hopefully he looks at it as an I get to play instead of an I have to play. I feel like, I feel like he will have a good mindset about it too. Whenever I see him and talk to him in here when he's in the studio and he comes in as sub, he always seems like, very good mental, like good attitude and stuff. So I think he's got a good head on his shoulders and, he's hungry. And all right, do we say Boal?
Boal is what he I asked him.
We'll check on every day. Boal was talking about scrimming versus him in the past and playing versus him and having some respect there as well. I was gonna say one of the biggest things that people haven't talked about too much is that all of these South players watch FlyQuest a lot, and they have watched a lot of tape of FlyQuest.
Yeah,
I would be willing to bet almost anything that the FlyQuest players have only just now started watching. Keyed games, Keyed, whatever we're gonna. I guess we'll go Keyed until we get told to do differently. So they talked about really looking up to these FlyQuest players and especially Inspired. And they were like, even including South players talking about the most valuable player of the year award.
Yeah, the Kia player of the year.
They were like, yeah, we would vote for Inspired as well. So there is, they both have a ton of respect for FlyQuest but that also means they've watched a lot of your tape, and so when you're like the team at the top and everyone's like watching you, studying you, how do we defeat you? That might be another.
You're in everyone's crosshairs for sure. I mean, that is the team that everyone's studying. I mean, like you're referencing the thing on pros, but they also said that it's like, this is the team. They're like, they basically said they're like the kings of North America. So it's like, that is the team that you're going to study. Obviously they're also watching, Genji and whoever, but this is the best team in the West, and the LTA South players know that. That is the team that everyone is trying to learn from. In some ways, it's people feel like, oh, if FlyQuest can do it, then we can do it. More so than like if Genji can do it, we can do it, right? So people kind of feel like, oh, this is the team we need to be learning from because they have shown that they can compete with the Genji, even though they don't have Korean solo queue, even though they don't have, this like massive, pool of players, like the LPL does that they can pull from and so on and so forth. So I think people are kind of trying to learn from them. And I agree. It does mean that FlyQuest is going to know way less about Vivo Kid than they are about FlyQuest. They're going to have watched way more games. So it's going to be interesting. I'm still... All this being said, even with the question marks about Gakkos, I mean, if it was Bwipo, I would feel confident it's a 3-0 no matter what. With Gakkos, I could see them losing games, but I definitely think we're going to win the series, and I still feel like overall at the end of the day, I expect 100 Thieves to be able to take down to take down Red Cannons as well.
Get that fear out of your eyes,
I
buddy.
still got some fear.
Yeah, I mean,
Fingers crossed.
I think it's interesting looking because with FlyQuest, to me, they feel like, the most complete team that we've had. And I mean, I don't even think it's much of an opinion. They just kind of are.
Yep.
And when we talked to Inspired a while back, he said they kind of modeled themselves after Gen G, just trying to be efficient. So I don't know if they're necessarily a team that you can watch games of and be like, okay, like here are their weaknesses, here how so we can exploit them or whatever. Because I think they just kind of...
They're really solid.
Yeah, they're solid. I think the only times to me that I've really seen like cracks in their play is on like, I think certain players and certain champions don't go that well for them. And like the two that come to mind would be like Inspired Xin Zhao, even though like he's won almost all of his Xin Zhao games, he dies a lot on that champion, which is rare for him, right? It's like, his standards are really high. So that's something. And then I think quads to Leah, which that actually was their one loss to 100 Thieves when they played earlier, was those two champs. But I had kind of been feeling that way even before then. So I think like maybe you can, get a win or two against them if you draft really well and maybe put them on things they're less comfortable on, something like that. But I think most of the time this team's just super, super solid.
Yeah.
And I don't know where I would attack them if I was trying to play against them. I think you just have to like.
I mean, I would be thinking about top lane for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Gakko's definitely
try to put a ton of pressure on a 17-year-old player who's like, this is the first time he's going to be starting a series in his career in Tier 1, right? To me, that's like, that would be the game plan 100%. And especially when you look at, like, in the game that they won, he got solo killed at least once. And then the game they lost, he got caught a number of times and kind of, was punishable. So I feel like I would be trying to pile pressure onto this guy who has 2 games total of Tier 1 experience and is a 17-year-old. So I feel like that is the obvious game plan. Whether or not they will go for that remains to be seen, but that's how I would be thinking about it. I would be thinking about try to get this guy into a really uncomfortable position, try to make him nervous, throw bans at him, and try to get, Boal in really good matchups, and have Disamis, I'm not actually sure exactly how you say that, up there and trying to punish him.
Every player in their org is just trying to be hard for you to pronounce.
But should be a really fun weekend. I will say, as sad as I am that one of our teams dropped, Red Canids were super deserving. They straight up outplayed them. It's a best of 5, so there's no excuses. You had all the opportunities to beat them, and they were the better team. So congratulations to them. And it does make this final weekend, I think, a lot more exciting. Obviously, final weekend before you guys go to Texas. So should be a lot of fun. I'm excited for it. So thank you everyone for watching this episode of The Dive, driven by Kia. I hope you enjoyed the awards that did get presented here, the Kia All Pro teams, as well as Kia Rookie of the Year. Pretty hype. And that is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The LTA playoffs return this Saturday, September 20th at 1 p.m. Pacific. FlyQuest is going to be taking on the Vivo Keyed Stars. We will see you there.
Welcome, everybody, to the LTA waiting room for the Cross Conference Playoffs Week 2. And welcome, ThinkCard, who's joining us from Furia. Now, you were in LA for a long time. You're currently living in Brazil, but how's it feel to be back in LA right now?
It feels good. Honestly, I miss LA. When I was driving in, I was like, oh, I actually miss this place.
Yeah? Oh, you drove in?
While I was in Uber.
Okay. Driving
Yeah, he drove from Brazil.
Crazy.
He drove from Brazil. It's an amphibious car.
Hopped in a lift, yeah. Well, we're happy to have you here, at least on the show. You're going to be hanging out with us all day to give your thoughts on the teams because we get to pick your brain. You got to compete against VKS, who we will be watching today. But let's take a look at the bracket because we have a lot of other storylines to catch up on, specifically the lower bracket runs and the teams that are still fighting down there to see who's going to be at least going to challenge the championships. We have 100 Thieves versus Red. The loser of that will be going home. The winner will continue on. And then FlyQuest versus VKS.
Going into this bracket, ThinkCard, I'm curious to get your thoughts on what you thought of the first two cross-conference matchups we had, because it felt like 100 Thieves, Pain went about as I expected. Red SR was an absolute bloodbath.
I think Red is going to surprise a lot of people, even against 100 Thieves tomorrow. That team is just so explosive. I think just in general, this whole split has just been completely unpredictable for them. No one expected them to be here. No one expected them to do well in playoffs. But they surprised everyone. In that series, they really showed they have pretty good macro. They are insanely good at skirmishing, team fighting. And they kind of outclassed Shopify in a lot of those team fights as well. So to me, I kind of knew that was a possibility. And I'm glad that they showed up and they did it in the cross-conference play.
And I want to give some flowers to you, ThinkCard, because yes, these are the first seeds that we're going to watch today, but you and your team were first seeds from last split. We actually have a look back on that, so we can help celebrate some of your big moments from the year. Talk me through what it was like coaching in the LTA South, and then also what it was like winning that championship.
It was awesome. My players are very, very hardworking. I think in general, we have very good structure. We have a good work ethic.
Celebration moment.
And I love my players as well. They're so goofy, but they work so hard. They're early in the morning. They go home really late at night. They're bringing in VODs all the time when I walk in. It's like, look at this LPL team, look at this LCK team. So
What about these LTA North teams? No FlyQuest spots? Oh, come on!
We do watch FlyQuest.
We took Genji to 5.
Yeah, we do watch FlyQuest. FlyQuest is very, very good.
Thank you, thank you.
But in general, I love the group of guys. There's no one I thought was more deserving of them based on the effort they put in. I'm glad that we were able to get rewarded with a championship.
I also want to give credit for pushing G2 to 5 games at MSI, so thank you for doing that. How does it feel after doing that and now seeing also Brazil taking a series off of the North just last weekend? What do you think about kind of the parity and power level between North and South compared to what it was in Split 1?
Yeah, it feels good. I think it's very obvious Split 1, there was a huge difference. Our macro was way behind down in the South, our team fighting too, but after getting kind of that wake-up call and having FlyQuest and all these teams come down in the first cross-conference play, the entire region really leveled up a lot. And we saw that kind of at international play when we, Furia, were able to go to international tournaments, but then we saw it again in Split 3. So it's something that just every split, you can really see how fast the South is improving and how fast they're going to be able to compete with the North and maybe other teams internationally as well.
All right, and I also want to give credit for a lot of the mentality from the South teams, because I hear once you were eliminated from playoffs, you immediately started helping out with the teams competing here in the North for the cross-conference playoffs. So you actually got to work a little bit with VKS, right?
Yeah, I worked with VKS. I went in person into the office. They welcomed me in. They welcomed all the inputs I had to kind of help them as a team.
Nice.
And I honestly always like doing that. I'm surprised that more coaches don't do that. You get to kind of see an entire new system and learn from them, and they get to learn from you. It's really mutual benefit. So.
Yeah, it's a
great.
collaborative effort, right? Everyone working together. So awesome to see that. Another thing on everyone's minds is the Kia All-Pro. We have our announcement for LTA North Kia All-Pro first team. So Bwipo inspired Quid, Masu, and Busio all taking first team All-Pro. Second team All-Pro, Thanatos, River, Quad, Jan, and Vulcan.
Yeah, I think second and third team is where it got a lot more interesting because clearly FlyQuest were by far the best team, this split. But beyond that, it became much more of a mix. So it was cool to see representation from a lot of different squads. Ayla, I don't think he had ever won All-Pro before, so cool to see him on there. Fun to see a lot of Shopify representation. So, a lot of different players getting a nod, and I felt like it was a pretty good representation of how the split went. in a weird voting kind of, I don't know, scenario, because we had never had best of fives be part of it. But since our regular season technically included all those best of fives, we basically had our North Conference playoffs be part of All Pro. So it was an interesting experience voting for that.
Yeah, I also think it was super interesting how mid lane ended up, because going into last week, I remember they were saying how close it was, that the fan vote for the first time was essentially going to be the tiebreaker,
It could be the tiebreaker,
between Loki, Quid, and Quad. So that was super interesting to me to see that Quid ended up winning out. I think obviously he's been playing spectacularly well in 100 Thieves like comeback. So that was really cool to hear as well, just because of how close that mid matchup was.
And we also have a lot of All Pros represented here for VKS. And in today's series, we just saw the Fly roster, but we also do have all of the VKS All Pros as well. Of course, Gakkos is subbing in. He only played 2 games with the team, so he is not, represented in All Pro. But everyone from Vivo Keed is in All Pro.
His portraits are always hilarious.
Well, the only one to not make first team. Do you feel like these were a fair representation? That these were kind of like best of the best, or do you think it's maybe not quite represented right?
I think I agree with some of it. I do. There's definitely a bit of a bias. I mean, we see it in every region. When you get first place, it's like, oh, they must have all the best players, and some of it has to be teamwork. Like, it can't just be every single year the best team has all 5 best players or 4 out of 5 best players in every role. I do agree with some of them, though. I do think it's a very talented squad, so I don't want to take anything away from them. They do have a lot of talent.
We also have Kia Player of the Year coming up. Of course, we're not announcing that just here, but we are going to talk about it a little bit. Curious to get your perception. In my mind, the 2 big candidates, my one from the North and my one from the South, would be Inspired and Miru.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I agree. I think Miru is insane. We saw last split when he was on Isurus, they were 3rd, and then he left Isurus, they went to like 7th or 8th, and then now he's on Keed. Keed went from 6th to 1st. Like, this person clearly has an impact on the team he's on. He's very talented. He has insane DPS numbers, and Inspired's Inspired. Everyone knows about Inspired. This guy is absolutely insane. Not much to be said about him. He's just the leader of the team, the best team in the West, in my opinion. Just an absolute talent to have around.
I think the argument for Inspired is so easy to make just because of what he's been able to accomplish, not only domestically, but also the argument of he's just one of the best, if not the best Western player right now. Like, he's up in that conversation. It's like Caps maybe is the competition right now with Inspired. You don't think so? No?
I think that the best Western players to me are Busio and Inspired, and I don't think it's much of an argument anymore. I think with how FlyQuest dominated G2 internationally, I don't think you can argue current form. I'm not talking about like greatest Western all time, because that's Caps, and I don't think that's an argument either.
Sure,
but I think if you're talking current day, I don't think you can make that argument until Caps is able to kind of do something more than what we've seen the last couple years.
Yeah, fair enough. He's got to beat Inspired at an international
There you go.
Hasn't done that in a while, right? But I'm happy you bring up Busio, because Emily, I know that we've talked a lot about like who else, if it's not Inspired from the North, it's like the obvious candidate. Busio is kind of that other name that comes up, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really hard to go up against Inspired as like player of the year long. Yeah. I think if it was a split MVP, Busio would definitely be my split MVP for the North. I think his improvement is insane. The fact that he's so much more aware and out on the map allows and like kind of unlocks another level from Inspired specifically, depending on how he wants to play jungle. And so I think that is like his improvement is insane and also just such a benefit to the team as a whole.
Absolutely. And if you guys weren't already aware, there is going to be a big roster change for FlyQuest today, because due to comments made on his stream, Fly have suspended Blippo for this series. Gakkos will be subbing in for all 5 games. So, regardless of how they're doing, Blippo is not going to be coming back in. That is my understanding. So a lot of pressure on Gakkos here. He has only played 2 games with the team. You have to know as Gakkos, if you come in and you smurf and you play a really good series, you might get more opportunities. And if you come in and you get absolutely smashed and your team loses a series, likewise, I think it's going to be probably less likely that you get back in again soon.
Yeah.
And I want to reintroduce everyone to Gakkos by just doing this is year-long. Also, imagine Ambessa is here, because that's a shared champ between these two. But basically, like, I just wanted to point out some of their champ pool differences.
Give my boy
here.
Gakkos the Rumble.
Yeah, he's played 2 Rumble games this year.
100% play rate in the North.
Rumble is for both of them.
No.
Okay.
Gakkos has played 100% of his games on Rumble, so.
Yeah,
Only
I mean,
50%
Rumble
win rate.
has been the thing that he has played.
Wait, who's got Karma top lane? Oh, that's Gakkos.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, so I
No,
mean,
not
I know.
let's go. I don't want him to
You
play
don't want to
that.
play? You don't want to garbage?
What?
I'm a Merwin fan.
on the bench. Just keep it on the bench.
Brother, you need to relax. We are not taking that garbage.
Wow. But yeah, I think like the thing I'd want to point out is, that's it, yeah. And then Ambessa is also shared. As we already pointed out, the only champ he's played in the North is Rumble. Again, this is for the entire
Won't even
year.
give him Rumble. Messed up.
We talked about how like you see the Aurelia, you see the Vayne, you see the Olaf. He also had the Karma.
That's some wacky stuff, yeah.
But then over on Boal's side, we also have the Fiora, the Camille.
Camille.
So
That's
you know,
like
you got some
Surdy's champ
spicy
pool.
picks for both of them.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because the initial thing that I've been told, when we were talking about this, and we can move over and talk about
Let's head over.
how good do we think FlyQuest is going to be with Gakkos. But when he was first coming in, what I had heard from FlyQuest was basically that they were going to be using, Gakkos as this guy that is going to have some of these like specific things that he was going to play. But it was going to be more like he's the blind picker and Bwipo was the crazy counter picker. But then last time when he came in, we kind of heard the opposite, that they were bringing in a red side and they wanted to use him as counter picker. So now I honestly don't really know what the thought process is.
Inconsistent marketing here.
I personally think that they are going to be a lot worse without Gakkos, just based on the couple games that we've actually seen with them. Bwipo is a really big voice in the team, and I think to me that is one of the biggest things. He has a tremendous amount of experience. He's able to actually start plays for them on the map, whereas Gakkos is like a 17-year-old guy with almost no tier 1 experience.
Very
it's really hard to be the voice of the team.
So this is the iceberg of FlyQuest, as you can see here. So obviously Bwipo's missing. That's what you can see at the surface. But ThinkHard, I want to get your thoughts on some of these other like less tangible things that are harder to theorize from a fan perspective, like draft creativity, split-second decision making that Bwipo offers that Gakkos might struggle with.
This one is huge.
Okay.
This a
one
lot
too,
of
I
TP plays, a lot of first turn plays, a lot of things that FlyQuest is known for. Bwipo, he does do a lot of that.
Yeah.
And communication and coordination, obviously they still have inspired, but Bwipo does a lot of that stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the big one I'm looking at for side lane pressure, like you mentioned. I also think draft creativity is huge because it's less about, can Gakkos play this, right? Because I do think he does have a big champ pool, kind of like what we pointed out. I think he is comfortable on certain carry picks. But I also think it's like, okay, how does that fit within the team? And what is the team doing? And how does it change the team dynamic? Because we already saw in his first game, he got targeted hard. And even though they won that game, they were just essentially camping top and killing him over and over again.
And also to add weight to the split-second decision-making, kind of going with the cross-map plays, I've heard people mention that even if Bwipo's behind, he still will make these decisions from a deficit that can put them in an advantageous position, and that's something that maybe we won't get as much of with Gakkos. So if you are at home and you're concerned, I'm concerned with you. I'm right there. I actually don't know. If you had said it was the original roster, I'm like 3-0. Easy for FlyQuest, but like this is actually kind of concerning that I don't know what version of FlyQuest we're gonna get. I don't know if they're gonna be able to match up to VKS, who are a very strong team.
Yeah, something that I was saying earlier when we were talking off camera though is, to me, VKS is not the team to punish the missing top laner, right?
Yes.
Like I don't think that Boal is this, dominant laning top laner that is just going to chain solo kill Gakkos and take over the game, right? And so that to me is the issue. But Kobe is standing by with Quad on stage for an interview. Let's get his thoughts.
All right, Quad. We have a bit of a different team setup for you guys today. You've been practicing with Gakkos only, I presume, for this week because he's subbing in for Bwipo. How does that change your guys' practice? Has it gone well?
Honestly, I mean, we practice just like same, but those on play style is really different. But just we practice same, yeah.
So Bwipo's known for doing a decent amount of shot calling and being a pretty big voice in the game. Does it change your in-game play style at all for the team?
I mean, that's true, but Casper already, Inspire already shot calling too. Also, I was shot calling like when I play like before in Korea. Also, I learn from Vipo a lot, like his shot calling or he makes plays like this, so maybe I can do that like his job. Also, Gakos is also really good.
Well, your singing is definitely the best on the team for sure. Now, your opponent today, Miru, is really well known for like Silas and Akali and Aurora type champions. Are you ready for his champion pool, and how confident are you?
I'm not always confident, but today I'm confident. Only I remember for Miru, like when I was rookie, like when I was like 16 or 15, I play against him when we are trained. I always win that time. Yeah, but it takes so long now. So let's see today.
All right, well, you've won in the past. What are your predictions for the series overall?
I don't know, but just I don't know. Yeah, just win. Yeah, that's all.
All right, FlyQuest win. Just win. Take it away, analysts.
That's all we need. We just need to win. We just need to win.
It's really simple.
Yeah. Awesome to hear that he had a little bit of history with Miru as well. And speaking of, Miru was a new addition to the team. We actually have a graphic here to highlight the history of Vivocade throughout the year. So this is from the end of 2024 up until this year. And you can see, started off, or ended, I guess, on a high last year. They were able to take second place in summer. Not quite first, but up there. And then going into 2025, a complete roster change, blowing up everything. And it did not work out well for them in their split one finish, 7th, 8th, basically last place right there. Now things did turn around a little bit here in split 2 as it came up. Shout out ThinkCard for taking first there, going to MSI, but still, improvement. And then Miru joins the roster, and this was a big boon for them because, boom, now LTA South champions. So Miru joining the team kind of was a catalyst for this kind of resurgence. Yes, they were already on an upward trend, but Miru was a big part of their success, ThinkCard, right?
Yeah, 100%. I hope that Quad is ready. He seems very confident. I hope he's not disrespecting Miru, because Miru right now is a different beast than maybe he was back when Quad was 15 years old.
Yeah, absolutely. Has been developing a lot, but we brought in the coach. You got to give us the scouting report now. We know you have some Telestrator stuff ready for us, so head on up, and I believe we're going to see some breakdowns. We're going to be starting with a FlyQuest clip here.
Okay,
so
FlyQuest versus
what do you want to
Shopify
highlight with
rebellions?
FlyQuest here?
Okay, so here's the thing with FlyQuest, which is we all know FlyQuest is a very calculated team. I think we have a graphic that's talking about just like where they're at 15 minutes to the game. They have really good first turn taking rating. They have very good gold. Feet, very, very important. And so when you think about FlyQuest, they're all about macro. And this clip, it might not be an exciting clip to watch, but to me, as a coach, this is everything you want from a clip.
I like how you set it up for that.
You're up 1,500 gold. There's Herald coming up. You feel like you can fight this Herald, but they're very mature. They don't have to. You don't have to do this. You can play for bot tier 1. Inspired comes all the way through. This is really nice. All the way through, makes it so that Aatrox can't stay under turret. Get first turret. They don't have to fight the Herald. They get this. They get a bot push, and then they're going to get feet. They're going to get first turret onto FlyQuest. They're going to get all their feet. They're going to get up some gold, and then they don't have to fight FlyQuest. They don't have to fight Shopify until they're up like 2,000 to 3,000 gold. So this is just a very good clip. It shows how mature they are. It shows how much they understand the game, and this is why they're so consistent. This is what the best teams in the world do. This is what Gen G does. This is what T1 does, and this is why FlyQuest is good.
I like that.
On to Keed. Keed also, very, very good team. They're a little bit more explosive. They also have very good gold at 15 minutes. They're going to be up like 500 to 600 gold. But if you're looking at their stats, they don't get first turret a lot of their games, and they don't get feed in a lot of their games. They have different priorities. They're very, very good at team fighting. They're very, very good at skirmishing, and they're very good at these really fast side lane plays. So what I want to be looking at here is they just TP'd from topside. So they just push out top Alistar and Annie, and they instantly double TP on the bot side. Desamus is farming. This is just a pure mid and support tempo, really fast play. And so it's okay, they use TPs, it happens, now what? And then you can kind of see them play it out. They stay on map, they get rid of some vision. Okay, nothing too special. But then look, Trimpy has no wards. Instead of basing for more wards, they do this super creative play into the enemy jungle. Wrap around, Miru's playing as if like no one's here, he's backing up. Another kill onto Pantheon, and these are the type of plays that completely blow up in the game. You don't really expect there to be a play, you get a kill, you play for tempo, and it's just really impressive stuff. This is another timing. Desamus is topside, he's on Herald. This doesn't stop Cade from playing aggressively at all. They're still down here. Red's coming in. They use the Akali TP. They know they're going to be down numbers, but look how much work Miru is able to do in this team fight. Instantly onto the back line. One shot's barred. Zones out this Orianna and this Jarvan from participating in the team fight. Look at him. And then they're able to win this even though it's 4v5 on the bot side of the map. This is crazy stuff. And then these are the type of plays, once again, that blow open the game. You get Herald, you win the skirmish bot side, and this last clip, really similar thing, which is Rakan's top side, Victor's top side. They know they can be outnumbered bottom. They go for a really quick play with the Trundle gank onto the Renekton. Kill this guy. All of red is going to collapse. They know they're going to collapse, but they know that they can trade 1 for 1 or maybe 1 for 0. The Samus flashes out, and now look at the map. Look at this. They're able to get mid. They already got this wave. Victor is pushing for free. He ends up getting first turret off this play. They pull all of red to the bot side. And it's just beautiful League of Legends. It's really making the most of these weak side plays. So really nice stuff from Keed. I hope that FlyQuest is ready for this type of stuff because FlyQuest, like we saw, they're very structured. They don't like to fight on bad timings. They don't expect teams to fight on bad timings. But this team, they really understand these fast timers, these fast weak side timers, and they're going to use TPs, especially if Bwipo's not here to call this stuff out. It could be explosive. It really could be explosive. So I hope that FlyQuest is really ready for this type of stuff.
Awesome.
The last thing I want to talk about is just Miru in general. Miru, this guy, is absolutely insane. I talked about it a little bit earlier. He has 27.3% of his team's damage, which is one of the highest percent damages of any mid laner in all major regions. The only one that we could find is Saint. Saint had really high damage, but it's higher than Chovy, it's higher than Quid, it's higher than all these mid laners that you think are just absolutely pumping in team fights. He is super insane, and something that he added this year is he's been known for Azir, Sylas, Akali, stuff like that, but now he's added Aurora, he's added Annie, these team facilitators that are able to really blow open the game and play with support jungle. And this is a really good example of just how much he impacts the game. And we'll just slow it down a little bit, but we're able to see Miru. He's up here, instantly flash W. A lot of people are gonna start with Tibbers, but Tibbers is a lot easier to flash than the flash W. So instant flash W gets both carries R, crazy wombo, and that completely blows open this game as well. So this guy is the playmaker. He's the guy you have to look out for. So Quad's confident, but don't disrespect Miru. Do not disrespect Miru. That is an easy way that this day goes south for you.
Yeah, you definitely cannot. We want the day to go north, not to go south. So, I mean, I think that they've played really well. You can come back and join us on the chairs. Good job. Thank you very much.
Great presentation. Quick note, I noticed you said mature play. How do you use that with your own team? Like, guys, let's be mature here. Let's give over that Herald. Let's push for the bot there.
So here's the thing. When you're a player and you close your eyes, you're thinking about playing League, you're thinking about getting a penta, you're thinking about getting a quadra, a triple. When you're a professional team and you're really, really good, you're Gen G, that's not what you're doing. Most of the time, you don't even get an opportunity for a montage. You're pushing for prio, you're playing for an extra turret, you're recalling, you're not fighting, and then you take 1 or 2 team fights that you're in a really good spot, and that's how you win the game.
It's mature League of Legends, and Kobe is standing by with a mature player on stage. He's got Trimby.
Thank you so much. All right, Trimby, I am here with you. You've got a former teammate you're going to play against today, someone you know very well. Inspired, you guys played on Rogue together, and you've both become shot callers for your team. When you were on Rogue, though, were either of you the shot callers of that team, and what was your relationship like?
In Rogue, I feel like, he was the main shot caller. There was a lot of people talking too, but I was like the freshman guy. Like I was the guy who was just following the orders / giving like the second opinions. So I did learn a lot from him, and that's why, I'm really thankful that we can even play against each other right now, today.
How has it been evolving into the shot caller on this team and being the primary one now?
For sure, as well, like getting the leader role right now, it's not been easy. I think the coach also gave me a lot of trouble, I would say, like coming from EU, getting into the Brazilian culture and everything. It was quite of a change, quite of a mix-up, and for sure not easy, especially with the results that we had, but at the end of the day we nailed it, and I'm really happy with the fact that we can manage to be here in the LTA conference and we can make things work.
And your jungler that you're playing with now, he's in the bathroom right now. He's not actually sitting over there. But Decimus, how does he compare to when you played with Inspired?
I mean, I think Inspire was well oiled at the time. I think Decimus still has like some time to like improve, since he didn't have much experience with like people that actually know the game, right? How to actually properly play. And I think last 2 years with Chris Seal as our coach, I think it helped him a lot to develop. And I think this year we also managed to help him out, make sure that he can play his game. And I think right now, if he can easily play his game, I think he can, I would say, convincingly match Inspire, you know, and make some good plays happening.
What has been your overall analysis kind of FlyQuest as a team? And have you guys been watching them recently?
For sure. I mean, we had 2 weeks to prepare in LA. We had a lot of time to prepare, and I think we got some things right going on, and I figured some tactics out. I do think FlyQuest is probably the best team in the West, but at the end of the day, right, I'm an EU representative and also right now a Brazilian representative, so if I have to be honest, I really want to stomp them if I have to, But at the end of the day, they're a strong opponent, and I don't think we're, you know, right now in a better spot. I think we're the underdogs, but I do think we're well prepared to make sure that we're gonna put on a fight.
All right, well, good luck with that. We'll send it back to the analysts.
It's great to hear from Trimby. We had him on last week, and he also touched upon the difficulty of kind of initially moving down and being expected to be such a leader for this team. As you can see here, like his
he's pointing up to Inspired.
Yeah,
I'm coming for you.
His first split was really challenging, but again, like he talked about Decimus kind of improving in his jungle role. I think a lot of what goes on with these teams is going to come down to how jungle and support are going to be able to read the map together. Trimby being the primary shot caller on Vivocade, and then by contrast, FlyQuest with Inspired and Bucio, who we've kind of been gassing up all split, as that kind of duo that really forms the backbone, especially of their early game map movements.
And I gotta say, Thinkard, you and I mentioned something earlier today before we went live, that even though it's Trimby that's kind of like the shot caller, Decimus has really high kill participation. Like he's pretty much always active for the action, right?
Yeah, Decimus actually has around 80% KP, which is really insanely high. It's higher than Inspired. That's higher than I think everyone on FlyQuest does.
Inspired is actually pretty low even for our league.
So in general, he is tied into a lot of the plays. But that doesn't mean he skips camps a lot of the time, because Vivocade, they play really, really fast. And Trimby, like you guys said, is the main shot caller. He doesn't like to wait. When he's in a spot and he knows something good, he's loud, he calls for it, and the team really trusts him. So Decimus, like, he's connected a lot of the time. I just hope that he stays efficient, because if he doesn't, Inspired's going to be looking at a 1 to 2 level difference at a certain point in the game.
All right, well, it's time then to talk about predictions here, because I think last week shook some of our confidence from the North. We did drop a series, and now with Gakkos in, you can see him on your screen there. Let's see. It's 3-1 across the board. I have a 3-2 for FlyQuest. So we all still think FlyQuest are favored here, but I don't see any 3-0s, which would have been, I think, the expectation had the roster stayed the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. To me, my confidence was not shaken at all in FlyQuest as a team, right? Okay. You know, based on Shopify losing, because I think FlyQuest is head and shoulders above all the other North teams as well. So if Bubba was playing, it would have been a 3-0 for me, like no question about it. I still think the team is so talented that even if Gakkos, you know, is not nearly as experienced, isn't going to play as well, I still expect them to comfortably take it. They just might drop a game.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I can see myself flopping sides a little bit if we see those really fast side lane plays and FlyQuest can't keep up because they don't have Bippo.
Do we have the Raz flip-flops anywhere? We got to get those ready for you, just in case you flip-flop.
Yeah, do your best Raz impression.
That is a tradition that we have here. The one thing I will say is that, I mean, this was something we showed earlier in the show, is like the first team All-Pro. Everybody from Vivocade was first team except for Boal. That is the top lane matchup for Gakkos here, obviously. So, Thinkard, do you think that, like, Boal is somebody that could at all punish Gakkos coming in here in his inexperience, or do you think that this is like, I'm overreacting thinking, oh, FlyQuest is in trouble here with his roster sub coming in?
I'm honestly not too sure. That's the thing, is none of us know. We have not seen them without Bippo that many times. So it really is a question, and none of us know the answer to it. I really think that we can't overlook the fact that Keed is also kind of happy that Boal now isn't against Bippo. So it kind of goes both ways, right? It's like he might not be able to punish, but he's also not going to be getting as punished.
Yeah.
So it really does go both ways.
I'm just looking for somebody to talk me down, somebody to reassure me that it's going to be okay.
FlyQuest are going to win.
FlyQuest are going to win?
Yes.
You think it? All right, thank you.
We all think it. We all predict it.
Yeah, true. I'm still worried.
We all predicted it. I'm curious to see specifically how the early game goes. I think cross-map play is going to be the biggest thing for me. Like, so many TP plays, as we already talked about, start with Bwipo.
All right, can FlyQuest keep up with the cross-map plays, or will VKS be able to take it? Only one thing left to do. Chat, Raz is home 6, so say it for him. Start the game already. Let's do it. Let's go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena for the LTA Cross Conference playoffs. Today is a battle between first seeds, so let's meet the competitors. Up first, representing the North Conference with a 15-2 regular season record, the reigning champs, the undisputed FlyQuest. In the top lane, Gakkos. In the jungle, Inspired. In mid lane, Quad. At AD carry, Masu. And at support, Busio.
Brasil, no seu ano de redenção, do primeiro split até o título, viva o Dignitas! Boal na rota do topo, na selva de Samis, o aniversariante do dia, Mirão, atirador Mortels e Dream Suporte!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. It is time for our upper bracket best of 5 here between LTA North's #1 FlyQuest and LTA South's #1 VKS Stars. Winner of this best of 5 goes straight to the finals in Dallas next Sunday for a chance at becoming LTA champions and the LTA's first seed heading into Worlds competition. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Jat here for this one with a very special guest, a multi-part special guest for all of the drafts today. We're going to be having ThinkCard join us. He's up here from Brazil. He's worked with a lot of their teams before. He's worked with a lot of our teams before, and he's going to be giving us the insight into these drafts. ThinkCard, welcome.
I'm super excited for this matchup. Obviously, FlyQuest the favorite, but Keed, they cannot be underestimated. I'm telling you, this team is on fire lately.
It's true, but the real reason we brought you up here is you had to draft against them. So what are the keys to shutting them down?
So, as you can see, they chose red side. They chose red side for a reason. They love counterpick on Trimby. They love getting counterpick on different lanes as well. For the most part, it is a pretty bot lane focused team. If they get ahead, they have an 81% chance of winning the game. So they're very snowbally, and it's important. That's why they chose red side.
Yeah, that's interesting. And also, they're playing against a slightly weaker FlyQuest. No Bwipo. He's serving his suspension for this best of 5. It's interesting. The one time they did sub in Gakkos this split, they said they were expecting to have red side because they wanted the counter pick, but actually Shopify had picked red side, so they had him on blue. He played Rumble. He got caught a bunch in the late game. So I think that could be another reason that Cade Stars want FlyQuest on blue here for game 1 so that Gakkos can't get a counter pick.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Gakkos has played a couple Rumble games, but of course, he's had way fewer games this split than Boal. And you were talking about, they like their counter picks for Trimby for support counter. How likely do you think a top lane counter might be in trying to attack Gakkos, the young guy on FlyQuest?
That might be a new tactic they are going to be using for today. So it's not something that they relied on throughout the split, but I could see them making some adjustments, Usually they boast that Trimby has the highest champion pool of any player. So if they have to, they can just kind of you pick this, we'll be fine. So we'll see. I could see them saving counter pick for top as well.
So he's got the biggest champion pool, and he's the shot caller, the biggest brain. A lot of pressure. We'll see. It was pretty cool talking to him before, just before the series here too, and him talking about playing with Inspired as well, because Inspired, of course, is a player that everybody has eyes on now in the entire West. A lot of people talking about him as being the best Western player, or at least the best Western jungler. And we'll get right into draft here at ThinkCard. Right out of the gate, they did ban that Aurora. That was something that you mentioned as well, as being one of these big playmaker champions for Miru.
Yeah, Miru he's so good on this champion. I'd be surprised if they ever let him touch it the entire series. And the Nico ban, they actually run some really nice Nico Nocturne and Nico Kaisa compositions. So getting rid of the Nico gets rid of that third pick Nico for Trimby. And then you see the Wukong Pantheon bans coming in. Those are just the two premier junglers at the moment. And the Rumble ban, that's the only champion we've seen him play. So get rid of the Rumble.
Makes sense.
And a first pick Azir. This is the nerfed Azir as well, but going for quad in game 1. What do you think about that?
It's a good takeaway. I'm scared of Ziggs angles, especially in LTA South. There are some Ziggs players that started just playing the champion. It's very, very strong against Azir. It's quite frustrating to play against. Azir kind of likes being the longest range champion in the game. So when Azir has to fight by moving forward, that's when it can get exposed a little bit. So they really like the Varus as well. So maybe they go for some type of Varus Ziggs composition. Very pokey, making it so that the Azir has to struggle in team fights. And the takeaway is in.
Okay, let's see. Does FlyQuest want to answer with something like a Trundle or something like that into the Xin? We'll see what they want to do as far as the AD jungles, because Jarvan is also an option that people use right now as far as the other AD jungler options. Vi's definitely dropped down quite a bit in the priority.
Yeah, I love the Trundle response. I think Trundle would be really good here. There's a lot of really good Xin players, and none of them like playing against Trundle. But the Xin is still going to be good in team fights, so let's see what they do. The Jhin, very normal answer against the Varus. You don't really want to go Sivir on blue side here, which is another good answer in the Varus, because then you're exposed to the 3-pick Alistar, right?
Yeah.
So the Jhin does make a little bit of sense. I'm really curious what jungler they lock in. I think Trundle is the clear choice, but maybe they have some priority for top lane as well that we don't know about.
Yeah, I think Sejuani could be another one that Inspired really likes playing, and then he wouldn't have to worry about a Trundle counter pick, and they're actually just throwing down the Alistar early. Now, this has been a favorite from Busio, I feel like, for most of the year. Even though Rakan was his most played in Split 3, he's definitely loved playing Alistar.
Okay, so you could get an early Trimby counter pick then, like you were talking about focusing on. So, they could go for, a very aggressive bottom lane into it.
You can go aggressive, you can go Bard. Bard has been doing really well, and it makes it so Busio can't play Bard for the rest of the series. So,
True, that is a
You got to keep those things in mind.
Yeah, so it does go both ways. He goes for Akali, Miryu, insanely good on Akali. So really excited for mid. I think Quad is honestly pretty okay with this, but Miryu, we saw some of the clips that I showed earlier. Insanely good on the Akali. They're going to go for a lot of these early skirmishes and team fights, and FlyQuest have to respect that power.
Yeah, I mean, you are making me extra nervous for mid lane matchup. I already kind of was coming into this, but then talking to Quad before the matchup, and he was like, yeah, I played against him when I was 15, and we were both trainees, and I would always win. And so I was like, okay, that sounds good.
That's a good memory.
That's what I like to hear. But he's 23 now, so that was quite a long time ago. And we'll see about the Akali matchup, because that one definitely, depending on jungle intervention, could be very spicy. But I do think the Poppy ban is very good, because the Poppy value versus an Akali would be quite high.
Yeah, it's good. Poppy, it's been emerging as a good pick into Xin, and they have the Akali already. So I still, maybe they don't care about the Trundle as much anymore because they have Akali. So maybe they let it through. I think the Rakan ban, very smart. They're doing good scouting. Trimby loves the Rakan, and it survives late against the Alistar. Very good with Xin Zhao as well.
Plus, when you look at what they've drafted for their first 3 picks on VivoCade Star's side, there's not that big engage mechanism in there just yet to really start off a team fight or one of those highly impactful mid-game skirmishes the way that they'd want to. You can fish for picks with Chains of Corruption, but there's no huge go button just yet. Well, there is a big stop button right there on the Trundle, though, so that one's not coming through alongside the Poppy band away, and Renekton will be the last band of the draft here for FlyQuest.
I like it, but we also see, I think we're going to get a 5-pick top. I think they're saving counterpick for top. The Renekton ban is just for me to set up. I think they really want a specific champion on 4-5 for top lane. So we'll see what type of counterpick they have, but we still need to see the support. I kind of do want to see the Bard. Wow, they just take the Ambessa. So they're not going to save counterpick. They're taking the Ambessa away.
Oh, really interesting. They just want to power pick the Ambessa for a while.
So, all right, what kind of things do you like? Obviously, the Renekton's really good into Ambessa, but that one's already taken out. So, are you like a Yorick fan into it, or what are you feeling?
Yorick is good, but like once Akali gets like 2 items, I don't think Akali cares about Yorick at all. So I'd be curious. Maybe he goes Aatrox. Maybe. Oh man.
What? No,
it's
locked.
Whoa, he locked it.
That's not legal.
That's confidence. They put Gakkos in, and Gakkos immediately slamming the Aurelia. This is a pick that, especially this year, a lot of LTA fans have some trauma with because 100 Thieves tried to use it, and this is a pick that can be very good in lane in a lot of situations, but becomes very difficult to play team fights with later on. So we'll see. This is a vote of very high confidence. If you add on the Ivern a supportive jungler, do you like it more now? Because it's actually a very good combo to have a lot of some melee options to put your shield in onto. And if Inspired does path to Gakkos, and try and play around an Aurelia lane, which I think that you should do if you ever pick Aurelia. It's play to Aurelia lane. Otherwise, she gets ganked and becomes useless. All right, Thinkard, how nervous / excited are you now?
I'm pretty excited. That was a massive curveball. Did not expect Ivern to be played in game 1 at all. We do end up getting the Bard. I love this takeaway. It's quite good against Azir. It's good against Jhin. Also, now you have Aurelia versus Ambessa. You have to fight in those lanes. You have to. So having a Bard that's out first on the map is impacting side lane a lot. To me, this FlyQuest composition, it's a little bit disrespectful. It's just like, we're going to play Ivern, Azir, Aurelia, and we're just kind of outclass you, and we're going to get to the point where you have to deal with this really strong Azir. But this right side has so many engage tools, has so many mid-game tools. I really like the way that this right side can move around the map.
So, before we let you go, as the timer ticks down here on draft, last question before you leave us. Who won draft here? FlyQuest or VivoCade?
I think Cade did win draft here.
Okay, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thinkard gives the vote of confidence to the LTA South #1 seed here after this first one. Thinkard, thank you so much for lending us your brain here for this first draft. We'll try to get you back on here more throughout the day as the series continues. But now it's time to head on to Summoner's Rift here for the first time in this best of 5. The game 1 Irelia Ivern combo. Just some standard good old League of Legends, right? Nothing crazy here.
Totally normal. We've seen this plenty of times. I did just look up Gakkos all-time. Aurelia is his 2nd most played in his professional career. And if we are to take FlyQuest at their word for what they said when they originally signed Gakkos, it was to bring in a unique champion pool to the top lane. And they are definitely putting that to the test here in game 1.
Yeah, it is a risky champion. It makes a lot of people nervous.
I'm very nervous immediately.
But I will say, Ivern is a jungle champ that can very easily play to camp a lane. And he could, go camp for this Aurelia for Gakkos and try and accelerate this Aurelia to become, very favored in a 1 versus Ambessa. So we'll see about the Ivern pathing here from Inspired and how tricky he gets with it.
It's always such an interesting champ for those early paths, too, because of the fact that the weird clear just gives him so many different types of options compared to standard junglers. But looking across the board here, seeing what we've got, it is baseline flash heal for both supports alongside the Summoner's Spellbook, so both of them opting for that creativity as the game goes on. Comment on the Varus means Morteos should just be going for the standard lethality type of Varus, combined with some powerful poke at long range to try to whittle these guys down a bit. But again, man, Ivern teams can be so difficult to get them off of somewhere once they're already entrenched.
I actually really like that he's going with Ghost Flash too. on the Varus, so he can dodge some root callers, dodge some Jhin skill shots, and make use of that mobility.
All right, well, the minions have collided, but while we're still at level 1, Kangas is standing by for an interview with FlyQuest coach Nuke Duck.
All right, Nuke Duck, we have to ask you, first game Aurelia coming out here. Talk me through why that decision was made.
It's just something Gakkos is good on. He is like a very a good mechanical player, and yeah, it's one of his good champs, and he thinks he can make it work there. So I mean, yeah.
So far, we've only seen him on the Rumble. So how much was getting him on Comfort a priority for you coming into the series?
I mean, the series is still yet to be played, but yeah, it is important that Gakkos is comfortable, because he's not that experienced. So yeah, it's a balance of getting him on comfort and making sure the guys that are experienced and are supposed to lead him also has a situation where they can do that. So yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thanks so much for talking with us. Back to the casters.
All right. I'm excited for this Irelia, man. I think it's such a flashy champion when it works, and obviously, based on the concerns we were talking about earlier, we know how it can also go the other way pretty quick.
Okay, well, good things for him are that both junglers are pathing away, so the Xin is not pathing up to the top side matchup either, and Inspired here is going to end up on the same side as the Xin, is going to mirror on the bottom side, and Ivern does clear very quickly, as we see the trades getting down to 50% health there, but Ivern clears so quickly that he can go for the invade.
Yeah, and Inspired just getting more vision of the Xin, not necessarily pushing him off the Gromp right now, but making sure they have control of the map. And I think the biggest thing about the Aurelia lane is if you're not going to camp it, you need to make sure the other team isn't able to camp it. So as long as FlyQuest can keep Akali in mid and control this bot lane, they should be okay. But Inspired getting collapsed on.
Wow! Flash coming out from Trimby there very early, trying to make the play on Inspired, but Inspired respectfully flashes in response as soon as he sees it, gets away.
Yeah, flash for flash here, and it is going to be top side Scuttle Crab for him instead, as he was chased off the bottom one, which does mean Busio and Masu have to back off, but they're completely fine with that after fully shoving the wave.
Big thing to always keep in mind with these Irelia lanes, since this is a champion we don't see much of these days. It's all about that passive, the Ionian Fervor. If he gets that thing stacked up with all 4 stacks, he's way scarier than if he doesn't have them. But now the engage here with the bottom side, Busio and Masu going in for the 2v2. Morteo's knocked down to about 300 HP there, forced to pop the Ghost to get away.
Oh, I like that. FlyQuest, they stick around in the bottom brush. They do a little brush surprise there for the FlyQuest duo, getting some extra damage. Meanwhile, top side, again, since we highlighted both junglers' path away from top side, it allowed Gakkos to have a lot of very favorable one-on-one time here versus Boao. He's got him whittled down, and Inspired can now shadow on the second clear for both junglers. And they already confirmed Xin is top side, but full wave shoved here, so Gakkos is just fine.
All right, Wall just going to absorb the wave underneath the tier 1 turret there. Happy to just keep farming up as safely as he can, because right now the biggest individual gold lead is Gakkos on that Irelia. Has been having a strong first 5 minutes of laning phase here in this game number 1. You can see he's always got this lane control, always got the priority. And it looks like Boal might go for his first reset here, but decides to cancel instead.
Yeah, Gakkos keeping up the pressure here. Used his teleport. Boal decides to hold on to his. Probably needs a little bit more money here for a more ideal buy.
Ooh, another nice engage coming out there from Busio, immediately followed up with the deadly flourish. It's such a nasty combo between the Alistar and the Jhin, but a nice piercing arrow back from Vivo K-Star's bottom lane means that they can at least trade something a little bit here.
For sure, and it looks like this game, at least at first, has a good amount of control in it. The Aurelia is free pushing on the top side. The Azir is going even with the Akali, and I feel like FlyQuest is getting fairly favorable trades down on the bot lane. And something I've noticed about FlyQuest as well is they are a very disciplined team. They will only take fights when they feel like it is the right time in the game to do so. And a lot of times with Ivern, that's not super early in the game. So I'm not expecting FlyQuest to make any very aggressive plays early as long as the Aurelia is in a good spot.
I also want to point out Trimby here. You know, this Bard has the opportunity to roam up to that solo lane as well. And he went for a Dark Seal on his first purchase. So Trimby is expecting to get some stacks, to get into some early action here with the Bard. This roaming champion very well could find some timers to go punish the Aurelia. Currently, though, since they've got control of the bottom side of Scuttle Crab, they push in on bottom side. They'll have full vision control of the dragon area.
DeSamas has exactly what you want out of a team every time there's a bottom river scuttle crab. Every time that spawns, it's both Trimby and Miru collapsing on there just to make sure that if anybody wants to contest Zinj out for that crab, it's not going to happen.
Okay, so Inspired could go instantly steal this red. He has a smite, so Ivern could just channel and smite instantly away red buff. If Xin Zhao is not able to touch him, there is a blast cone, but he's too slow. Yoinkity yoink.
Gets the vision on the grubs too very quickly. I'd say the Akali was hunting for him a little bit with that River Ward, but Inspired ends up getting away with it. That's those small little Ivern victories. You always want to be able to steal the second respawn of a major camp just because he's the fastest at actually clearing it once he has smite.
Exactly, and it's so frustrating from the other jungler's point of view. You get there just in time to see the red being stolen away, knowing it was just a couple seconds too fast. But gold between the teams really dead even right now after 7.5 minutes. But we do have the grubs spawning here in less than 30 seconds. Generally, that is going to result in some kind of a fight, or if nothing else, at least a trade for something else across the map.
And I actually really like this too, rushing for steel caps for Gakkos, because he's playing against a Xin jungle in addition to Ambessa. There is huge value in reducing auto attacks for him, whether he gets ganked or not. So gets some early armor, gets in there, and it looks like he is currently going back down to bottom side. His teleport will come up quicker, but I think the grub fight will probably be over by the time that teleport cooldown comes up.
About to happen.
All right. DeSamas takes the first one of the grubs, hit by the root caller right after as Daisy continues harassing him here a little bit. Inspired does have the rest of FlyQuest coming up to support him now, as Vivo Cade Stars are also going to bring in some additional reinforcements.
Yeah, Boal is actually moving upriver, so FlyQuest, if they're going to fight, has to fight fast.
Okay, but the teleport for Gakkos might also be able to join, but it seems like FlyQuest are saying no. Again, this is that discipline that you were talking about, Jat. They don't want to take the fight yet, so they're just going to pump the brakes on this one, and it means Vivo Cade Stars get all 3 grubs.
It does, but it also means that while Boal left that bottom lane, Gakkos was trying to hold the freeze, so he denied a few minions from that lane. They're still getting a small advantage on that Aurelia. The rest of the map, though, is pretty stable.
And it is a long lane down there, so we wonder, can he actually make a play post-level 6?
He's going for it.
Tries to go in for the Vanguard's edge. Public Execution's not going to have a whole lot there for Boal. Gakkos needs a couple more auto attacks, but he forces the flash out of the VKS top.
And Boal already has no TP, so it's going to change the dimensions of the map. They're sending reinforcements with Xin and Bard on the way.
Gakkos here, the confidence in game 1 on this stage is going to be able to push in the rest of the wave, but getting the solo flash blown and just trading ultimates there as well. The key, sidestepping the Ambessa ultimate that he was expecting to come out as Boal is running away.
Here. Bard is still in the river, so he's weak side right now. Gakkos needs to respect this.
Okay, it looks like
really well done. Really well done. All right, the Aurelia is looking good so far.
Yeah.
100 CS, 99 CS before 10 minutes. Incredibly high CS per minute. Hasn't missed much. Fighting mid lane, though.
Yeah, Miru wants to go in after quad, but immediately shuffled right back out of the smoke, and that means Miru has to use the second part of his ultimate to disengage there. The perfect execution gets him right back to safety. Honestly, neither one of these mid laners too worse for wear, considering both ultis were committed and both teams had backup coming in.
Yep, exactly. Pretty fair trade there. Quad getting a decent amount of damage as he still has his support roaming around. Busio presence allows them to retain control here. Dragon's still not taken, by the way. So this is a very delayed Dragon Soul game. That's not going to be on the table early at all in this game, with the first one being so delayed, so we won't have that extra pressure. And we'll see as it does come down to the team fights. Inspired on a ward once again, though.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about this Aurelia as well as this Ivern, so let's take a look at some of the records that we have. So Inspired has played more Ivern than most, I would say.
Yeah.
He was pulling out at Worlds. He pulls it out in a lot of split finals last year. Overall 8-3 record as they're actually looking to crash a wave onto Gakkos' Aurelia. And we're going to take a quick look at his Aurelia stats as well. Not as impressive, but still his second most played all time at 4-4. They're going for Miru.
Yeah, the curtain call. Miru needs to sidestep this last one. Fourth shot flies in and goes wide left. Nicely played from Miru.
Trimby down here as well to try and help to make sure that Miru will be able to collect the rest of the wave. The attempt there, very close. Not going to be able to find the kill, so nobody getting paid for it yet. And I want to see if they actually take the opportunity on the reset to then start up Dragon, because Masu goes back for his Ghost Blade at the moment. And it looks like on the mini-map, they are indeed going to go for that play during the reset. Teleport comes out from Gakkos, but that's back, or actually not Gakkos. It was Quad's teleport to pick up the bottom side.
And it does feel like FlyQuest, aside from going for that kill onto the Akali, is not trying to take early team fights that could snowball the Akali out of control. Once they're getting a few more items on the Aurelia and the Ivern, I think they'll be more confident to take fights.
Yeah, and you were talking about the Ivern itself. This kind of became a signature pick for Inspired at international tournaments. You were talking about Worlds. It was huge for them, and the way that they played it, they really did focus so heavily on their mid-game team fights and that as a way to victory. So they are staying pretty focused on that. Of course, the wrinkle this time around is Aurelia. Aurelia becomes a completely different champion when you get Blade of the Ruin King. So once Gakkos gets his Blade of the Ruin King...
Oh, that was close. Miru landing the Shuriken flip there onto Quad, forces out the Emperor's Divide defensively, and then Miru just uses perfect execution back through it to avoid the displacement.
And Quad no TP means he's going to lose a good chunk. They're already down a little bit of plating down in that bot side. Gakkos, though, staying aggressive, has got Busio on the way.
Yeah, he wants to go in here. He already missed the flawless duet, but Boal's trying to turn this one back around. The public execution to buy himself a little bit of time. Busio's already used the Unbreakable Will, and the Vanguard's edge connects onto the Mbessa. Gakkos needs to continue putting the DPS in here. Nice use of the Pulverize to guarantee it from Busio, and it's Gakkos who picks it up. First blood over to FlyQuest.
First blood for Aurelia. That will pay for his Blade of the Ruin King as well. And this champion, when you do get Ivern shields on you, Aurelia can play quite a bit more aggressively, use that slow as well as the extra durability it's going to give you. He gets a turret play after it as well. So this is going to be a very good look for Gakkos, for Aurelia in the opener.
A 1,000 gold advantage before 14 minutes. And I will say, as someone who's a bit of an Ivern connoisseur as well, having a Fed Aurelia is incredible. Melee carries are the best things for Ivern because you just make them have that attached slow. And just watching this one more time, Boal did buy a lot of time before dying, but he was caught in a pretty bad situation, so a pretty easy execute there for Gakkos. Good job getting the gold over. Plus, because at the moment that that gank was happening, Bard was showing bot lane as well, so it allowed Gakkos to stick around for the extra play.
And I really want to credit Busio there, because Busio does a very good job pinstering on Boal, popping his ultimate immediately, and kind of pushing him back the other way to get the money into Aurelia. So Aurelia is going to be, the big, star and beneficiary there. But Busio, this is a guy that we have talked about all year long. Roam timers from him, very big, and his move up to that lane might have huge ramifications for the rest of this game.
Well, you want to talk about roam timers. We've got a pretty important timer coming up here in 30 seconds as the Rift Herald is about to spawn. We can see both sides sending their players up towards that top side river. Is still slightly over a 1,000 gold lead for FlyQuest, most of that being concentrated on Gakkos' Irelia, but both neutral objectives thus far belong to Vivo Cade Stars.
And the top lane is such a huge story for this game, obviously because Gakkos is subbing in for Bwipo for the entire series, but also for the side of Boal. He talked about it on the Pros podcast that we had. Before being picked up by this team, he had basically been retired for 2 years. But then, because of losing Gigo over to Thinkard and Furia, he got the call. So it really does mean a lot to him, and we'll see about the rest of that matchup. Right now, though, the tower gold would be a huge issue. Miru also possibly going to be a huge issue. This guy could be a huge carry for VKS.
It's also just feats of strength going over to Vivo Cade Stars because Inspired is bottom lane right now. They're not looking to contest this, it doesn't look like. They already have first turret, and this will be their third neutral objective when you include the 3 grubs. So that's feats over to VKS.
Yeah, nicely done by them, securing that extra boost in power for the shoes, plus the evolved shoe that you can buy later, but we're not quite at that point in the game here just yet. That first turret is also going to alleviate some of the pressure of the gold lead that FlyQuest had for themselves. And while it is still Gakkos with the 1,000 gold lead, the highest individual one in the game, the second highest individual gold lead is Miru's Akali over Quad's Azir, and it's nothing to scoff at. Just about 700 gold there for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of assassins, kind of. A couple of melee assassins there, basically. We'll see about the rotation over. It looks like it's just a hover there for Busio, though.
And I'm really curious with this next Drake coming up in 20 seconds if FlyQuest is going to try and set up to fight or just try and get a little bit of gold. I will say, in these games where FlyQuest deprioritize neutral objectives, which is something they do fairly often, they usually wait until third Drake to fight.
Busio, though, again, camping for the Aurelia.
There he goes. Headbutt pulverized, immediately followed up by Gakkos, but now teleports are coming in, so FlyQuest does not want to overcommit underneath the enemy turret. Instead, they're going to play around the TPs. Miru trying to find an angle here from an assassination, but he can't quite do it. Goes into the smoke to buy himself a little bit more time. Quad still looking as well. Busio's got to be somewhat careful here on the Alistar, but still has Unbreakable Will. Somehow, nobody's dead.
Yeah, it's interesting. He made the call. He goes for using his flash and saving his Unbreakable Will because he was thinking about the fight afterwards to see if he would still be able to use this ability. Quad.
Ooh, Trimby wanted to go for the flash Cosmic Binding there, but does not have the accuracy to put that pressure on Quad, who escapes it and doesn't even need to use his own flash. Now, of course, the cost for all of this going on topside was that VKS Stars could secure the second Drake of the game for themselves on the other side of the map, and now Trimby's under pressure. Busio's got to be careful as he is behind enemy lines.
No
Unbreakable
flash.
Will might not be that unbreakable. He goes on the magical journey through the wall, trying to escape. Desamas doesn't hit the wind, becomes lightning, and now it's Quad. Caught out by the Tempered Fate. Uses the Emperor's Divide defensively as Desamas tries to go over the wall, but he cannot stick to the targets. FlyQuest somehow gets both men out alive.
No way they get out of that! Oh my goodness! Busio actually lives, and so does Quad.
Man, and they don't even have to burn a flash on the way out. The question is usually, though, when they are in a 2v4 like that, they should be getting something on the other side of the map. They really weren't. I mean, Inspired was clearing a few camps. They got a little bit of vision in River, but they still don't have any real pressure on the mid or the bot turrets. So I'd say VKS is also fairly happy with the way this early game's been going.
Important thing to point out right there, you just saw Inspired hit level 11 as he secured that chicken camp, so level 2 Daisy now online for the Ivern. Very, very important to always be having Daisy active whenever you can. Huge part of the power budget for the champion is in the proper usage of that ulti, as we will see Morteo's here on the Varus, still just taking up his defensive position in the mid lane, clearing those waves out, does have his first lethality item completed with the Ghost Blade for the extra mobility, sidestepping away from the Jhin, dodging out on some of those deadly flourishes and curtain calls, but these two will just continue trying to push the waves out back and forth. As Miru versus Quad in the top lane, I think is going to continue to stay spicy as Miru continues trying to look for angles here onto the Emperor.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at it, I guess, yeah, Busio's able to hold his flash because he just goes up to the wall and Trimby kind of expects him to flash over it. So he gets the little early magical journey. But yeah, okay, so Busio gets to hold his flash after all.
Yeah, max patience right there. I do feel like FlyQuest is also exercising a lot of patience as well, giving away the first 2 Drakes, the first Grubs, the first Rift Herald, the first turret, but they're getting as many minions as possible into Gakkos' pocket. Inspired has 2 core items now. He's going to hit that way faster than the Xin due to the lower cost of support items on the Ivern. So I'm feeling like the time to fight will definitely be around this Otacon and third Drake, and those are going to be the fights that really decide this game.
The time to fight is always around Otacon, chat.
It's 1 kill in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I really am surprised at the overall low kill count in this first game. I know that a lot of times our game 1s in these best of 5s are the lower action ones as the teams are kind of getting a feel for each other and what to expect from the head-to-head. But this one, yeah, only 1 in 20 is a pretty small count as the Herald will drive it around the backside of the Dragon Pit. Okay, they're not going to get a whole lot more from that.
Well, this VKS team has a lot of threats, and so FlyQuest, they're not going to be able to afford to give over Otacon. They've given over a lot of objectives so far this game, as you guys have mentioned, but the Otacon takes so long to actually finish up, as well as is more dangerous, of course, than any dragons or Grubs or Herald or anything like that. So I think that FlyQuest, that's going to be the moment that they actually do choose, after they've gotten some time for their Azir to scale up, and they can really make use of the durability of Ivern plus Alistar. You see, this allows them to have an early spike of both Redemption as well as a Locket of the Iron Solari. Because you have Ivern, obviously, it doesn't mean, or it means that Busio doesn't have to rush the Redemption like so many supports have been doing, but that's a lot of team fight value with that heal and the shield from both those support items.
It is, but also Morteos has built a Serpent's Fang on the Varus to try and cut through a lot of those shields. It's a very disciplined game from FlyQuest, but my concern here is even though Gakkos is in a good game state, we know how much Whippo normally advances the game for FlyQuest. And I do remember the last time that Gakko subbed in, they were in an okay state mid-game, and they didn't seem to have that same killer instinct. So where do they advance the game from here now as VKS goes for a play?
Yeah, the Tempered Fate onto Gakkos to try to lock him up, but Defiant Dance to try to buy a little bit more time here. Gakkos is still fine, and now Desamas is going to be the target as FlyQuest moves in. They brought everybody down. Quad's ready to join up now, too, and Vivo K-Star's got to be careful. The curtain call's firing off, and Desamas is already down, but while trying to find his way into the back line, but now he's in the middle of 4, and he's going to get gunned down, too. FlyQuest pick up 2, and Vivo K-Stars has nothing to say about it.
They try and make a pick on the new guy. Gakkos down here just stands strong. He fights it out, and the rest of FlyQuest were already very close on the map because Otacon is on the bottom side. Now they get to start it out here. VKS, though, they still have 3. They could go for more.
Keep your eyes on Miru. The Akali is the one to watch. Varus and Bard are just going to be throwing out some poke if they can. No jungler available on the Vivo K-Star side. Busio hanging out on this bottom side of the fight here. Ready to try to knock Miru out. Trimby goes in, tries to, but immediately gets locked down. It's the Otacon plus an additional kill for FlyQuest.
He wanted to steal it with his spellbook, but they've also nerfed spellbook smite. So it's also harder to get those steals in the first place.
And they know that giving away these objectives will really slingshot FlyQuest ahead in the game. There's so much standing gold still on the turrets. That's exactly the break that FlyQuest was looking for, that extended 1-minute sequence that started here. Note all the support items we just talked about. The locket, the redemption, it all flies in to prevent this gank from working.
Exactly, and you look at the mini-map, everybody rotated over very quickly, and then you also have the teleport from Azir. So Xin only has flash for disengage. He can't get away from all of the long range here from FlyQuest. So that causes like this overcommitment. Boal as well, you know, ults in, and that with those 2 kills, then you can use your moments. FlyQuest, the patience we've been talking about all game long for this team finally bears some fruit for them, you know, being able to punish that attempted play on the side lane, and the rewards are huge because Otacon slingshot, you know, with all those flowers, as well as getting your dragon and stopping that stacking from VKS.
And as you can see here, FlyQuest actually has the highest win percentage in domestic play from all the major regions, ahead of CFO, Genji, G2, and AL. So they're trying to use that domestic strength to beat VKS here. Still close in gold, but I do feel like that last fight was really crucial.
I think that a big thing too about that fight is that Gakkos never panicked even after getting Bard ultimate. He didn't use his flash. Aurelia wants to be able to be a very potent split pusher with this build. You can see he has you know, built up as well right here. So his split push with the hole breaker is very, very strong. His 1v1 is very, very strong. The on hit goes crazy with this Aurelia, and with his flash, he actually can buy a lot of extra time. So it allows FlyQuest a few more options than if they had, you know, done any sort of panic in the last fight.
Yeah, not to mention, every time he's pushing up, Inspired's usually pretty close. At the very least, he's in redemption range to give him that extra effective health in any fight he might take.
Okay, it's a 1,500 gold lead for FlyQuest. They're feeling a lot better after picking up their first neutral objectives there. The Otacon was the first neutral objective FlyQuest got all game. Woo! Up until that point, Vivo K-Stars were running the show in that regard. But 25 minutes on the clock. Baron is now live. Trimby hanging around in this top side river brush here around the mid lane, as Morteo's, again, just going to try to keep these waves pushed out on the Varus. Stopping off for the Serpent's Fang. You mentioned it earlier, Jat. I really like this when you're up against an Ivern and all these shields that are going to get spammed, but it does slow down the core items that you would generally expect Varus to be building, to be strong in the mid game with the poke.
Now, as far as Cade, we need to highlight their burst damage and their ability to pick off individuals. FlyQuest, they need to play, you know, as a 5-person group, or at the very least a 1-4 group, and try and make use of the double supports, basically, that they do have, since they're running Ivern, and make use of that, you know, very strong grouping. But VKS, they have such burst damage available to them, and the possibilities of picking someone off with both a Bard and a Varus here are something to look out for. So FlyQuest have to be very careful when they're controlling their vision. You can see they move very cautiously, and most of the vision for them right now is fairly defensive on their own side of the map.
Yeah.
Nobody is venturing into Cade territory to get any deep wards by themselves. They would have to go group.
It definitely feels like FlyQuest is still in scaling mode. So it's good that they stopped the soul point stacking from VKS, and it's good that they got the Otacon, but they're not really making aggressive moves yet. They might be waiting for Quad to get that additional item or for Gakkos to be 3 or 4 items up.
And here you can see it again. They're grouping. So FlyQuest, multiple members around mid lane, so they can have that caution around pushing and then move in to actually get vision control over Baron and then rotate over to a side lane here to kind of support each other in their map control. Now that the teleport is up for Quad on the Azir, they can also send Quad to the long lane. The Azir with a lot more extra mobility down there, and with the multiple items completed, will feel fairly confident. At the very least, grabbing up the extra waves and putting down his Azir turret.
Confidence from Gakkos up there in that top lane as well. You can see he was not shy about jumping on Miru, looking to pick a fight with the most fed player on the enemy team. Both of these solo lane carries about to hit that level 16 point as well. So big opportunity for some huge contributions to the next fight.
That's a great call, Flowers, because he's also building for it. Gakkos, built in to the extra Wit's End magic resist. So the on hit here from Aurelia is massive, massive, massive. He's almost level 16 there, and he's kind of building to go like attack Akali and try and like push that champion out of the fight. But Busio here.
Yeah, Busio wants the headbutt pulverize, and now Trimby's magical journey. He can't even get in the portal before he's picked off. Busio sets up another one for FlyQuest.
And just a nice CC lock. Alistair, Ivern, as well as the Aurelia stun will give them this next Drake, likely uncontested. So FlyQuest playing it very safe on the outset, but when they need to move in for an objective are doing so with pinpoint precision.
And again, the grouping there, really nice from them. They move up in a squad, all in the same timers. Akali's flanking though.
Yeah, but immediately they got to be careful with Isamus now. Locked up by Busio, the redemption comes down. FlyQuest staying topped off in terms of HP. The Mountain Drake was already secured by Gakkos. Miru was hanging around that area, was looking at that pincer attack, but just could not find the angle or the opportunity.
And I love how much they are playing around the new guy. They're making him as comfortable as possible. 2-0-3 on this Aurelia, 100% co-participation, and now another fight in mid.
Yeah, Quad got caught out there by the magical binding, but now onto Miru, so even though he's in the smoke, there's nothing that he can do. He's CC'd the entire time, couldn't get a chance to go any further forward.
Let's see, Gakkos should be able to get the turret on bottom side for payment too. I mean, it does cost you Busio's ultimate. That is not very big of an expenditure for FlyQuest. Good denial there. He's just basically the bodyguard on the squad, pops his ultimate, breaks the Varus ultimate. Gakkos gets extra solo tower gold here. The Aurelia continues to get fed. And this Aurelia, again, with the power of an Ivern behind him, as well as the extra Locket Shield from Busio, can just go crazy.
We've been talking about how slow FlyQuest is playing it. We've been saying that they're scaling, that they're wanting to hit these big item breakpoints. Infinity Edge just purchased for Masu. The Wit's End that you mentioned, Kobe, fully completed for Gakkos, making him so strong. Quad's got to be getting close to having his next item completion on the Azir there as well. I feel like we have to be approaching critical mass here for FlyQuest.
We are, and you can see Gakkos, 12,000 gold, richest player in the game. Checking out the experience as well with all the side laning he's been doing. Also the highest level in the game, 76% of the way to level 17. So it's time for the Aurelia to get involved. I completely agree.
I mean, every target is a kill target for him. There's no tank on that enemy team. He can definitely go after anyone who steps up from Cade. Cade, though, they do take away the blue buff during this time. There's still plenty of vision they have not been able to clear out. So it doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of pick at the moment. I'm kind of curious about the side lane right now because it seems like Miru is just completely ceding the push to Gakkos, and I think he pretty much should at the moment with the extra magic resist over there. But when you have a Bard roaming around, it gets really interesting. If you can blow the Aurelia flash early on with a Bard ultimate, then Aurelia becomes a very real target to try and pick off. It's just that I feel like Gakkos has not been under any pressure this entire game. And the one moment that Cade tried to pressure him in the side lane, all of FlyQuest was close enough, and they had the extra teleport to fully respond.
I'd also say for as much as he's farming, he's done a lot of freezing. Like, he's oftentimes killing waves in safe positions, and FlyQuest has been in a very defensive posture for almost the whole game. So it's been difficult for VKS to try and slow the Aurelia down, but now with everyone grouping in mid lane, surely they're going to be waiting for some type of fight to break out. Yeah, Busio might be going in.
Yeah, he looks for the angle. Headbutt pulverized. Does find the engagement of redemption coming in for VKS. Stars now inspired. Got to be a little bit careful as Miru jumps in, but immediately pops the stasis, making sure that FlyQuest can't immediately retaliate. Now Miru tries to escape, but it's Quad who goes in for the Emperor's Divide. Nice flash away coming out from Miru, keeping himself alive. Disamas now has to get out here as well. Boal on the flank, but he can't find a kill. Miru is down. Morteos is going to go with them. VKS Stars are bleeding, and FlyQuest holds the knife. Cade loses 3, and FlyQuest marches over to Baron.
The Ivern shields are just too much. FlyQuest makes that fight as long as possible. Even though Busio's initial engage didn't catch anyone for sure, there was an extended re-engage where Gakkos just got to keep hitting. Now 4-0-4 on that Aurelia.
And Quad gets to go melee of Xin. Quad goes in melee, chasing the kill target here, and he's able to live. So let's take a look at it. Here is the initial engage. FlyQuest then kite back during it, but Miru is the target, and Miru getting chunked out here. Then Quad goes for it. He even flashes in, and he doesn't care that there's a Xin on him. A shield goes down on Quad, and that's all they even get through. So then, after everything's been opened up, the Aurelia does get to just prey on the rest of the members, rip them apart, and FlyQuest Ivern here, able to keep everybody alive, everybody safe, and allow them to collect the Baron.
Death's Dance completed onto Gakkos as well now. Next Drake 30 seconds away. I feel like they're just going to keep setting up around these objectives now with the 7,000 gold lead. This is really the comfort zone when you're with Ivern because they're likely able to set up first unless VKS can start the fight early.
Good body block there from Busio.
Okay, Tempered Fate finds Masu, but there's no way for anybody else to follow that one up. So Bard ulti down for VKS.
And FlyQuest is slow playing this. Gakkos has the teleport. He already took the top turret. Might be looking for more, but I would love to see him arrive for this Drake fight. He has Baron, though. He can get a lot done.
Yeah, he can get that tower probably. This Mountain Dragon will go down quickly, though.
Okay, FlyQuest on the approach with the 4-man push. Gakko still working on the tier 2 turret up there with the top side, but now he is going to teleport down and be ready to join the fight. Daisy tanking up everybody here for now as Disamas has already lost half of his HP before the fight even really starts. Quad goes golden. Into the back line go Miro and Boal, but they can't find the targets they need. Morteos is already down. A double kill for Quad. The fight's already over for VKS as Boal and Disamas have to run away. The Dragon goes to FlyQuest and 2 more kills due to. Miru tries to escape, but Quad is aggressive with the teleport. He wants to keep the pressure on here with the Baron. Busio goes over the wall, long range, deadly flourish, curtain call opens up. Miru survives the first 2. He dodges the 3rd and the 4th shot. Claims it's poetry. FlyQuest 11-0, and they're on the push.
They waited 34 minutes, but then they really struck. This Baron power play already at 6,000 gold. They're continuing to push.
They're already through the first inhibitor turret. That first inhibitor falls right after. Gakko's putting the pressure on the second lane, but really, they still have the enemy carries dead for the next 30 seconds. Disamas trying to jump in the middle of everybody, but Trimby is already down. Boal can't find an entry point, and now another deadly flourish locks him up too. FlyQuest are just dog piling in, and Morteos will fall on the steps of his own fountain. The ace to end the game. 15-0 for FlyQuest. They'll take game 1.
The control and the discipline of FlyQuest is on full display. They bring back the Ivern special, and Busio goes to camp for this top lane Aurelia that absolutely popped off Gakkos.
And Lounge, what do you think about a 10,000 gold Baron power play to cap off that FlyQuest victory?
They'll all along. We're gonna do it, baby. 15
No, don't believe in me. Believe in FlyQuest.
Believe in FlyQuest. Believe it. What a showing, specifically from the new guy Gakkos coming in.
Yeah, I was a little nervous about the Aurelia pick. I think the Ivern pick, though, was really what brought this entire composition together. You have Gakkos on something he's super, super comfortable with, made his name on, all the protection and shields in the world for him.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, it's almost less about Gakkos and more about the way that they enabled him. He did really well in the 1v1, but I thought the sub gap was pretty big this game. When you have your Alistar, who's able to early pick Alistar and out-roam a Bard, that is a very big deal. But we got Think Card with his thoughts on the game. You're going to do a little breakdown for us.
Yeah, so what I wanted to highlight was, I think the game kind of went the way that we saw it would, which is Cade, they have a lot of control early. They have all this mobility, and we really saw their style in this sequence right here. And we're just looking at Cade's vision right now, which is you're able to see this ward up here. They see Busio, And even though they see Busio, that doesn't stop them from playing aggressive because they're trying to pull numbers topside. And so even though they're down a bit of gold, they still have a dragon, they have Herald, they got all 3 grubs. They're very objective focused. They let Decimus clear his camps, do dragon, and while they're doing this, they know Decimus is not here, they're outnumbered topside. They're still playing aggressively on this wave. Ball's walking up, they know Alistar's in here. He's baiting aggressiveness. Bard's on the way, Trimby's almost here. Akali matches a 0 TP. And now FlyQuest are wasting 4 people up here. They're still able to get this wave. No counterplay topside. Dragon for free. Varus is getting mid wave. And then the game stabilizes. So even though FlyQuest eventually scaled, they ended up getting that one team fight that blew open the game. We really got to see Cade kind of show their style. And I don't think this was particularly an easy game for FlyQuest the first 20 minutes. We really saw a lot of aggressiveness and a lot of map control coming out of Cade.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I was happy to see this coming out from Cade. And I think we also saw FlyQuest Classic, which is they are willing to stay and keep themselves very disciplined and very in check until they feel like they can take a fight.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of, to me, what I really, really appreciate about FlyQuest as a team is regardless of what their draft is, they will have a very clear plan of how they believe this draft wins the game, and then they're going to play towards that. If they think it's no fighting for 30 minutes, they will never fight you at all. If they think we must snowball the game early, that's all they're going to do. They're just going to keep going at it over and over and over, and I really do respect that. And now let's break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring a gank on Gakkos that went wrong. This is that fight that you were talking about, ThinkCard, where they try to find this pick onto Gakkos, but this time, it was FlyQuest that was ready.
The important thing for me is I'm looking at this play, I only see Bard and Xin Zhao here. You're not going to do enough damage through Redemption, through Ivern coming through. Muriel has to be there. You have to have a really coordinated attack in order to win these team fights against Ivern. And FlyQuest were able to pull through here.
They're trying to bully the new guy. They're picking on Gakkos there all alone, but he was still able to survive because of what we highlighted, all the shielding and help.
Well, the important thing is when this happened in the game, right? Because when they tried to go on to Gakkos, the Drake was going to be really important because it's third Drake. Otacon is up, and the end result is that FlyQuest are actually able to get both of those off the back of this fight.
Yep, that was a huge one. And if you see a Pagoda moment worthy play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda emote in chat. Inspired had a very good game, very controlled game. We haven't seen Ivern from him for quite a while, but it is one of the things I really do appreciate about Inspired is his flexibility, right? Like he can play supportive style, he can play hyper aggressive. He really is the kind of complete package as far as jungler goes.
Yeah, and his farm, he was so efficient that game too. He had like 190 CS, 3 items very early in the game. So very comfortable on the champion. It is a pretty good matchup into Xin Zhao, but I did not expect that game 1. I think they have a pretty interesting read on the series, and it pays off.
Yeah.
Almost 20K in healing and shielding from Inspired in game 1.
According to our stats team, 19.1K heals and shields coming out of that Ivern.
That's more than some people do damage in games.
Yeah, you saw it. I mean, you especially saw it in that fight topside, right? Where even though I don't think that fight necessarily initially went the way that FlyQuest wanted to, with Busio kind of looking for the engage. I think the Aurelia being able to just go in, be shielded the entire time, and kind of clean up those kills on the back half of it, kind of showcase the importance of the Ivern here.
So VKS did pick red side for game 1, but now they're going to be picking blue side for game 2. We'll see if that adjustment does help them. And remember, during the LTA North Split 3, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. MasterCard is also heading to the LTA Championship in Dallas. They're offering exclusive priceless experiences with epic perks like playing on the same stage as the pros, premium seats, merch, and behind-the-scenes tours. If you're a MasterCard holder, head on over to priceless.com. Terms apply and quantities are limited.
Go do it. I want to see you in Dallas.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, you're not going to see me.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I want to see the MasterCard holders in Dallas. Let's get them behind the scenes. There we go. But yeah, I'd say to summarize ThinkCard, I'd say very mature game from
maturely,
all things considered. So let's see if they continue that going as we're going to throw it to break before we're back for game number 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Imagine this. The League of Legends World Championship.
energy's electric. But how did you get here? Hit the League store, save your Freedom Flex MasterCard, made a purchase. Boom! You're in. 3 purchases, 3 chances each week to win the grand prize, a trip to Worlds 2025. Plus, a chance at 7 weekly prizes. Sweepstakes runs August 2nd to the 25th. Scan the QR code or go to the URL to learn more about free entry and official rules. You in?
Okay, who needs a hotel? I am convinced this thing is way too cozy. I'm sleeping here tonight.
Don't jinx it. We might actually end up here.
Woo! Road trip to LTA! Let's go!
So, like, what if we just watch it here? There's room for everyone in the Kia EV9. Comfort, laughter, and maybe a little too much space.
Hey!
My bad, y'all.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't try to kill them, okay? Oh, look, this is good, this is good. They are about ulting full HP Aurelia.
Berth is really far.
This is really good, really good.
He plus gone over.
Akali follow. Akali tip it.
They are tipping, guys.
Take it slow, just on scene. Maybe we can kill them even.
Hold on,
Yes.
Combo on 2.
Akali is coming, 2 item. Take it slow, look at the back. Akali have everything here. Doesn't work against Varus. Because we are strong if the fight happens, but we don't really have a wave.
I can still just walk in here.
Yeah, I mean, you can look. Look at Alistar. He will maybe slow someone. Ambessa.
Versus also CC.
Akali is rooted.
Combo on 2.
I'm shielding you, Aurelia, don't be scared.
They use so much.
Yeah.
They're really weak here,
Akali flash, Bard flashed. He's rooted. Ambessa on the back. Aurelia, don't be scared. Nice. We kill everyone.
I have to now.
I rooted the Zinzao. We come to wall if you want shield.
I have to now, babe.
Yeah. We can do Nash already.
Okay. 15-0 for FlyQuest. They'll take game 1.
And we are back for game 2 of Evocade versus FlyQuest. Draft is right around the corner, and now it's going to be the lounge hanging out with ThinkCard. I'm happy to have you back again to get your thoughts because you know Evocade very well, the ins and outs of how they approach draft. And game number 1, you did say you thought that they had the better draft.
I think they drafted really well to their strengths. The game kind of went the way that we thought it would. Cade had a lot of control, and then eventually you get to the point where you just don't have enough umph to get through the Ivern, the Irelia, the Azir. So you're on a timer, but FlyQuest was able to pull through.
Yeah, I actually really like their draft of game 1. I agreed with you that they did win draft, despite what we said in the strengths of FlyQuest draft and putting Gakkos into a really big position to succeed. What do you think they're going to be looking for now on the blue side?
Yeah, so potential 1 picks, the Pantheon and Wukong definitely come to mind. The Annie's still in the game, and Aurora. So to me, they have 4 very strong 1 picks that they're going to be able to look for, which is why they went blue side.
It'll be interesting to see, like, Pantheon in the North was basically perma-banned the entire split, right? Like, I don't expect that FlyQuest would leave it up. So you think it is just more about getting a super powerful kind of comfort pick for you on blue side?
I think they still want the skirmishing. Wow, they banned the Rumble. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
But I'm just very curious what they do with. So Aurora's gone. So now to me it's Annie Wukong. What are you going to do with Annie Wukong? If both of them in the game, you have to pick one of them for sure. And they're both just insane power picks right now. If I were Keed, I would make the Annie pick a little bit stronger right now, like banning out Orianna or something.
What would you want to see from Cade to actually try to get a win? Like, what is their most ideal draft, ideal style in your mind?
I would probably put Trimby a little bit more engaged, being able to start the fights. Like Bard, you can engage, but it's different. It's not the same. Your body's not in it. So putting on Rakan or Rel, and besides that, I really like the rest of the draft. They just have to play really confident. Like, it's very easy to get the Scourge against FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They actually, Cade ended up banning out Pantheon on blue side, which then I guess does encourage, if you don't ban one of Annie or Wukong, do you then just split the difference between both teams?
Yes, I'm curious which one they take. Maybe they do really like the Orianna, so maybe they take the Wukong. All right, it's gone. I think you just go Annie. No-brainer. But we'll see what they do. Maybe they changed up their piles in the last week.
Do you think that that is the kind of pick, though, that you want to see Miru on? I know he's been really successful on the pick, you know, this split. But I feel like if he goes Annie, Quad is just going to play Victor or Ori and just try to, like, lane lock him and make it just a farm fest. And I'm just wondering, it's like, your star player, do you want on a facilitator? Because it feels to me like for them to actually win this series, they need him to be able to kind of style. They need him to be able to take over.
Yeah, not too sure. There's also Yon still in the game, so there's a lot of different options you can go. So they go for the Corki, it's pretty flexible. Corki is also playable in the mid lane these days with that really bruisery build. And you can pair that with Maokai too to make it so you have like a decent damage spread. So maybe they're looking at Maokai Yon as well. It's just a very strong first pick. It's very flexible. Maybe they want to be reactive, but it is curious that you go blue side if this is your first pick to me.
Yeah, and as we see, Orianna locked in for Quad, so regardless of who he's going to be facing off against, that's one of his signature picks. Obviously, something also very flexible around which FlyQuest can kind of choose to go wherever they want.
And I feel like if I'm FlyQuest, you know, this is the sort of style that you're going to feel super comfortable in, right? You know, you went a scaling comp in game number 1. Yeah. You know, VKS wasn't really able to punish you enough in the early game to actually make anything happen. And if you're just going Ori Sivir, you're saying, I'll just do it again, right? Like, you're being basically put in the exact same situation where they're looking over. It almost doesn't really matter what VKS drafts from here. You do not want to go late against these kind of picks from Fly. They're going to be drafting like straight up 5v5 front to back, and I think it is going to make it really difficult. And they can either counter pick support or top on 5, both I think, which is going to be pretty helpful for them. So for VKS, I feel like they need some ability to actually create action.
K4 can do that. Very aggressive early game jungler. You can look for early lanes.
Yeah, and it's 2 mobile carries. Maybe they pair it with Galio. Galio's had a pretty good win rate against Orianna recently, so you can really get that like explosiveness lockdown. But I do agree with you, Azael, that they're pretty happy right now. I think the Sivir is quite a good pick into the Corki. Yeah. It's very easy to scale. You have the Orianna. If you have flashes up for team fights like they did for basically every single team fight last game, then it's going to be pretty easy for them to close it out.
And I think I might just get Jax here on 3, honestly.
Yeah.
Because Gakkos, I think, is pretty comfortable playing Jax, and it does seem to be one of the go-tos for pro players. This would be, I believe, more if it was Bwipo, the Karen, or like Set is a Bwipo special, but yeah,
there
Jax seemed obvious.
He's just going to lock in the
This
Jax.
feels more like the Gakkos style.
It feels more like Gakkos, and I also did like, again, what FlyQuest did in game 1, where they are like you're good at this, we're going to help facilitate that, right? Like here, red side automatically gives them counter pick after VKS lock in the Gwen. So the Jack's something he should be super comfortable on in the lane matchup.
Which do you prefer? So in my mind, there's two options here. You can either like double ban support and then take support on 4 as FlyQuest and try to really limit the pool, or you can support counter pick. And which do you kind of prefer in those situations?
I like support counter pick. There
Me
are
too.
fewer variables, and you already know what you're picking on for.
Yep.
So that way you also get to double target ban your advantage right now, which is mid. You're showing mid, right? So you get to double target ban mid, 5 pick support on 5. And everyone in this game already knows that you're taking jungle on 4.
Yep, that's how I feel as well. I just think, especially when you have a player like Lucio, who is, again, one of those guys who can be really flexible. You know, he's happy to play range supports if he thinks it's going to give him the advantage in the 2v2. He's happy to play engage. Can play a lot of different styles.
VKS are now going to take away some of those pairings in the jungle because they're, I think, on the same page. Thinking it's going to be that jungle next. So the shock knock, is that what we call it, Azale?
Knock wave.
Okay, the knock wave is
Brother, the shock knock?
That's the shock wave. Nocturne shock knock. No, okay.
No.
The knock wave
is far superior.
Knock wave's gone. A couple support bans there. The Annie is the only facilitator in the mid lane. I think you had mentioned the Galio. I don't want to see Miru on those facilitators. I want to see him on a carry because that felt like the lane that was really, ahead for VKS for a bit there, and he was styling on quad in the early game. I feel like if VKS are trying to pick up a win, it's going to be through getting him on something that can be aggressive early.
I agree. I do want to see him more in a carry champ. I can think of something that is better for the composition than the Galio here. I do think Sivir's going to have a great time against it, but based on what they drafted, they don't have that many good carry options against the Orianna unless they're just willing to actually slam the Yon, something that's a little unconventional playing with Jarvan. Which is also not very good against.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's like if Galio is the best pick for the comp, you just have to play it. And if you can't win with that, then you just can't beat the team, right? Like at a certain point, you do just have to be able to play League of Legends as well or better than the team you're playing against. So I mean, I agree. I would love to see him on one of these really aggressive picks. It is going to be Vi here as the answer. That is going to be kind of that delivery vehicle into the back line with the Orianna, saving support counter pick for 5, which we kind of expected. Also really allows them to potentially attack the side lane. And
there we go.
Here's the Galio hover that you've been talking about. I do think it just makes a lot of sense. Jarvan plus Galio. When Ori or Sivir don't have flash, it's very hard to play the game.
Exactly.
So to me now, the question becomes, assuming this is the lock, what do we want to see from Lucio? What best protects the carries? Is it an enchanter or is it some sort of melee champ that it can just throw up the wall like a Braum or whatever and protect you? Where's your head at with that?
It really depends what Trimby locks in. I think he's going to pick the Rakan here, which enchanters are very, very good against. You can go over Nautilus, but Nautilus against Sivir is just not very good. And you don't have the Alistar, you don't have the Realm.
Do you like Renata if it is Rakan? Because to me, I feel like Renata is super strong
Renata
here.
is very good against a bunch of melees. It's quite good with Vi, right? You can it's very easy to send them in at the same time.
There we go.
They take away the Renata, which is quite good against the Vi. I haven't seen it that much with Quirky. Very interesting takeaway. I kind of like it. There's no way they saw it coming.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have expected that either. So now I'm immediately thinking things like Karma, things that are going to be able to poke, because I feel like Renata has a much weaker lane into range matchups and can kind of struggle there. To me, Renata always struggles against range and against poke. And you can draft for that, but it does mean that basically then your only real primary engage is Inspired. Like sure, Gakkos can flank or whatever and jump with Counter-Strike, but really it's just Inspired, and that is going to be the option. So they're going to play more for that 2v2. Yes, you don't have the ability to just like throw a hostile takeover, but Mantra and Inspire are still a lot of shielding for when the Jarvan comes in.
Yeah, these are pretty good competition from both sides. I do think that Sivir might be a little bit hard to deal with if he has flash, but the Renata takeaway I think was very, very smart, and that made the draft like pretty close for both teams.
So yeah, who won?
Who won? I'm gonna go with FlyQuest just because this Orianna Sivir is gonna be so strong, but it's so hard to play these competitions with one engage, which is Vi against Galio comp. So it is really gonna be, can they scale like they did in game 1? If not, like this blue side comp is still very, very good. I think this was a very good draft from both sides.
Cool.
All right, that's our thoughts
now
on
to do an interview?
Yeah, I'm curious what the casters think about that one now with FlyQuest up 1 game in the series.
Thank you very much, Lounge. I'm thinking that I understand your points. I understand the ideas about scaling, but I would like more than 1 kill at 20 minutes here in this one. So I'm hoping everybody's got their hand warmers. They're warmed up after game number 1, and we can see a little bit more action in the early game here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we get some Jarvan action. I do really like how Galio and Renata can both be used as counter engage to a Vi or follow-up gauge to their own Jarvan going in, and try and punish the low mobility carries of Orianna and Sivir here. So a couple of flexible options there for VKS this time around. But I do kind of like what FlyQuest have set themselves up with, and especially for top lane with how well it went for Gakkos last time around. Getting him the Jax answer into the Gwen this time around. The Gwen is going Ignite here, so be a little bit extra careful about the all-in.
I think getting Gakkos counterpick in as many situations as they can is just very important in keeping him comfortable for this series. I also do like what ThinkCard said about this just being a good draft for both teams. There's a reason that both of these teams won the North and the South respectively. They know how to pilot many different drafts and be very flexible in this Fearless format. So the Renata pick is great. Kobe, you mentioned that the Karma just doesn't look good to you. We blame Ayla for that.
The recent Karmas that we have seen have not looked so good.
We just feel like at top turret at some point, he's just going to die to the turret randomly. Just not sure. But in the context of the team composition, Karma Sivir, extra move speed, big empowered shields if someone does actually get caught in the Jarvan Galio, which would be, to me, the one weakness of this team where Orianna and Sivir do not have innate dashes. So it's going to be an interesting game to watch.
Yeah, and for lane phase, it's actually really nice to have Karma, obviously. You know, you have really good poke there, your Karma poke and your Sivir poke, so we'll see how much they can get done.
All right, it's level 1. The minions have collided, and while we're waiting on the action to break out, we got ThinkCard standing by for an interview with Vivocade Stars Coach Seal.
Hey, I'm here with Coach Seal. How are you feeling after the game 1? And I think the specific question I have to ask is, I think the Renata takeaway is very smart. Can you talk us through the logic there?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to come into us, and I mean, they can choose to play on 2 turns because they outrange us, right? And so we kind of want to force them onto like the outrange option and look to dive them, like counter dive them. So that's kind of the reason behind taking away the Renata. But most importantly, it was more so like, where can I put my playmakers in my team? And it just seemed feasible for me to put Trimby on Renata here. So because I think he has a lot of things he can do in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I thought that FlyQuest had the better draft, but until you took away the Renata, I was like, damn, like it's actually really close now. So thank you, Seal, for your input, and back to you guys.
He's dead. Back to us and back to the spawn platform for Quad. Nice gank here. Not even 3 minutes into the game, Desamas is in the mid lane, setting it up for first blood.
Yep, the Jarvan is who we thought was going to get the early action going for you, and he delivers, Flowers. Are you happy?
I am entertained.
Going flash for flash, though, is good for Galio because you can constantly re-threaten those Jarvan ganks. So really good and efficient play. Now, 3-camp ganks have become a lot more popular this year with the changes to jungle. And we see them quite frequently, but it's very efficient to just do full red side, pass through mid on your way to your other side here.
Yeah.
Just takes a couple extra seconds,
Very good,
and
guys.
especially because the setup was so good.
Yeah,
And
when you have a champion like Jarvan.
Yeah, I also got to say that that's the first kill of the series for VKS. So they were really hoping to pull something off early. They don't want to get outscaled like they did last time. But just a reminder, this is the #1 team from the South, and they have quite a history.
They certainly do. And, you know, coming back in 2003, and Coach Seal said it was going to be like this 5-year plan. And he's made a lot of changes.
A lot of faces.
The ones that we want to focus on are the solo lanes, as solo lanes right now are pretty big.
Gakkos nearly gets the solo kill, but instead he gets ignited. The minions are also going to attack him. Inspired ends up making the kill come through for FlyQuest. So it is still advantageous for FlyQuest because they get the assist money as well because Inspired shows up to help with that. But Bowl doing a great job there dealing with Gakkos. Gakkos thought he had enough damage and just barely missed out on it.
Ooh, yeah, and then Inspired, he's able to E, and the AoE from his E activation through the turret onto the Gwen to actually secure the kill. It does get Gakkos the assist, but Boao in the 1v1, you know, gets the full kill credit there. Did have to invest all summoners from both players here as Gakkos teleported right back out.
Yeah, really aggressive from Gakkos, not having the Ignite advantage in that matchup, right? Boao will take the Ignite to try and avoid situations like that. I think very well played by him, though, to get the kill back. Still keeping the gold very even, and we're definitely getting much more action in this one than we did in game 1.
Inspired, though, you know, a pretty efficient guy. This is someone we always highlight. So he got to do a full clear into collecting that actual kill and steal away Gromp. So this is the very beginning of it, where he steals away the Gromp. Wow, Gakkos, you know, the communication is there. He's getting, you know, Gwen super low. Thought he could finish it. The extra resistance is from the W, but we're back to live, and it's a counter kill there.
Dead Galio.
Quad has been able to secure the kill. Looks like Inspired flashed. So maybe it was a Q flash from Inspired to start it out, and they kill the Galio. They punish the Galio for offensively flashing last time around.
Yeah, we mentioned last time, like, oh yeah, this is great going flash for flash with the enemy guy because you can set up those repeat ganks. So can he.
Yeah, absolutely. Inspired, keeping up his efficiency. If we don't get a replay of that, I went and checked it on my PC. He just came from bot river. It was a charged up Q flash. We're going to see it in the bottom screen right here. Immediately after the E from the Galio was used just to clear the wave and look for reset. So just perfect arrival there by Inspired, and another kill assist there for the Vi.
Really, really big stuff from him. This is a guy that everyone has talked about so frequently in the current year and the previous year. Actually,
a lot of talk.
Even the South players that we had on the Pros podcast, we're talking about, yeah, they would vote him as the most valuable player from both leagues. So a lot of respect there. Meanwhile, he's at it again.
Yep, Inspired's ready to arrive and shut down Boal up here. Gakko sets it up, Inspired collects it, and that is Feats of Warfare claim for FlyQuest.
All done by Inspired. 2 kills and 1 assist. Ganks are 3 for 3, as well as being up in CS. That is the perfect first 7 minutes for the Vi.
And I want to keep highlighting, he's still clearing his camps while he's doing this. So he's just adding mid lane and top laners as extra camps on his clear and stealing away enemy Gromp. So like his farm is already ahead. Currently his blue's getting stolen.
Ooh, he might fight it though.
And he's got smite though, so that definitely should be a steal for Jarvan. There you go. Good, at least little answer there for Jarvan to at least steal away blue. But Inspired has been incredibly time efficient with these ganks that he's gone for too.
I mean, that's one of the things that ThinkCard was talking about at the top of the day, right? Is if Vivo K-Stars want to be able to keep up with Inspired, who everybody's looking at as this best jungler in the Western Hemisphere right now, you've got to make sure that you're staying efficient while you're making plays. Because he's always going to be doing that himself, if you're making plays and he's making plays, but for some reason he's always light years ahead of you in terms of farm, that's going to be a level lead. That's going to be a massive disadvantage as the game goes forward.
I will also say, as good as he is, when you are getting a lot of kills and a lot of CS and stuff and you're racking up a gold bounty, okay, it actually just dropped off of his head, but he had a gold bounty. Vi is a champion that has to be careful when she gets gold bounties.
Because it's easy to deliver them?
Yes, especially when you're playing into a Galio, into a Renata. But, you know, the bounty has actually dropped off his head, and at the moment, VKS will just at least start up the grubs.
It looks like they're going to be getting probably all 3 of them uncontested, as Inspired is still clearing his camps and none of the lanes are on the move. And it's a good point to bring up about the game state that Inspired is going to have to play into. There are a lot of champions set up to shut him down in teamfights, so it is very good that he had the good start to the game, but he needs to continue to play at a high level as the grubs all go over to VKS.
All right, all 3 grubs for them, but grubs are always more of a down payment objective. You still need to be able to have push in your lanes. You still need to be able to get firing time on the turrets to really have those pay off. So we'll see how VKS's macro can accommodate being able to secure that early advantage for themselves now for the 2nd game in a row. It is already Feat of Warfare secured for the side of FlyQuest, so at least VKS off to a good start in trying to secure one of those others. It is another game, though, where we are seeing a very late first Dragon.
I think that they actually might make a mid play and then go for that, because the result of all this money on Inspired is that he has a fully finished Sundered Sky right now. So you know Inspired is feeling very powerful. He is the one on both teams, the only person with a fully completed item. So that gives you the authority to go then start up that Dragon. And it looks like everywhere else is just going to go for their regular resets.
Yeah, but I think they just get it because of the lane matchup top lane. Gakkos has the teleport, whereas Corki obviously does not with Flash and Barrier, so there would be a numbers advantage for FlyQuest anyway, and Vi very efficient at taking the Dragon.
Nicely done there for FlyQuest. as Boa will take his position, trying to defend against Masu and Busio down here in this bottom lane. Honestly, we haven't really looked a lot at bottom through these first 10 minutes or so because there hasn't been a whole lot happening. It is slight gold leads across the board for everybody on the FlyQuest side, as Masu just keeps that pressure on. I can't actually tell if he got the plate or if it needs one more hit. Okay.
It's like
it's like the smallest
sliver away. He was trying to like ricochet it off of Boal, but he didn't. I didn't see the gold
9 HP. Okay, so it's at 3,009 out of 5K.
Don't you worry, that he's gonna get it.
Are you sure?
that's a lot of HP, Kobe. It's a whole 9.
Oh my goodness, the minion wave disappeared somehow. What the?
All right, plate secured there for Masu, getting this Sivir fed. We touched on it a little bit earlier, but the combination of the Sivir and the Karma together with On the Hunt plus the Mantra E just makes you so incredibly fast. And if FlyQuest does keep up this early game tempo, you know, they're already 1,500 gold ahead. That's pretty good for 10 minutes into the game. It can become very scary for VKS anytime they're away from the turrets.
I completely agree, but also with FlyQuest having this early gold lead, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get more aggressive, because the way they win this game is they get a lot of durability on Orianna, who's getting ganked again.
Okay, Quad under pressure, flashing out of the Cataclysm. So at least the Summoner spell earned for that Jarvan gank.
But with no flash, that does mean he's going to be a target for the next Galio ultimate if they fight around an objective. That's why he needs to have the durability, and preferably Azonia's. And Sivir also with the barrier as well as Spell Shield. That's their defense against the Jarvan Galio combo. If they fight without those tools, that's when they're going to be most vulnerable.
I mean, they're kind of rotating in here through the jungle to try and keep up their pressure as well. Orianna in the side lane, they definitely could prey on. So, like the look here from VKS, remaining aggressive in the early stages.
Okay, Busio's going to fight off Disamus. We do already have the Rod of Ages stacking for the Orianna. We've got the tier about 2/3 of the way charged up towards being able to immediately evolve into Seraphs once he completes the Archangels. I'm right there with you, Jet. I think it's going to be Seeker's Arm Guard as soon as those first 2 core items are done, and then he'll be feeling great.
FlyQuest have to be very careful at the moment. A lot of pressure here. VKS really do want to make some sort of move here with Jarvan ultimates. You know, either get a flash out of the Sivir or try and punish the flashless Orianna. So Orianna, you know, is going to be the main target, but looks like he's pretty far pushed up. Inspired is going to hover around, and full protection from FlyQuest. So very nicely, I feel like, done from there.
They're really going for a play, though.
Teleport flank behind him.
Okay, Boal looking to make a play on the bottom side at the same time as Morteos has to try to flash away. Reinforced now by the Grand Entrance from the Galio. Inspired in some danger here with the vibe, but he wants to turn it right back around onto Disamus and the Jarvan. Meanwhile, bottom side, Quad versus Miru. Not quite going to work out the way they wanted to, as Busio and Inspired and Masu are still fighting back here in this 3v4 in the mid lane. Boal did drop to Quad down there in the bottom lane while the massive fight was happening in mid.
That's so good for FlyQuest. A small miracle that Inspired is able to escape there using his ult on the way out, and I gotta see how Quad got that kill.
See, Inspired's just good. That's how he escaped. He actually,
he's just good.
He created the space, and since he has you know, the early lead, and then he uses his ult to get back to the Galio. Busio actually does a good thing. He walks up next to him. They heal and try and walk away, plus using his shield. But I think the reason why Miru dropped down to Quad, or Boal dropped down to Quad, he thought Miru was going to come to him.
Yeah.
So on this teleport, the call is probably kill this flashless Orianna. But because Inspired and Busio start the fight on the other side, Galio ends up going over there. Yeah, see, he actually was walking towards the Orianna, so that probably communication was like, Boal, move up, you know, play aggressively into it. And then they have this juke on the other side from Inspired. He goes over, uses his ult to cross, and then they move on up.
Weirdly enough, the Renata ultimate actually helped Inspired move away from the rest of the team as well. It's the icing on the cake.
And the last thing, too, the root from Busio on the Karma that locks up Miru as he tried to hit the Galio taunt, so no efficacy there either.
Yeah, so it seems like they've got the comms of, hey, Galio's going to teleport in. This Orianna has no, you know, flash, so Boal, you're free to grow aggressive. But then he went to the other side of the map, and Quad's like, great, I'll take the 1v1 because you just used everything.
Yeah, I feel like Trimby knows that that play was really bad for their overall state of the game. Already down 1 Drake, next one in 20 seconds. They expended a lot on that play with the teleport just to have it not go their way. And while all that was happening, Gakkos was getting free experience on the other side of the map as well. So that entire 1 kill for 0 for FlyQuest was essentially a 4v5.
Yeah, and money for himself. Trinity Force fully completed, extra Caulfield's Warhammer intel as well. Jax will be an issue this time around.
20 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. The second Drake is already live here on the map. Lost Chapter in the inventory of Quad alongside that now fully stacked tier, so he's about to hit another power spike on his next purchase once he can buy that Archangels into the Seraphs immediately.
Gwen with no completed item versus Jack's Tornado Force Plus. That means free tower, and here comes Inspired again.
Yeah, it might be more than just a free tower. Inspired and Gakkos working together for the 2v1, and it's easy to get it. Gakkos picks up the 5th kill of the game for FlyQuest. Masu getting jumped on now, though, and they do kill him off before Busio can try to protect him. Morteos and Trimby win out in the 2v2 here in the mid lane, but now Inspired's ready to make it an even trade. He jumps in, lands the ulti, killing spree Inspired.
And he wants to stop this Drake, too. We're not done.
Okay, Miru and Disamus trying to work on this one, but now a nice Cataclysm locks up Inspired. He wants to jump back over the wall here with a Vault Breaker, but the Galio ulti arrives a little bit too late. Inspired still on the run. He wants to protect the bounty. He's running all the way around. The Blast Cone might be able to get him away to safety and at least give some extra distance. Inspired still trying to run. Miru rooted up by Busio as he and Quad are providing distraction. Inspired gets out, and FlyQuest are onto the objective.
Is this an LTA playoffs game or an Inspired highlight reel?
Both. It is both.
Yes. This is crazy work, man. What in the world? All right, we throw a lot of compliments at Inspired kind of universally, but this game is getting ridiculous.
Everywhere he goes just becomes a good play. That play started with Inspired killing the Gwen in the top lane. Shoots mid lane, cleans up a kill, shoots to Drake, stops the Drake, does the ring around the Rosie. What can't he do this series?
This is crazy work. Okay, so back to an actual good play from VKS. They get their kill, they jump immediately onto Masu and delete him, but as you say, coming from his previous play, killing off the top laner, Inspired's then able to clean up and kill an easy one. This is the real...
Absolutely no hesitation. He already knows because they're on the ward that he's just going to clean up the kill, leave from there. Knows that the Galio's cutting off the other direction, so he just extends this play by running out the back.
And it actually is fairly difficult for Vi to actually gain room to use your Qs when you're like that. Plus, he was also slowed by the exhaust, but he moved down perfectly to the bottom side of the Cataclysm to find the only open space for him to be able to release his Q without hitting someone to gain the distance. And then he releases the other one to avoid the knockup. And then the Blast Cone is there for the instant dragon pickup. It's like actually crazy.
And he knew he could run behind enemy lines to escape because he just killed the only other 2 guys that he wasn't seeing on his screen. There was no way somebody showed up to cut him off. Beautiful sequence there from Inspired. Obviously, while we were watching the replays, the Rift Herald was also taken, secured there by FlyQuest, who are 5,500 gold ahead now, 17.5 minutes into the game. They are stomping game 2.
They are, and I really do not want to lose the performance of Gakkos despite Inspired playing so well, because for a player that is this young, that only got 2 stage games with FlyQuest throughout the entire regular season, to come into a high pressure, basically finals qualification match, winner of this goes to the grand finals, and be way up on Aurelia in game 1, and now with the Jack counterpick into Gwen in game 2 being half of the gold lead, he is performing extremely well.
Busio in some danger, though. VKS trying to full commit here to the Karma, but the flash out keeps Busio nice and healthy. FlyQuest trying to continue fighting this one as Boal makes his teleport into the fight now. Masu and Busio firing back onto Disamus as Inspired jumps into the middle of the fight and then flashes over the wall to avoid the aggro. Boal and Morteos trying to find the kills, and they've got one on Masu. They're going to pick up 2. Trimby's under pressure, though, and Gakkos has the counter-strike to beat him down. It's a bloody battle as FlyQuest lose both of their carries, but Inspired and Gakkos are both still alive. The front line, the bruisers here on this team are so difficult to deal with. It's a 3-for-2 for FlyQuest.
Looks like Miru was able to escape on the backside of that fight, but that was just an insanely well-played fight all around. FlyQuest playing at the max range this entire time, using the speed from the Karma and the Sivir to buy time for Gakkos to arrive on the back end. That felt like the last fight that VKS had in them that they could possibly win in this game, and FlyQuest, I think, outplayed them.
Yeah, so they start with the opener on the bottom lane again, which I do like from VKS. Busio, though, still had flash, so they're able to create a lot of time. Here, I think the Galio ult is a little early because FlyQuest aren't yet committed to that area of the map, and so Inspired kind of baits it out a little bit, I guess. They were a little bit antsy there. But then, with the Renata bailout here, gaining a little bit of time, VKS actually came away with, multiple kills there, considering the state of the game and how far they were down.
I have shield for you, Masu, when I spawn. Oh, don't ask why I shielded.
We won't ask, okay?
Yeah. All right, they won the fight.
No questions.
Probably the right person.
FlyQuest still up about that 6,000 gold. And yeah, considering how far down VKS was, getting a 2-for-3 fight isn't that bad, but the clock is ticking against them. FlyQuest is continuing to build advantages. Otacon has now spawned on this bottom side of the map here yet again, and we're seeing a lot of bodies in the area.
Yeah, VKS, they just have to be very careful about the timings of their Galio ult and their Renata ult, because those two are really big teamfight winning ultimate abilities. And if FlyQuest have not fully committed to the area that they're using them in, then it's going to be very hard for them to actually overcome the deficit that they're looking at within items.
Ooh, Inspired trying to take his blue buff now, but the big engage coming out from VKS. Inspired, he's down. Beautiful pick. Arrives from Vivo Cade Stars on the enemy jungler, but now Trimby's under pressure. Gakko's going in here for the 4v5. Renata ulti doesn't get a whole lot of value. Trimby casts the bailout on himself, but it's not enough. Now Bowow looking to put the pressure onto Masu as Dismas jumps into the back line, but it is not enough. Masu survives for so long as Gakkos has to try to get away from the enemy AD carry. He runs for the brushes, but he cannot escape. Quad and Boostio versus 3. Miru drops down. It's a 2v2 in the back end of the fight. Morteos tries to go in and find the damage, but Quad gets the kill. Bowow wants to get Boostio, but he can't find him. It's an ace for 3. It's FlyQuest with the team fight.
That's some bloody LTA action for you, Flowers. Number 1 South versus number 1 North. In the end, Quad is able to carry the rest of the fight after VKS made a pick on Inspired, on the guy that has been making all these plays in the game. They started out with a huge pick on him. They kill him off before the Herald fully spawns. Inspired was trying to summon the Herald and then use the Herald as his getaway car, but all members of VKS attack simultaneously.
And I have to give them credit. That's a crazy play to attempt. A 5-man jungle invade to blue buff 30 seconds before the next Drake with Otacon up, and it almost pays off for them after they get a clean kill onto Inspired without really having to burn any ults. FlyQuest still says, guess you're not that strong. We're going to beat you in this 4v5 fight. Gakkos does a ton of damage around the outside, and I'd say Quad is the finisher in this fight, dodging that last Galio E and staying strong, finishing off the Corki with the assist of Otacon, who really wanted to be involved.
Watching Otacon fly into the lane and attack minion waves and champions never gets old. What a bloody fight. 8 dead out of 10 players all participating in the fight.
We got more.
Back to live. The Otacon's at half HP. Gakkos in the middle of everybody here, but it's a ton of damage onto Disamus as well. He tries to go for the Cataclysm onto Quad to give himself a way out, but it won't work. Now Bowow's going to be your next target as Inspired dives into the back line. Miru's under pressure and Morteos as well. The Galio ulti flies up. FlyQuest may have overcommitted. Morteos has managed to find a couple of kills. Trimby and Miru the last 2 standing, but FlyQuest are just 2 far ahead, 19-10. It's another ace for 2.
Yeah, the carries of FlyQuest are very strong now, and with the Otacon on top of it, this is really going to push FlyQuest over the edge. VKS made another honorable attempt at trying to take one of these team fights, but this one even more one-sided than the last, and the rewards will be greater.
And I love how different both of these games are, because this is FlyQuest with a 9,000 gold lead, and look at how VKS's composition wants to work here. So even though the Jarvan goes down early, watch how they actually can repel this dive. Once Gakkos and Inspired fly in, the Renata, the Galio, repel the dive, and actually both divers end up falling. I feel like it's only because FlyQuest is so far ahead that they can keep flying through with the Orianna and the Sivir to eventually win the fight. But you can see the concept of why this VKS composition could have worked in this game, but FlyQuest played so much more aggressively early in this game, accumulating kills to get the lead so they could do stuff like this later.
Yeah, exactly. The gold lead is just manifested in too much of an item difference. Now with Otacon, all these petals, 31 petals to their name that are all empowered, they're looking at this 3-minute timer for Dragon Soul with their mouths watering on the side of FlyQuest. So 3 minutes are on the clock, Flowers. Actually, we don't even have to wait that long.
Nope, it looks like Bowow's going to be the target here. This is the problem when you go for TP Ignite. It paints a giant target on your back. Gakkos and Inspired, they needed a little bit more damage, but the Drain Tank deceptive durability of Gwen gets Boal out of there. He stays alive and avoids the potential play from FlyQuest.
Maybe we only put 20 seconds on the clock because Baron, they are really far ahead, so they could mess around with some Baron starts and look for turns, but the safer play would be play for Soul.
Yeah, they burned both Jax and Violets going for that one. Boal did a great job getting the healing off, and Trimby's redemption saved him at the end. I do feel like if they find the right angle, they'll go back in, but I think they definitely want to wait for the Jax and the Vi ultimates. I think at this point, they're just going to try and keep mid lane pushed and repel any type of engage that VKS try on them.
At the very least, you want to get mid tower down before you would try and do too much Baron baiting from the side of FlyQuest. The mid tower is some nice defense for VKS to actually work off of and get some positioning, which is allowing them to go get plenty of Baron vision at the moment. So probably just play for Soul at the moment here for FlyQuest, although this play on the top side, VKS looking around for some objective bounty maybe before things get too spicy, but don't think they can overcommit to any side. FlyQuest territory is very dangerous for them.
Cloud Soul 2 feel like that synergizes so well for FlyQuest composition for so many of their characters. It's just so scary for VKS to then have to try to deal with that. We saw the bottom lane fight, how yes, they were managing to kite out the divers and they escaped the attack crew. It's going to be a lot harder if they run 4,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, and they still have Flash in case they do get Jarvan ulted that one time to escape the Galio ultimate. So their carries have been able to really maintain their elusiveness throughout this entire game. And FlyQuest, even though they played a lot of these fights aggressively, are in no rush at this point in the game. They'll take the Baron, I think, if it's a free B, but I believe they're probably just stalling this extra 50 seconds before the next Drake.
All right, that mid lane tier 1 that Kobe was talking about, that thing is at death's door, but Trimby and Morteos are doing a dedicated job keeping it alive. They want to continue being able to play around it. They want to continue having that bastion of safety, knowing that, yeah, even if they lose the Dragon Soul, it's going to be about this Baron every part of the conversation after. Still about an 8,000 gold lead for FlyQuest, still 3 Drakes to nothing. And I want to go back to something I mentioned earlier, because this is the second game in a row now that all 3 Grubs have gone to Vivo Cade Stars. They have no turrets taken. They have not been able to profit off of that early down payment they made for that objective, and there's really no value they've been able to derive from it. As the mid lane tier 1 turret is about to die, one more auto attack from Quad gets it done, throws the ball forward. No shockwave here just yet. Flash out from Disamas to make sure he doesn't get caught out by that one. Would have been a terrible time to lose your jungler, as FlyQuest now take the objective and march over towards the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and Trimby's flash too. That was a high value shockwave. Quad gets 2 flashes before the Dragon Soul fight. I wonder, does that mean, okay, they're just going to send it up towards the Baron area. VKS are running up there at the moment. They want to at least threaten. If FlyQuest are going to take Dragon Soul, we're going to threaten you at Baron.
I think the threat is you better get over here, because they are full sending after the Baron right now, but it's not going down that fast. Masu solos out the Drake. It's Cloud Soul secured for the side of FlyQuest. Baron still only at about half HP. Disamas jumps in. Remember, there's no flash here for the Jarvan. There's no way to get back out, and he drops. Now Boal's in the middle of everybody, but the Hallowed Mist can't protect him forever. Morteos under pressure, and Gakkos is looking to bring him down here with a counter-strike. They're so damn fast. A double kill back over to Gakkos, and only Miru is still left alive. Inspired is going to send him to meet his friends. That's an ace for nothing, plus a soul, plus a Baron, plus the game for FlyQuest.
15 kills to 0 in game 1, 24 to 10 here in game 2. FlyQuest wins slow and fast to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, they came out swinging here in this second game. Inspired was all over the map, and once FlyQuest got ahead, they stayed there. 24 kills in 28 minutes, and the LTA North's #1 seed is on match point.
And they're looking very good with Gakkos in.
Yeah.
This is 2 good games from him on the Aurelia, on the Jax, on these melee carries. And FlyQuest looking strong.
They've done such a good job making Gakkos feel comfortable, and Inspired was insane in that game. Lounge, who was your MVP?
I'd say
Inspired from that game.
I think so.
We're sitting here vibing, eating popcorn. You kind of interrupted our like game.
That was so rude of them. We were talking about popcorn.
I know. For me, Inspired though was by far and away the difference maker. And we talked about what shifts might have to happen on this FlyQuest team. He's kind of gone back to playing a lot more for his lanes than being the carry and having his lanes play for him, which I think is a really good pivot when you're trying to bring Gakkos into the fold.
I think it's really, really smart. I mean, they're clearly trying to set up Gakkos for success, build his confidence, really enable him. And it's been beautiful to see, but we got some comms from the final moments.
Go look at Nash. What are they doing?
They're coming.
Okay, walk away then.
Turning. That's killing.
Galio can't ult.
It's fine. They both have zone. Yeah, we both have zone.
All right, big shield in 2.
We are fine there, right? I will just keep going.
Yeah, we carry.
Yeah, that's looking chill.
This is no flash, Gakkos. You get it. I think we can end the bot, guys. Long bot, right?
Yeah, I'm
running.
killing Galio too. Nice.
I just love how casual that was.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, we can
It's
end.
chill.
We can end. Let's
It's
go.
chill.
It's chill.
Is Lucio not allowed to get excited?
Yeah.
It's looking chill.
Hey, he's playing Karma, man. He's just pressing shield on everybody, making sure they're safe. But I mean, we talked about the pathing from Inspired, and man, is he just so efficient at finding the plays and then also getting in there and interacting with these waves. This was the start here where it was the first blood coming in from a VKS, but then this moment got a little awkward here.
Yeah.
Azale, you had a lot of notes on it.
Well, just Gakkos canceled his first auto. He tried to auto W auto, but he autoed, and right before the first auto hit, he canceled it with his W, then got that last auto off. Otherwise, we would have the solo kill. Then it kind of turned into a bit of an overchase where he died. But this is where Inspired starts to really turn things around. He gets up towards the top side, helps to fix what had gone on in that lane, gets him into a good spot. Then he went mid, gets a kill for Quad. He started moving around the map everywhere, then Quad in his side lane here, where Boal, I think, was expecting the Galio to ult him, but there ended up being a fight around mid. He gets solo killed. And then you start looking at the state of the game, and it's like all of these scaling carries on FlyQuest side are way up in gold. Your Cull Sivir one lane against the Corki, and you start to realize this is going to be an incredibly difficult game for VKS.
Definitely the Inspired show. We already saw the moment that you said where there was some miscommunication on the Cade side. I think it's really important that Cade resets. I know Coach Seal, I know that he's very big on mentality and performance. There's a big difference between Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, they were very connected. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Game 2, a little bit of disconnection. You need to reset. You have to reset now.
Well, and I feel like FlyQuest has shown us the same thing 2 times in a row. They're just going to draft outscale them, and they're basically saying, you know what, you're not good enough to beat us in a straight-up game. We're just going to draft for a 5v5. We're going to draft for a late game. You have to do something, and if you can't, you lose the game. And I feel like VKS has not shown us anything to force FlyQuest to move away from that. So I think Game 3 is just going to be like Victor mid, another scaling AD carry, and it's going to be like Sejuani or whatever jungle.
100%.
And they're going to say, you know what, you have to beat us straight up.
Yeah, and this was Cade's one moment where they got the pick on Inspired. They ended up taking this 5v4, ends up being slightly winning by FlyQuest, ended up killing everyone, but this was almost a pretty big blunder by FlyQuest.
That auto damage.
Yeah, they're quick. This was their one window back into the game, but FlyQuest, they're too far ahead. They just smacked them with their wallets.
Yeah, and at least what I will say for VivoCade, they never stopped making plays. They found that pick on Inspired there. They still go for this play. I mean, at this point, the game's so far out of your control that you kind of are looking for some Hail Marys, but I give them credit for not just giving up and still trying to find windows to get in. It felt like FlyQuest could never just rest because VivoCade were always looking for something to happen. It's just FlyQuest were so good at being able to absorb that.
Yeah, I mean, this was the fight. I know Jet pointed it out in the cast, but that was the fight where you really could see, like, if this Cade comp had a little bit more money in some of these moments, how it operated and how it would be able to work. At this point, it's already kind of
I mean, it's 9K.
Yeah.
Like, they know that the game is screwed,
Yeah.
so they're just going to flip Baron, right?
And I like that.
You're choosing the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
You're either going to walk into first setup at Cloud Soul and you're all going to die, or you get to have a first setup team fight at Baron. You're probably going to die, but it's like, which one would you rather do?
Yep.
They chose that one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in those kind of situations, it's like, if you get a 5% chance to win out of a fight, that's much better than what the game is for just playing it out normally.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
You're willing to flip anything.
And I'm happy, Emily, you just circled Gakkos because this is 2 games in a row now. Counter pick for the new kid coming in here. They're really playing to make Gakkos comfortable on the Rift, and I think that is like the most clear strategy for FlyQuest to do. I'm expecting fully for that to continue going forward into this series. But make sure you at home don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champion Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off. That's a big 50 off of Uber Eats. As we had to break. Let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted by you in chat.
They walk. You want to
We can fight in the stroke if they keep walking.
Take it slow.
Make them walk.
You can in. Take it slow. Take it slow.
I kill Yanta.
You have Rift in bot lane.
I have shield, Masu.
Yeah. Tarban, no flash.
Shield in 2.
Rift in
I
bot
can shield you,
now.
Gakkos. We can win easily. Corki, no flash. I have spells in 2. Spells in 2. I can mark 1.
I clean up.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun? Red Bull gives you wings. But only if you drink it.
Aww.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
You can go to lane 2, Sivir.
They are going. Tarban is spirit.
Take it slow, take it slow. He has done it.
This guy
I have big shields.
I'm ulting
Corki, no
more.
flash, no W.
Yeah.
I shield you quad.
Renata flash ulted.
Oh. I kinda excited.
Kind of excited.
24 kills in 28 minutes, and the LTA North #1 seed is on match point. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA here at the Riot Games Arena. Today is our upper bracket finals, our best of 5 to decide who is getting a fast ticket straight to the grand finals in Dallas next Sunday. And gentlemen, let me just say that right now, it's looking an awful lot like FlyQuest. They are up 2-0 after a very slow, very controlled Game 1 win with a perfect shutout score of 15-0, and then a Game 2 that was a lot faster, a lot bloodier, but they still just beat VKS Stars down. Now in Game number 3, it's do or die for the South's #1 seed if they still want to have a chance of being able to walk away from this one with a dub today. I'm still Captain Flowers, this is still Kobe and Jat, and once more, we've got ThinkCard back on the desk with us here to break down this next draft. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me. Pretty excited for this Game 3 draft. I have a prediction. I think FlyQuest is going to draft scaling.
Oh, no way! I can hardly imagine such a concept.
Probably keep the ban similar as well. You were saying they were not going to give the Aurora over for the entire series. VKS with the Rumble ban as well. I'd say the only thing I want to see, and I'm curious about your opinion here, is to actually 5-pick or counter-pick Boal's top lane. Because I think giving Gakkos the choice of his matchup in both games has set him up to be much more comfortable.
Yeah, they can. It depends if Trundle's being picked as well. I can see them just trying to be like, let's get Trundle out of here, you're Scion duty, something like that. But I really think for mid lane, the question is, I think Quad's going to pick Victor. What are you going to play against Victor? Akali's gone, Galio's gone, Aurora's banned. You can go for some anti-comps against it, but for the most part, Victor's pretty good against that. So are you going to let him play Victor in scale, or are you going to have something prepared to stop that from happening?
If you're VKS and you're in must-win scenario, what is the thing that you go to in your time of most need?
I don't know. I think let's be honest. Let's be honest. You need some agency, and these early plays, these big game plays, they have to work because they never were a scaling team. They were an aggressive team, and FlyQuest is very good at weathering the storm, but it's not something where it's like, okay, now we're going to be a scaling team. You have to stick to your strength, and your strength is the Pantheons, the skirmishing with the Trundle, the Annie and Aurora, which are now both banned by FlyQuest. So I'm confused what they're going to go for. Maybe they go for like a Mao. They can go for like a Mao Kayon. They are pretty good at Talia. They can do it to like a Talia Sedge. He does have a very good whip rate on Sedge to Samus. So it depends what they feel like the theme of the series is. But they just lost the same thing twice, which is scaling.
I do like that philosophy, though, of even if you just lost twice versus someone who's going to outscale you, don't all of a sudden change everything about your own team. Continue to play to your strengths. And let's see what they do come up with. The Nico that was kind of focused previously and banned away, and you're talking about being a very useful tool for Trimby, here is first picked and sniped away, and that's already going to set up the bottom lane to be powerful.
Yeah, and they took this because there's 2 premier picks into the Nico, Bard and Karma. And those were both already played early in the series. Now you get the Nico, you don't have the best counter picks against it, and Busio, we've seen him on the Nico. It's a very good pick for him. There's not an easy pick into it now on the Cade Stars side. And they go for the Scion, like I was talking about. I think they're going to take the Trundle as well.
They have to take Trundle now, yeah.
Because you can't get Trundle now.
Really interesting. So they're just trying to neutralize that top lane matchup as much as possible. I feel like they didn't take the Trundle, though. I think Inspire's going to be playing that.
I think it's a pretty easy takeaway here. You take the Trundle. Maybe they have an interesting pick into the Trundle that they're preparing, but I'd be a little bit surprised. We see some Zeds into the Trundle. The Samus doesn't strike me as a Zed player. I think FlyQuest will be happy by taking, Aatrox Trundle here. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, Aatrox is pretty interesting to me because obviously for the lane, it is good. But I've seen so many team fights later on in games where there's the team that had early picked the Scion and got counterpicked by Aatrox. Anyway, the Scion just still has so much value in mid game as such a strong frontline tank. So that's why I kind of do agree with you guys on the Trundle aspect, because the front to back does look like the angle they're going for.
If they don't take Victor here, though, it's probably banned in the 4-5. But the Trundle just looks so juicy here.
Yeah, they get the Trundle. I think this is something FlyQuest is pretty happy about. And this 3 pick, I'm curious what comes out here, because it seems so obvious to take the Trundle 1-2, which makes it seem like they have something prepared, right? Like, I know this team, I know they put a lot of prep into their drafts. They expected this, and they have something that they want to do into the Trundle.
Yeah, because they didn't really have another reason to do Rel instead early, so
exactly.
Let's see what it is.
Well, they don't think FlyQuest knows what it is, so they're not afraid of the 4-5 bans, and they're just getting the Yone early.
Okay, well, it is a little bit clear now. They're going to pick an AP character, right? So it's going to be something that Trundle's not that good against. So what do you have? You have the Maokai, you have the Zyra. They can do Brand as well. It's going to be an AP character that Trundle's not very good against, which is why they gave Trundle in the first place. Cyan's still not going to be happy that he's against it, but at least they have a good matchup for Desamis, and they have some aggression with Miru on Yone now.
Okay,
I like it.
Checking out the bans here in the second half, that Taliyah getting banned away. I think we're still probably, are we still expecting the Victor to be the second ban here for VKS Stars, considering they've already locked the Yone for themselves?
Yone usually does pretty decently against the Victor. Maybe they still do it because it's FlyQuest and they're pretty confident with it. I'm not too sure what quad likes into the Yone. The Akali's gone. Cassio, you do have to slam this ban.
Cassio.
You have to slam the Cassio ban for sure.
I do like this Ziggs ban from FlyQuest as well. Because of, like you're talking about, the AD mid from Yone showing really early, they want to take that option out from the bottom lane. That is definitely a smart protection one. And there you go. The quad special taken off the table
VKS is
as well.
prepared, right?
Yeah.
These are very measured drafts. Giving over the Trundle, making it so juicy so they get the Yone, and now maybe, as you mentioned, there are a bunch of AP champs you can take into it. Maybe the Lilia, there's no hard CC yet for FlyQuest aside from the Nico skill shots. Lilia's pretty weak right now, though.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest also very well prepared. Morteos, very good at Ziggs. They take that away, so now you don't have the Ziggs Yone combo. So I'm curious what these bot lane ADCs are going to be looking like this game. And this jungle pick, I think, is going to determine the landscape of the game. Whether they go for just a simple Maokai or they actually go for that AP carry in the jungle.
I'm excited to see it, man. I want to see what they have planned, what they had researched and prepped for this draft, for this Trundle into the Scion pick. Fourth pick of the draft is just the Kai'Sa. Okay, so we're waiting all the way. They want maximum information before they make this choice.
Yeah, I mean, for sure they want the full team counter pick here. The Kai'Sa I do like grabbing really early, obviously with the Rel classic combo, and they've got plenty of dive with the Yone as well. So lots of dive from VKS.
Yeah, and you got a bit of mixed damage as well. You can go for the AP Kai'Sa build. It covers for the fact that Yone is AD on mid. MF, pretty standard pick. Nothing too special. They go for the Ryze. So Ryze, so this is interesting actually, because there was a while where people thought that Ryze was really good against the Yone. You're kind of really tanky. You can bully it a little bit. But some Yones actually have developed to like this lane because they're able to scale a little bit, and once you hit Bork, you're actually able to do what Ryze doesn't like, which is fight for a very short period of time, don't do an extended trade, and chunk and come out. So I'm curious if Miru is happy with this matchup. It seems like Quad is, and Quad is a pretty good Ryze. So the only thing left to see is what is this AP carry that this Thomas is going to lock in.
Got some flashbacks there. Some Shopify.
We're playing on the hotfix at least, so it's a little bit stronger for Yunar than last week.
Now we're updated. Now we're on the hotfix, but they lock in the Misfortune even into all this dive. So if you keep range on the Misfortune and your Nico is able to lock them up, then you can have a hugely potent counter engage. But you do need to make sure you do not get caught by a Yone ultimate or standing still for too long, and they will end up going back with the very classic Maokai combination with it. They do feel like the Kai'Sa is enough to carry part of the AP threat as well as the Maokai here.
All right, so since we are getting into the last part of the draft here, we finally get to see all 10 champs locked in. Just like last time, Think Card, I'm going to ask you, last question before you take off and head back to the Analyst Lounge. Which side do you give the edge to for this draft?
I would give it to FlyQuest, mostly because I think the team with the pushing bot lane really controls the game this series, and I think that FlyQuest is going to be able to kind of snowball into the first setup. But this Cade champion select is very skirmish heavy. This is one of those drafts that, you've seen G2 pull off, especially against Gen G. You get that one team fight with the Yone, and then if you win that one skirmish and you have first setup for the rest of the game, you could really run over like every single team fight.
All right. Let's see if they can pull it off. Let's see if they can take us to a game number 4, or if FlyQuest is going to clean sweep their way to a fast pass to the grand finals in Dallas next Sunday. Thinkard, thank you so much for coming on here and offering us your wisdom and your mind for the draft yet again. We will be bringing him back if the series does continue on past this. But Kobe, Jack, it has not been looking good for VKS stars so far. FlyQuest beat them slow, they beat them fast. They have got them figured out in these first 2 games.
Absolutely, and I don't think it's because FlyQuest has their number in draft. I feel like it's because they have their number in mid-game execution and just the way they see their win conditions in game. This is another draft that I think is very creative from VKS with a lot of engage options, and it gives them a possibility to have an outplay in this game. They want to play fast, they want to play aggressive, and even though FlyQuest does have enough skirmishing champions, they're still going to want to scale and control these lanes. So let's see if FlyQuest can do it for a 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, I do think this Busio Nico is going to have a lot of value. Let's see about the early lane pressure. I mean, Misfortune plus Nico here into short-range Kaisa and melee support as well. If you don't have jungle kind of coming down to threaten ganks and stuff, you can just get pushed in constantly, chunked out constantly, and start to lose out on gold and experience as well as territory to work with.
Plus, not just the short range on the AD carry and the support, the difference in the keystones as well. Busio making sure that he's going for Comet for the extra trading power, extra early lane bullying, whereas Trimby is running that Summoner Spellbook to try to give himself more creative options as the game goes on. But you got to get there if you want to have those options, and we'll see how well they can survive the storm here in this early lane.
And the other thing VKS have to do is track Inspired.
Whoa.
And they are starting out. So we did see this previously. I'm trying to remember which exact game it was. I was watching so many LCK and LPL VODs. But they did this previously, and this is the kind of new version of a lane swap. And where you just put your AD carry up there so you don't trigger the 2 people debuff on top side. And we're just having both of them matching and have both AD carries up on the top side. And so you get supports with top laners duoing on the bottom side of the map. This is the kind of new way around the lane swap restrictions for the first 3 minutes.
They're never getting rid of lane swaps.
No, they're not.
They did as much as they could, man.
I am not jealous of the devs whose responsibility it is to try to cure the lane swap problem, because teams always find a new way to try to bring it back. Trimby still level 1 on the Rel, passing through mid lane now. As you can see, Disama's pathing towards his top side of the jungle. Both junglers did start on their own respective blue buffs, so pathing towards opposite sides of the map. Masu on the Misfortune does have control over the push up here in this top side, as well as that wave crashes into the tier 1 turret. And Busio, again, just kind of doing the same thing that Trimby did, passing through the mid lane here, making sure that everything's fine.
Yeah, so they're not going to be disadvantaged by this early shenanigans whatsoever. It's just going to be standard lanes just flipped around like they've already swapped up for this 3-minute, 30-second wave. But I also want to call to attention just this North versus South story that we've had. The 3 wins were all by Red Cannons as Quad.
Oh, that Q.
That last overload, if that would have hit, because he was also already marked with the Spell Flux, that probably kills.
Ooh, that was close. But close doesn't count it, Flowers. No first blood, no kill there. And Miro does get to continue farming here under tower. But yeah, I do think it was a smart move because you avoid at least these super early stages of the really annoying, duo lane for bottom side. So after the 3 minutes comes up, they're able to just go over here, double duo lanes once again. Inspired's going to go for his reset. As Dismiss does show on his way to the next crad. So Inspired is going to be a little bit ahead on timing here. Gets his recall off first. Probably just go back into a nice re-clear, though.
Okay, Trimby crashes down, trying to engage on Busio a little bit here as the counter route from Busio does not hit a target, but still some good trading back from Busio and Masu to honestly come out pretty far ahead in the trade overall.
Yeah, Masu just standing strong, making sure to get the love tap on both of them. Still high health, keeping these waves pushed. And the Nico is still going to be able to apply a lot of pressure, having traded heals and being 1 summoner up in that 2v2.
I have to say, it's kind of interesting, too, because both junglers are opposite side. So second re-clear here is going to end up on different sides. They actually, with the push, are just going to allow Masu's going to pull the wave, focus up the minion damage, so it will slowly push in his direction, kind of, or at the very least deny a little bit of extra minions. But we've got some
could be a
Jungle
good
on bot.
Okay, Gakgos still scrapping with Bowl here. However, Disamis has made his way forward. Throws out the sapling, finds it in the brush. Not a whole lot more out of this. Gakgos survives easily.
Yeah, he's not sure above the whereabouts of Inspired quite yet, because their ward was on Raptors, and they didn't, they weren't 100% sure where he is, so he didn't want to like flash for it and trade flashes with Gakgos or something. And they're not especially high damage combination, so didn't want to over-invest anything and over-chase down there.
Yeah, and just small advantages accumulating for FlyQuest right now for about a 400 gold lead, so about 10 CS as Gakgos was able to get that wave in before recalling, getting through that risky part of the lane. I think if Disamis did want to flash in for that, there's a chance they get the kill. They at the very least would trade flashes, but I completely agree. If they do that blind and Inspired's there, it would have been a total disaster.
It's the Inspired effect, man. He just makes so much space in the enemy's mental because of the fact that they know his pathing is so efficient, that they know he's always looking for those plays. Busio will pass through mid lane, interrupt Miru's recall here, so at least send him off tempo a little bit.
Yeah, looking like Trundle at the moment, so they can't be completely sure. Now he swaps, so they know for sure.
It was a very short-lived period of dishonesty.
Yeah.
But we are going to have the objective focus continue. So Inspired does his second full clear down to this bottom side and should be able to easily pick up this dragon. Meanwhile, Masu is forced to drop a bit of CS to play safely down there in the 1v2 while Busio is doing Nico things.
Yeah, this is the earliest first Drake in the series by multiple minutes. Remember that in game number 1, game number 2, both, it was a very delayed first Drake take. This time around, it's not only super early, but it's a FlyQuest neutral objective super early, which VKS Stars were having much greater control of in the early games for games 1 and 2.
Yeah, and VKS, they really do need that Maokai ultimate to be able to bring the all in together, because they're going to need the multiple forms of engage while people still have flashes. So they're waiting for that. Should be able to get it off of his Gromp and blue buff here. But Inspired just plugging away on the Trundle, keeping up the farm, scaling up here. And Dragon number 1, as you said, is going to be on a fairly early timer for FlyQuest this time around.
Yep, so no rush whatsoever for FlyQuest, already being up 2-0 in this series. Having Gakgos play the entire time, I think he's looked great. Based off what our expectations were. He's gotten the counter pick in all 3 games. He's gotten large advantages in all 3 games, but also Inspired has really played through him, played through his top lane a lot. I also find it interesting, the team dynamic that FlyQuest probably has with Gakgos. Whenever we hear a listen in, it's all Inspired and Busio talking. Bwipo took up so much calm space previously that they feel like just incredibly calm in these replays because so few voices are actually talking. Gakgos able to completely focus on his own play.
Okay, about a 500 gold lead here for FlyQuest as we have less than 10 seconds until the grubs spawn. Remember, both of the previous games, it has been 3-0 grub counts for VKS Stars. Game number 3, can they maintain that same level of control?
Yeah, I think FlyQuest should probably just start it up and burn them down. I mean, technically, Boal does have Sion ultimate, so Sion could try and quickly clear that wave, but he would have to start walking up now because FlyQuest are just burning this grub camp, and they've got all 5 here. There comes Sion. Okay, Sion's running up the river, so they want to kind of late contest it and look for the fight.
Okay, the second grub has already been secured by FlyQuest. Trimby wanted to try to go in there for the Shattering Strike, but he doesn't hit anything. Trimby's just going to get killed. The grubs 2-1 for FlyQuest, plus the additional kill. It's first blood over to Gakgos there for the Aatrox, but now he's going to get focused down. Miru jumps in, but a big bullet time over the top. Fires back into the VKS health bars. Boal tries to escape over the wall, but Inspired takes a bite out of him. It's 2 for 1 in grubs. It's 2 for 1 in kills, and it's feeling good for FlyQuest.
You could see how badly VKS wanted that fight to go well, as Thinkard told us in the draft, if they get a little bit ahead and can be first to objectives, that's kind of the way they need to win this fight, so they needed that fight to work. But Trimby's engage doesn't work, and then Inspired threw the ult onto Sion on the re-engage, which allowed them to shred him down as well. Big win there for Fly.
I mean, I feel like you could just tell how pressured VKS are feeling.
Take it slow.
I have W.
I can block. Take it slow, Sion is ulting. Sion is ulting, he's coming.
Okay.
I will ult the Sion if we fight.
Think about Yone ult.
I'm ulting
Think
Sion.
about Yone ult.
Yone. Sion is ulted.
They're all 1 HP.
Yeah, Sion is
Okay.
gonna
He has
die.
flash.
No mana. They're 1 HP.
Take it slow.
They're so calm.
I feel like VKS were so pressured though, because they were behind on getting there, and then they still, Trimby went before Zion gets there, and they really didn't want to like let FlyQuest just get away with the 2 kills. But once Trimby goes in, and Busio is able to flash that engage, then it's a huge, huge punish on the counter engage there. Because Rel, when you go in, you are putting your body at risk in going for that and forcing that flash. So I think good on Busio just flashing that engage. Wasn't too difficult for him to do, but good punish afterwards. He hit the root, and so they're able to just burst down Trimby before Sion even arrives.
Okay, so it's 2-1 Grubs for FlyQuest. First Drake over to FlyQuest. They have the slight lead in kills by just having that 2-1 lead there as well. So honestly, first 10 minutes, everything's really coming up FlyQuest here. We do have only 60 seconds until our second Drake of the game spawns. Do we expect VKS to again just try to go for more of these heavy early skirmishes, playing around things like the Maokai ult and the Yone ult?
I think if they can get a good look, they're going to just absolutely pull the trigger. The one positive for VKS is they got a kill over onto Kai'Sa, and they have about a 20 CS advantage on that Kai'Sa versus the MF. So if they can get him accelerated in any way, and that could just be getting 2 kills at a Drake, it would be worth it. But I do think with them not really having any item advantages yet accumulated, it would be better to just hope that Drake lives as long as possible so Soul Point gets delayed.
Trimby, Desamus, both checking around up here. Trimby wanted to go for the recall interrupt there, but did not hit that one in time, so not going to accomplish a whole lot with it. 10 seconds here until that next Drake spawns. Inspired, hanging out around the mid lane, throws up the pillar, forces out the defensive Fate Sealed from Miru, which is great. That's a massive playmaking tool that VKS really wants to have if they want to challenge for a team fight for this dragon.
Yeah, interesting timing too, because Kai'Sa, you were just talking about, finishes the Kraken Slayer, but with no Yone ultimate, that I don't think you can actually fight if you don't have the Yone ultimate follow-up. Even though the item completions are coming in, Leandri is also now completed for the Maokai. It's just going to be number 2 here for FlyQuest.
Ooh,
no ult and no flash now.
Yeah, the pressure they're putting on him is a lot. First, you force the ulti. 30 seconds later, he's stuck in a spot where now the flash has to be spent. This Yone is going to be very vulnerable for quite a while.
It really is. Miru, probably their best player, best performing player throughout the regular season, getting a lot of pressure thrown at him in this game. And FlyQuest just keeping the vision up with this incredibly annoying Nico clone, making it so no one can get sneak engaged on. Quad just going to build up that durability more and more, and because FlyQuest is just chilling on these 2 Drakes, they're in a very comfortable place in the game.
And it's probably about time, pretty close, to swap the Misfortune into mid lane and put the Rise into the side lane here too, so FlyQuest can get their side lane Rise going. Misfortune can use the strut to just rotate over very quickly in between minion waves. And then we'll be pretty safe here, as you're talking about, Nico can get so much vision that Busio's trying to cover both sides.
Okay, a little bit of a battle for vision off to the side of mid lane, but there's not really anything to fight for just yet. The next thing that there should be a fight for would be the Rift Herald here just south of 2 minutes from now. Will be spawning up here in this top side, so I do expect to continue to see some battle for the vision around this area. Miru obviously still just trying to farm safely in the side lanes. Fate Sealed is back up now, so at least he will have that available as an escape mechanism, but the flash is going to be down for a very long time.
Yeah, and this may be getting annoying to some people, just constantly praising Inspired, but because it's a slow game, I want to just go back a little bit to that gank on the Yone. It was the perfect timing for a gank. He doesn't gank that often, and even though it didn't kill, like, the one window that VKS would have would be when Kai'Sa can arrive to a Drake fight with the item power spike. I feel like Inspired knew that, preempted with a gank mid lane to make it a non-contest, and now is just in this holding pattern until they get to the next Drake. But by that point in time, Masu's going to have his call popped, he's going to have a Bloodthirster, and the item advantage won't be there. So it's just constantly this guy is doing exactly what needs to be done to win the game.
And you just said it, the cull just popped for Masu, so plus 450 on that one. Trimby and Miru, there's not a whole lot they can do down here in this 2v2 against Busio and Quad. When you're looking at Quad, he also just got that Rod of Ages fully completed, so he's going to start stacking on that. His tier also 5/6 of the way charged, past 300 stacks on that one. Everybody on FlyQuest moving along at exactly the pace they'd like to, but over on the other side, you do have the Leandries completed for Desamas. We know that this is a big spike in terms of how well Maokai can control neutral territory, particularly if you get there first, but that's a pretty big if at this point.
Yeah, and he's kind of been hovering around. You see this Maokai's been in the river for a long time, looking for angles for his ulti, dropping saplings here and there that will be empowered by that Leandries to be extra annoying, as you say. And they just don't see any sort of angle here. The Herald is on the map at the moment. It is not the biggest of objectives, but Inspired is here in the bush camping.
Spending a lot of time here.
There's no flash on that Yone.
Yeah, Miru jumps in, tries to snap right on back, but the Fate Sealed won't hit anything. Feat of Warfare claimed by FlyQuest.
So now Herald is available, so your logical kind of cross map is okay. I guess we're doing Herald now for VKS, but Trundle does not need a Herald to kill towers. When Trundle has Trinity Force, they can absolutely annihilate the tower. So yes, you can go for the cross map of the Herald, but the play to get the kill and the tower down here for the split push rise is much more valuable for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and it's going to give them feats regardless, because they got the feats of Warfare as well as now feats of First Turret, a bunch of gold going over to Rise to also help match the Yone. Now that the lane is going to get a bit more difficult with the Yone completing the Blade of the Ruin King. So another well-played sequence there by Inspired.
So we've been struggling with this for a long time, with the feats of turrets versus the feats of objectives. The feats of Warfare, the kill one is easy. That's cool to say,
it
right?
is feats of First Turret.
But the what about something like the foundation or something? You know, what's it like the bottom of a structure, right?
That would be cool, but it is funnier to say feat of turret. Like
Feats of First Turret. That's what it calls out in the game.
Okay, fair enough.
It's not a very good name. It could use a better name than that. So.
Feats of Demolition, I think, would be a good one.
That could work. That could work.
Like Demolition and Foundation and these sorts of things are like close, but they're definitely not quite there. So we'll continue to cook on that.
What do you call the neutral objective one?
Monster Slaying.
Oh, is it monster slaying? That's what. Oh, okay. I guess I just never paid attention to that line in the patch notes. But that one's not bad. I'm down with that one. Let's see what VKS can do here as they are moving into the enemy jungle a little bit, just kind of trying to see if they can contest any camps, maybe find anybody out of position on a vision rotation. But that's not going to happen. Busio's clones make this so difficult.
Yeah, and it's all about a snap engage if they want to get it. But at the same time, this is a situation where Gakkos can get a bunch of free turret damage. So I wonder if this is actually a Drake that FlyQuest doesn't engage on. Now the teleport's coming in, they look to contest.
Okay, teleport about to arrive with the Dragon at half HP. VKS Stars trying to maintain control over this objective as Boal's got to be a little bit careful now. Does try to get away back from the Pillar of Filth as Acadian Rain brings the Dragon low enough for it to be smited down. Oh, man! Pop Blossom for the bullet time! The bot lane from FlyQuest just shut this down!
Holy Busio, my man! Okay, well, first pick Nico. That had a lot of value.
Proto Belt is first, Hextech Rocket Belt is his first item on Nico. None of this redemption for him. Uses that extra bit of mobility to clean up 4 kills. Yes, you got the Dragon, but that's probably the game. Look at what they get on top of this. They get mid-turret, Quad teleported up to an already low top turret. They just slingshotted themselves ahead in this game.
I mean, there's nothing else to review.
My man.
You look at Busio.
One thing happens.
We're looking at Busio. Okay, Busio looks like Trundle right now.
Nope, now he's Misfortune.
Now he looks like Misfortune. The Dragon is going to get low, and Inspired, you see him, he's not in range to smite at the moment, but he's softening up the Scion. So FlyQuest clearly don't even care about trying to smite steal. He just wanted to soften up the front line, and there you go. Busio,
5-man.
Actually insane, and that is the whole review.
And now that we're back to live, it was another 2-for-1 trade. We completely missed what happened with that one, but it is Morteos and Trimby dead in trade for Busio, as Inspired also forces out the flash from Desamas at the end of the fight there with the pillar placed in that choke point of the brush near the Raptor camp. Now Miru knows that he could be in some danger. This tier 1 turret doesn't have a lot of health left on it. Soul Unbound already cast by Miru here as he tries to do enough damage to Gakkos to force him away. Desamas wants to make his way back up here now as well, but Quad goes forward. Miru tries to get out with a Q3, and Gakkos buries a sword in his back. Disamas can't escape underneath the tier 2. Inspired and Masu are both getting away, and with the tier 1 turret dead up here on the top side, Bowal's in trouble as well. Busio's finally back in the fight, and the Scion cannot get away. Trimby with a big magnet storm, but there's no follow-up. It will not matter. The bullet time only needs one wave. Everybody on FlyQuest is still alive. Realm Warp to try to finish the ace, and Bowal will not escape. They're chasing after him as he tries to clear the wave. Gakkos is going to lead the charge. It's an ace for FlyQuest.
They are absolutely steamrolling VKS in this game 3. 14 kills to 2 now. They're getting every turret in their wake as well.
And the FlyQuest cheers come out. Here's another look at the beginning. Okay, so how did they actually get those first 2 ones? It was the pick onto Busio that started out, but 2 for 1 with the commitment.
Oh man, and then just this extension play. I love how there's so much happening at the top lane, and then randomly Masu and Inspired are flying up the backside of this fight, chasing after the Maokai. Gakkos did a really good job sidestepping the Scion engage, so they easily pinch the Yone at the start of the fight.
Yeah, I feel like Gakkos has been extremely good. Nice little play from him. We're back to live.
Miru hits the Q3 onto 2, but now he's immediately killed right after. Gakkos gets the rampage, and Masu did a ton of the damage there as well. Disamas will not escape from this one. He tries to drop the Herald to take the Uber home, but it's not quite gonna work as it gets summoned up, and now we'll just get beat down before they can even get a charge out of it. 20 minutes into the game, it's nearly an 11,000 gold lead for FlyQuest.
Yep, this one is a beatdown from FlyQuest. The tower's gonna go down with the Scion, maybe.
Yep, they put him in the rune prison as he tries to get away. Step right in front, so the ulti cannot allow an escape either. And FlyQuest now, they're just marching straight into the enemy base. They don't need Otacon, they don't need Baron, they don't need anything except to keep going forward. Busio finds a Pop Blossom only on the Morteos. Now the follow-up there from Trimby guarantees Busio's death. Masu dies to a Kathian Rain, and VKS have shut down both of the enemy bottom laners. Inspired and Quad are not going to take that lying down and pick up a return kill of their own. Gakkos joins the fight. Quad's going to be the target, but the Seraph's Embrace keeps him alive. Morteos finally takes him out at the very back end of the fight, but it costs the Kai'Sa too. That's 4 dead for 3 in a bloody battle in the mid lane.
And Inspired makes a call. We're not going to overstay for Inhibitor right now. We don't need to take the Inhibitor. Go for pillaging the jungle. Take away all of the camps, all of this value here. The full red quadrant is available. So they split up the duties, and they clear all 3 of those lanes. We got a nice little replay, picture-in-picture of Gakkos grabbing an extra kill.
Killed that Rel minion down in bot lane. Just another one of the 180 CS. I would say
new skin? That's like a super cannon minion.
A really big one.
Instead of riding a cart, it rides a metal horse.
Yeah, I gotta say, Inspired, get control of your team, man. They were too aggressive at that moment. I feel like they were way overconfident. They gave away bounties. They traded away back enough kills that they still have that 10,000 gold lead, but I think they're kind of more calmed down now, ready to set up this next Drake.
Yeah, I mean, Busio went for the engage onto Kai'Sa, but nobody else wanted to follow up damage on that engage, and they wanted to focus on the tower, on the objective. Ooh. Wait a second. Speaking of objectives, it is a Desperation Otacon, and it is going to be all 5 members of VKS. Teleports come in. FlyQuest running up the river. There's not much time, though.
Yeah, FlyQuest is coming in to try to stop him, but VKS is burning the objective down. Objective bounty claimed, and now VKS is trying to pile in for the kills. Busio gets a big Pop Blossom, and Misfortune's ulti tears everybody apart. VKS might have got their objective, but the fight belongs to FlyQuest. Triple kill, quadra kill to Masu. It's everybody else's job to just keep Disamas right there as Masu struts his way into the alcove, ready to collect his paycheck and take his pentakill.
That is a pentakill. That is a little bit of an anticlimactic pentakill with the last kill is literally this penned up Maokai, this tree in the alcove with nowhere to go. But the beginning of it was really cool.
Yes, sir.
All of VKS group up on Quad. I actually like this. You know, they're kind of desperate. They're so far behind. They have to go for the Otacon. They full send it. Let's take a listen.
And the fight is gonna be good. I'm gonna die just. Fight.
Why? Rise?
Fight. I'm gonna be in.
Penta? Kai'Sa in. No flash, no flash, no flash.
I'm chasing Maokai too.
Okay. Maybe one
Careful,
guy.
there's...
Oh, wait, don't kill.
Take it slow, we can give you.
Don't let him base.
Wait, I was
Does he have flash?
No.
Okay, thank you. You?
Sweet. Okay, the Drake is still...
Wait, he called Penta after the first kill.
He just started ulting and he was like, Penta?
He was like, this is Penta. He called Penta so early.
That's crazy.
Get it. But yeah, I like the quad part too. Bye guys, I'm dead. But they all grouped up on quad, and that allowed for the big ulti combination for FlyQuest, of course.
I mean, when you think about MF Nico combinations and why you would want to pick it, you just look at this game. They've pulled off some insane Nico MF ultimate combos. Even that one, he only got about half the channel off before Yone interrupted it, but it was enough to nearly secure the pentakill with one button press.
Baron spawns, and FlyQuest has immediately walked over to the area with an 11,000 gold lead already, with sole point being the state of the game. Just grabbing the Baron here feels like it's insta-GG. You can see VKS walking over. They want to try to defend this. Trimby's placing down whatever vision he can. There's a control ward in that back into the Baron pit, as FlyQuest are going to go ahead, take a couple of resets, make a couple of purchases here. You do have the Zhonya's Hourglass fully completed on quad as well. This Ryze is so hard to kill now.
Yeah, Ryze super far ahead, Aatrox super far ahead. Kai'Sa got a lot of bounties, though. So even after the Masu pentakill, he's only 500 gold ahead of the Kai'Sa and no meaningful item advantage. So if there's one player that would have an outside chance of carrying the game, it would be this Kai'Sa. It's just going to be so incredibly hard, though, with the overall gold lead being 10,000 for FlyQuest.
Right, you look at his 500, at Masu's 500 gold lead, and then top lane is 2,500. Then 3,500 in both jungle and mid. Inspired steps forward, throws out the pillar, forces out the flash from Boal. And that just means that the enemy front line is that much more vulnerable. Inspired still didn't bother using the subjugate. He just knows he has to push these guys back. And now the next time Boal steps up, there's no way he's getting back away from it. Instant Trundle ulti into the burst. We've seen it so many times already this game. And FlyQuest aren't even worried about fights. They're going in after the Baron. Voidseeker from Kai'Sa is going to fly into the pit and at least give them the idea, yes, this is what FlyQuest is up to. VKS on the approach, but the Baron has already been secured by Inspired. VKS, all 5 players now trying to disengage as Inspired keeps going forward. Nice pillar on to 3. No follow-up yet from the rest of Fly. Gakko's going around from behind, but quad goes golden as immediately VKS try to find the moment, and again it's Fucio with another beautiful pop blossom to guarantee the end of this fight and the end of this game, the end of this series. Gakko's godlike on the Aatrox with only Disamas left alive. FlyQuest are on the victory march.
That's going to be a 3-0 for FlyQuest. They are headed to finals in Texas.
FlyQuest, man, they look ferocious. People were wondering, with Gakkos in for the whole series, how tough are they going to be? And it looks like they were more than prepared for VKS Stars. FlyQuest completes the clean sweep and earn their spot in the grand finals in Dallas next weekend.
Calm, cool, and collected. Everybody on FlyQuest, even Masu's pentakill, got him a little happy, but not super hyped because they were in such control this entire time. I love the way they played around Gakkos. That was the one question mark about whether or not FlyQuest was going to be able to match their level of domestic dominance in this LTA Cross Conference playoffs, and they absolutely did. They dominated today.
We still have our remaining competition tomorrow between 100 Thieves and Red Canids to find out who else will be traveling to Dallas to compete with these 2 teams. But I'm telling you right now, if you're anybody that's not named FlyQuest, you have got to be looking out for FlyQuest. And now we're joining Emily and Inspired on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. I am joined by victorious jungler Inspired after their 3-0 victory over Cade Stars. Going into preparing against Cade, what did you kind of recognize that you wanted to bring out against them?
Should I be honest? I mean, I didn't really watch their games. Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect, but they played okay, but I could tell that they were really scared of us. And every time we were like posturing, they're walking away, and whenever they wanted to play aggressive was when they were grouped as 5. So it was kind of easy to tell when they want to make a play. So it was easy to just disengage. So it felt like they were giving us a lot of space on the map. I think that's why the games were pretty easy to play.
In terms of bringing Gakkos onto the team, I specifically really like the Aurelia Ivern combination that you guys brought out initially. Talk me through kind of that draft and how you wanted to make him comfortable with the rest of the team.
I mean, Gakkos is like Aurelia main. He played it a lot already in solo queue for the past many years, so he likes to play the champion. I think Ambessa is a decent matchup for that, and overall it was good Aurelia angle. And yeah, Ivern pairs good with that, so we just decided to play it because I think playing comfort champs is really important when you're playing your first playoff series.
You did actually 19.1k shielding and healing coming out of that game. It was pretty insane. In looking ahead, who do you think is going to kind of join you in the finals against Dallas, or in Dallas?
I think 100 Thieves is gonna probably be there. I mean, the last time we played against them, honestly, the games were pretty close. Even though the game 3 and 4 didn't really look that close, I feel like we just had way better draft and they just hinted a little bit in the early games. But other than that, I feel like they played very well and very aggressive. So it's gonna be tough to play against them again. But hopefully we'll be able to take them out again.
So you're picking them to go to beat Red tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me. Congratulations on the win. And we'll throw it back to the lounge to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Emily. Inspired thinks it's going to be 100 Thieves, but
You're going to thank Inspired? Just Emily?
Well, thank you, Inspired, as well. Good
that's
catch.
That's more like it.
Keeping me honest.
We need these wins.
Thank you, Inspired, for that 3-0. It went exactly how I expected it. No worries.
The man who predicted 3-2.
The man who might have said 3-2. And the reason I had it, I got to say my doubt was completely unfounded. Gakkos looked very solid with the team. 8-1-9 in that game 3 there on the Aatrox. I think it was really cool, Thinkard, seeing how much work FlyQuest put towards making Gakkos comfortable in this series.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear that maybe he's a little bit nervous his first few games on stage, and they gave him more resources, and you can see once he got that little bit of confidence, he did take over these games. It wasn't like, oh, he got a little bit ahead and then that was it. He snowballed, and he got strong, and he took over the Jax game, the Aatrox game, the Aurelia game. Those are 3 very solid games.
Yeah, and in moments like that, I mean, the pressure's on, but if you're able to step up and answer that pressure, I mean, now this really raises the Gakkos stocks.
Absolutely. You know, I talked about it before the day, and I talked about it on the dive. I felt like this is such an important series for Gakkos because people have only seen 2 games from him on stage. He hadn't really gotten to play nearly as much as I think people were expecting when he first got signed, and there was supposed to be this whole 6-man thing, right? So I think if you came in here today and you got stomped, you had an awful series, you're not playing any games at Worlds, you're not playing any games for quite a while, probably, right? But you come in, you show your stuff, and especially on some champions like the Aurelia that Bwipo would never play, right? So I think that is really cool, and it does actually make him more of a threat and give some potential credence to see them actually using him as a 6-man.
I think that raises a lot of questions as to what FlyQuest is going to do going forward, and that makes it very exciting for what FlyQuest.
You know what I got no questions about, though, is Busio, because that man was smurfing today, and he is going to be the player of the series. Busio and Inspired, we were kind of debating back and forth because I think they both had incredible series. But oh my God, like his Nico just automatically ulted all 5 every time. Like,
yeah, I think his Nico performance incredible, super easy to see. I think game 1 was a very insane performance because you're playing Alistar against Bard. The Bard should be able to impact lanes before you, but he got the first blood top onto the Aurelia. He had very good vision the whole game. He also got that engage onto Trimby on Bard for his Dragon number 2 or 3, I think, and they one-shot the Bard. So he was very active, and that's not an easy Alistar game, and he pulled it off.
Yeah, I think something that that has really impressed me about how they've played their lanes, I don't know if you've noticed this or been watching this, Thinkard, but even in these melee versus range matchups, I feel like FlyQuest has become very adept at playing these, where they just play hyper aggressive, level 1, level 2. They're flashing it on them, they're trading summoners, and they're making it uncomfortable for these range matchups, where then all of a sudden the Bard has to play with no flash. Alistar has no flash too, but then it's like, well, can I play aggressive? I could just get ganked, you know?
Yeah, they're good. There's a reason why no one in NA can beat them. No one apparently in the South can beat them. No one in the EU can beat them. I mean, they are a good team. There's no way around it.
I just want to watch that on loop, that Busio engage, the 5-champ Nico ultimate. That was a thing of beauty. He had like 2 other ones in the game also. One topside to set up for Masu's pentakill. By the way, Masu got the pentakill. He's getting chased by the side. The team's like, get back here, get back here. He runs back in, gets it, and he helped Inspired get one earlier this split. So he was paid back as ill.
Yep, absolutely.
There you go.
You never know, because people will go 1 or 2 ways, right? Like, sometimes your friends are totally down to get you the penta, and sometimes your friends are your biggest ops. Like they are just trying to steal that thing so hard. You're like, I can get it, I can get it. They're like saving their abilities to last hit it from you.
They stayed very mature in that moment. You know,
very mature.
Very mature. Very mature. Let's take a look at the updated bracket now to see, because FlyQuest will advance. They're the raid bosses at the end of the LTA Cross Conference playoffs. Vivocade will go into that lower bracket now, but they still have another life here, and of course they will be in Texas no matter what based on their seeding coming in. The question, Azale, is 100 Thieves versus Red Cannons Kalunga. Will we get Kalunga again?
No, we will not. We will not get Kalunga. I'm definitely way more nervous about this than was a FlyQuest, but that's just because I think FlyQuest is by far the best team in the LTA period, North or South. But to me, 100 Thieves, they're such an aggressive team. They're such a good team fighting team. And I feel like we were talking about this earlier, where they play a very similar style to what Red Cannons does, but I just feel like they're kind of just a better version. And they have such a defined style. They have so much practice with it. Even against FlyQuest, they can show up and just force fights over and over and over. And they're one of the only teams in the league that can out-team fight FlyQuest at times. So I just think Red Cannons is really going to struggle to match up in those 5v5s, because that's what 100 Thieves wants.
Yeah. I'd love to get your thoughts on 100 Thieves versus Red.
It's going to be explosive for sure. Like Azale said, I do think they have pretty similar styles. And K's, they operate the best when he is a superior mid laner. You know, he's getting leads, he's winning skirmishes. But Quid, River, very good mid jungle synergy. They just have a very good skirmishing team in general. So it is going to be a lot of fights. I'm curious whether Red can step up and contest them the same way they did against Shopify. But I am going to lead more towards 100 Thieves on this one.
Yeah, should be exciting. One more announcement though, Tier 2 playoffs have finished, and the teams facing Disguise and Isurus have been decided. For the LTA North, the challengers are Luminosity, Conviction, SDM Tigres, and Astral. Come watch Disguise here on the LTA North Twitch and YouTube starting October 4th. In the South, Flamengo Red Dragon, Sikar, Alpha 7, and Farenben, is that how you say it? Farenben? Look to take down Isurus. The LTA South promotion starts September 30th over on the LTA South Twitch and YouTube. Those are some really high stakes games. Yes. I love promo relegation. They're always some of my favorite matches to watch back in the past.
Yeah, there are always going to be some bangers going back to the Kiwi Kid arc. But yeah, I think there's a lot on the line here for orgs and players in general. There's a lot of players in Tier 2 that are just been on this quest to get to Tier 1, and this is their big moment to be. We are better than some of these T1 teams and T1 players, and this is our opportunity to
And
show.
similar to how this is historic for us, the first ever LTA Cross Conference champions, it's going to be the first time that we're reintroducing this kind of guest spot where teams can qualify into Tier 1 playing through Tier 2. So that's always really exciting because you get those stories, you know, like the teams that struggle and get knocked out, the teams that are coming up, these upstarts coming in. So keep your eyes out for that October 4th. That's it for us, though. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for 100 Thieves versus Red. Thank you so much, ThinkCard, for coming on. You did fantastic.
Thank you.
You'll be with us again tomorrow, so look forward to that, everybody. But for that's Saturday. We'll see you tomorrow for 100 Thieves versus Red.
Winner of this best of 5 goes straight to the finals in Dallas for a chance at becoming LTA champions and the LTA's first seed heading into Worlds competition.
I can still just walk in here.
Yeah, I mean, you can look, you can look. Look at Alistar. He will maybe slow someone. Bessa.
Versus also CC.
Akali is rooted.
Combo
just ulted.
I have
I'm shielding you, Ariela, don't be scared.
They use so much. Yeah. They're really weak here,
Akali flash, Bard flash.
He's rooted. I'm Bessa on the back. Ariela, don't be scared. Nice. We kill everyone.
I have to now.
I rooted the Zinzao. We come to wall if you want shield.
I have to now, babe.
Yeah. We can do Nash already.
Okay.
15-0 for FlyQuest. They'll take game 1.
You can go to lane 2, Sivir.
They are going. Darban in spirit.
Take it slow.
I'm fine. This guy
I have big shields.
I'm ulting
off. No flash, no W.
Yeah.
I shield you quad.
Renata flash ulted.
Oh. Are we kinda excited?
Kind of excited.
24 kills in 28 minutes, and the LTA North's #1 seed is on match point.
I'm Wing for Maokai ult.
Okay.
I'm ready to go now.
Take it slow.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking you. I ulted Maokai.
Oh.
Nice. Go meet. Kill this guy.
You can go that road. FlyQuest completes the clean sweep and earn their spot in the grand finals in Dallas next weekend.